Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Private members' business. Consideration of motion M428 on the subject of electronic petitions in the name of Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart, seconded by Madame Liu, moves that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be instructed to recommend changes to the standing orders and other conventions governing petitions so as to establish an electronic petitioning system that would enhance the current paper-based petition system by allowing Canadians to sign petitions electronically and to consider, among other things, the possibility
to trigger a debate in the House of Commons outside of current sitting hours when a certain threshold of signatures is received.
The necessity for no fewer than 5 members of Parliament to sponsor the e-petition and to table it in the House once a time limit to collect signatures is reached. 3, the study made in the 38th Parliament regarding e-petitions, and that the committee report its findings to the House with proposed changes to the standing orders and other conventions governing petitions within 12 months of the adoption of this order. Debate. The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I rise today to begin debate on my private member's motion M428, a first critical step in bringing electronic petitioning to the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start with 2 very positive quotes from 2 important and outstanding Canadians who directly support my motion. The first may surprise my colleagues on the other side of the House, but it's from former Reform Party leader Preston Manning, who, when asked to support my motion, agreed enthusiastically and provided the following quote: "To be able to petition one's elected representatives and to have such petitions addressed is one of the oldest and most basic of democratic rights. Affirming and re-establishing this right in the 21st century through electronic petitioning is an idea well worth pursuing." So there's some words of wisdom from one of our, I guess I would say, leading democratic reformers, or someone who's pushed for democratic reform in this country for a very long time. But I'd like to move for a second supporter of this bill, our former leader, NDP giant Ed Broadbent, who says the following: "Bringing electronic petitioning to the House of Commons is a 21st century idea and one I fully endorse. Empowering Canadians to come together and help set the parliamentary agenda will breathe fresh air into our democracy." Now, Mr. Speaker, for Canadians who are watching at home and have been following this debate, and I've had much support on this, I think these 2 quotes really outline how Canada needs change. I think Canadians, especially in this time when we're so focused on perhaps changing the institutions here at Parliament, are really thinking that not only do we need giant changes here, but we also need small ones. And perhaps the small ones are easier to accomplish, especially when we have cross-partisan support. So these quotes from these two prominent Canadians show, Mr. Speaker, that's a real hunger out there for democratic reform, and I hope I can persuade my colleagues on the other side of the House to support my motion. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we've done quite a lot of work on this e-petitioning motion. Recent polling by Angus Reid, which we commissioned on this, shows that a full 80% of Canadians support e-petitioning. Now that's a pretty astounding number, Mr. Speaker, that 80% of Canadians, you think of the diversity of opinions in this country, that support moving from a paper-based petition process to e-petitioning is outstanding, and I think that it needs to be recognized. So, Mr. Speaker, I really have a unique chance here today to have a second first hour of debate on this bill due to the government's decision to prorogue earlier this year. So I'm going to take this opportunity to address some of the criticisms of my motions brought forward from the government side of the House in the original first hour of the debate held earlier this year in June. But for those who weren't present at the first hour of debate, I will start with a brief overview of my motion on e-petitioning and what I aim to accomplish with this motion. Mr. Speaker, but I would also refer people that are very interested in this to my website, which has many more details and, of course, outlines support from many more prominent Canadians. So in terms of overview, Mr. Speaker, Motion 428 instructs the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, PROC, to undertake a study of the petitioning process and develop recommendations for how we might improve this process with electronic petitions. Currently, Mr. Speaker, Canadians can only circulate, collect signatures, and submit paper-based petitions. And this is a very popular thing to do in my riding, Mr. Speaker, is to petition government to have an officially sanctioned petition signed and then submitted by the Member of Parliament to the House of Commons. In fact, it's a practice that stretches back centuries. Now, in our current system, if citizens collect 25 names and find an MP to represent their written petitions to Parliament, the government has to respond in writing to the petitioner within 45 days. And again, this is a common practice that's in the British parliamentary system and many other systems around the world. However, Mr. Speaker, as we know, many civil society groups put online petitions on their websites, and they collect hundreds, even thousands of signatures from Canadians. But unfortunately, although this is much easier for people to access this system, and in fact, think of our geographic scope within the country, it allows people in Newfoundland to sign petitions that are initiated in British Columbia and vice versa. These online petitions are currently unofficial. That even though there's thousands of signatures on these petitions, they cannot be submitted to the House of Commons, and the cries of those who are asking for change go unanswered under the current system. So my motion calls on the PROC Committee, Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, to report back to the House with recommendations as to how we could enhance our current petitioning system and bring it into the 21st century by allowing citizens to post and sign certified petitions online. So it sounds like a pretty simple endeavor. And in fact, it's one that's used in many countries, even jurisdictions within our own country, Quebec and the Northwest Territories, for example. So this is just a study, Mr. Speaker. This is what I say a first critical step in moving towards online petitions. I haven't put forward a private member's bill that would force us to vote on whether or not we want e-petitioning. In fact, what I'm doing is a very reasonable first step, which is asking PROC to go and look at this and then come back within 12 months to tell us what we should do to implement electronic petitioning, which again has had broad support on both sides of the House and through history here in Parliament. So this study would not only allow us to hear from civil society groups and privacy experts, but also those familiar with other jurisdictions where they use e-petitions, so we can establish best practices for implementing an e-petition system that is fair, efficient, and responsive. In addition to calling for a comprehensive study, my motion goes further, suggesting we increase the impact of petitions. So that is, of course, maintaining the current paper-based petitions, which is very good for local issues, but then moving to electronic petitions, which allows many more Canadians to get involved and then lowers the threshold for participation. The motion proposes petitioning should trigger a short debate in the House, similar to a take-note debate, for example, if these petitions receive a certain number of signatures. And for example, I would say 50 or 100,000 signatures that are used in other jurisdictions, and is sponsored by no fewer than 5 MPs. So 50 or 100,000 signatures, Mr. Speaker, and sponsored by no fewer than 5 MPs would allow, say, a very important issue that's supported by the issue itself is seen by people as important and worth debating would make it into the House. Now, there would be no votes on this, of course, Mr. Speaker. It's an hour of debate to raise the profile of the issue and then also to bring it out in public. So not only would citizens be able to post and sign official petitions online, but their views and concerns would also be debated at the highest level by their elected representatives. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that's what we're really here to do. We're here to debate, to talk about, to deliberate upon important issues in society. And I got to say, Mr. Speaker, sometimes this House doesn't often do that. And this e-petitioning idea would, of course, give citizens more direct access to their governments, and that's one of the main reasons why I'm bringing forward. As I mentioned in my first speech on this topic, Mr. Speaker, I have very broad support for this motion from my colleagues on this side of the House, those at the end of this side of the House, independents, and even from some members on that side of the House, Mr. Speaker, that jointly seconded my motion, and I thank them for that, especially members from Saskatoon-Humboldt and Edmonton-St. Albert. In addition to support from Mr. Manning and Mr. Broadbent, the following say they fully endorse my motion for supplementing our e-petitioning process. And again, another name that might surprise you, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation is on board with this. Samara, Lead Now, and Open Media, which are leading social media and online-based groups. The Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, which may not surprise you, Mr. Speaker, that they're on board with this, and EGAL, of course, which is, as well as hundreds of Canadians who have signed a paper-based petition supporting this motion. So there's lots of support for this, Mr. Speaker, and really no reason why this shouldn't go forward. Again, it's not a bill that prescribes what an e-petitioning system would exactly look like, but really a motion for a study on what e-petitioning would look like that would have to report back to the House in 12 months before the next election. So I'm going to move, Mr. Speaker, to objections from the previous debates. In a way, I feel kind of lucky that this happened, that I was able to hear what my opponent's objections were to this and able to address them here in this short speech. and the concerns that were raised were about costs. The second would be experiences in other countries. Members on the other side of the House were interested in that. As well, there was a concern over perhaps frivolous issues being debated here in the House. And then, of course, a technical matter of the motion's exact wording. So let's turn to cost concerns, Mr. Speaker. We've really done our homework on this. We've talked with top political scientists around the country that helped us design this motion, and in fact, we've made great use of the Library of Parliament, who have told us costs in various jurisdictions, including Quebec and Northwest Territories, and in fact, officials are saying that these costs are minimal and mostly rely on existing resources to get the job done. That many jurisdictions outside of Canada use e-petitioning, such as the U.S. and Britain, show that this is a reasonable endeavour. And in fact, in some cases, Mr. Speaker, it lowers costs because we're going from petitioning by paper to using electronic means. So I'm happy to submit any of this costing information to the committee if they're interested. And of course, if we could save money, that would be a great step forward. Experience in other countries, Mr. Speaker, there is some concern raised on the other side that other countries have looked at this and not gone ahead with the idea. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, after these objections were heard, we went back to the Library of Parliament and asked them to examine a wide range of democratic countries to see if any jurisdiction had ever terminated a system after putting it in place. And that is, the Library of Parliament has reported back that no jurisdiction has ever put e-petitioning in place and then taken it out. Mr. Speaker, the British House of Commons has recently reviewed its petitioning system. It's much like what I've designed here. In fact, a lot of the wording has been lifted straight from the British House of Commons system. A committee reported back, quote, "The system introduced by the government has proved very popular and has already provided the subjects for a number of lively and illuminating debates." Mr. Speaker, hardly a government report that says they want to get rid of this. In terms of frivolous issues, Mr. Speaker, I think the concern is that with the 50 or 100,000 signatures, say, that we would have issues directly debated here in the House. And again, I remind the other side that's not voted on, just debated. This is why I put the clause in the suggestion to the committee that they look at having 5 MPs sign on to any petition that would receive a certain threshold of signatures. And this would be an effective check against any frivolous matters, Mr. Speaker. I doubt any of my honourable colleagues here in the House would attach their name to silly ideas that will waste the House of Parliament, and even if one would, 5 certainly wouldn't. So I think that's an effective check, Mr. Speaker, that's worth looking at. The last question, Mr. Speaker, regarding this motion is on the wording of the motion, which in fact some on the other side of the House said perhaps is a little too prescriptive. Mr. Speaker, recently we've had motions raised here in the House and voted upon and passed, in fact unanimously, that are much more prescriptive than this. Again, this motion is asking for PROC to conduct a study and then report back within 12 months. If we can't be any more prescriptive than that, Mr. Speaker, I doubt we get anything done here at all. So I don't think that these objections raised by the other side of the House should at all be a death knell for this motion at all. And in fact, I would think that they're so scant and that it would encourage members on the other side of the House to support this motion and come forward. I mean, what do we have to lose here? We have a system that a lot of people are saying is in crisis. In fact, you can't open a newspaper or turn on the TV without hearing about the current problems in the Senate and a hankering for reform. Here we are in the democratic age, Mr. Speaker, and also an electronic age where people are using smartphones and tablets and moving, now so hooked in worldwide and together, and which is a good thing, bringing Canadians together, but we haven't kept up with that here in the House of Commons. And in fact, when I go to high schools and talk about this motion, Mr. Speaker, they can't believe that we still use paper-based petitions. They say, well, how have we not kept up, especially when they're so prominently featured in the United States and Britain? So we really have to get with the times, Mr. Speaker, and move here. I'd like to close with a quote from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, which again, perhaps may not always be an NDP ally on a lot of issues, but in fact is very supportive here. The Canadian Taxpayers Federation, and I quote, applauds this worthy initiative to kickstart Parliament on accepting electronic signatures on petitions. When taxpayers get the opportunity to go online and sign an official petition to Parliament, they'll be able to get the attention of Ottawa politicians in a hurry. We also support the suggestion that 50,000 Canadians signing a petition and 5 MPs should be able to force a debate in Parliament. This would help restore grassroots democracy and accountability on Parliament Hill. So I'm going to leave you with that quote, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to questions from the other side and hearing debate in the House on this issue. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's something that's really necessary as technology has enabled Canadians from across this land to be able to participate directly by getting engaged through the internet, that it is only a question of time before we actually acknowledge. I know I, for one, have used petitions within my constituents. People respond quite well and favorably to petitions. They feel as if they are in fact being consulted and asked for their participation and their opinions. And I'm wondering if the member might want to bring some or share some of his thoughts in terms of just the important role that petitions play that enable our constituents to be able to express their opinions on the issue at hand. The issue at hand, of course, being a petition. I've used, for example, petitions dealing with retirement age, to crime and safety in our community, to a wide variety of different issues that I think are important to my constituents. They respond by signing those petitions, and this is just another extension of being able for members of Parliament to be able to work with their constituents in gathering support and getting a better sense in terms of what they feel are important issues at the grassroots level.
Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for his kind comments and thoughtful comments. I know there actually has been a number of people that are not within the NDP and other parties in this House who have said they support this because they actively use petitions within their constituencies, and this will make things a lot easier. And so I thank the honourable member for his support, and I look forward to his support during the vote that will be coming up later this year. Thank you.
Question and commentaire.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to support this motion from the member for Burnaby Douglas. People in other jurisdictions do use e-petitions and they work fine. Electronic petitions promote more participation by people. So I'm in favor of this modernization of our democratic system. I know that my colleague is prepared to work with all members of the House. I would like to know what support he has had from other Canadian groups.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her support. In fact, if you really want to see her support, you should go to our website, betterpetitions.ca, where you can see a video from my colleague explaining to in French how great this motion is. I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, that there is a growing support in the House here for this motion. Many colleagues have stopped me in the hallway and said, I'll support that. And I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her support, and I hope we can get this done, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague what type of organizations have also gotten involved with this. There's a lot of third-party organizations that have been pushing for reform in this matter. We've had communications in my office with a number of groups that have supported this initiative, and I'd like to hear from my colleague about maybe a particular one.
Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I've, of course, read a number of quotes from Ed Broadbent and Preston Manning and from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. But perhaps I'd read just a quote from Lead Now, which is one of the most prominent online groups that supports this. Mr. Speaker, Lead Now says, Lead Now helps hundreds of thousands of Canadians take action on issues they care about online through social media and in their communities. We fully support bringing e-petitions to Parliament, as it will help in the strength the voices of Canadians and help them reach decision makers more effectively. And that sentiment is echoed through many, many civil society groups that have contacted me on this issue and see it as a bright light in what seems to be a rather dark period for Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Well, we actually do have time. If the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands has a short question, we can fit that in. The honourable
Thank you,
member.
Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for Burnaby Douglas for bringing forth this important piece of legislation. I do hope it will get support from across the aisles. In my own riding, a group of constituents from Saanich Gulf Islands raised the same issue with me, and I have a petition in support of the idea. I just wonder if there's anything that my honourable colleague would like us to do on this side of the House and whether he's getting support from people, because it's really a nonpartisan issue.
For Burnaby Douglas.
Well, I thank the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her support, and I think that's what's important here is for all of us to kind of talk about this motion with colleagues, perhaps people we've made friendships with that are open to reasonable change here in the House. And Mr. Speaker, if this went all the way through and it was introduced, it would not affect the business here in the House greatly, but it would impact the lives of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now we'll go to resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to stand today and join in this debate on Motion 428. Initially, I would like to congratulate my colleague opposite for bringing forward this motion for debate in this place. I say that, Mr. Speaker, because I believe that my honourable colleague has brought this forward in an honest attempt to try and have a motion that increases citizens' engagement in the democratic process. And anyone who brings forward any initiative to try and increase all of our citizens in their engagement in the democratic process and the parliamentary system, I think, should be applauded. However, Mr. Speaker, there are several flaws in this motion that I feel would require me to oppose this motion, and I want to articulate those to you and to members in this place in the few moments that I have this morning. My primary and overriding concern with Motion 428, Mr. Speaker, is that it requires the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs to conduct a study with a predetermined outcome. In other words, Mr. Speaker, Motion 428 instructs the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to conduct a study on how to implement a system of electronic petitioning, rather than asking the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to conduct a study as to whether or not a system of electronic petitioning would be beneficial. And that's the primary reason why I must oppose. Mr. Speaker, I believe that a study should be open-minded, a study to rationalize the result that the member wants to see. I don't think that's how Parliament works, Mr. Speaker. I don't think that's how Parliament should work. So I believe that if the member was truly convinced that e-petitioning was a proper system for Parliament to adopt, he should then introduce a bill rather than a motion that could be debated and that could be voted upon. Because a bill then purports that he has a solution and ask Parliament to either ratify it or reject it. But to suggest that a committee conduct a study with a predetermined outcome of that study, I don't think, quite frankly, is democratic at all, and actually even flies in the face of what the member is trying to accomplish. Now, Mr. Speaker, on that basis alone, I would have to oppose this motion. But I think there's some other practical issues, some of which the member opposite tried to address in his presentation, that would again prevent me from endorsing and supporting this motion. Before I get into those practical problems, let me just say this, Mr. Speaker. If the member opposite had suggested that a study be conducted by Procedure and House Affairs with an open-ended view as to whether or not e-petitions should be adopted by this place, that's certainly a motion I think I could consider supporting. In fact, Mr. Speaker, currently in Procedure and House Affairs, there is a study ongoing on change to the standing orders. I think it would be a simple request by the member opposite in the form of a motion to ask the Procedure and House Affairs in its current study of the standing orders to include a study on petitions. If that was the case, Mr. Speaker, I think I could most certainly consider supporting his motion. But unfortunately, because he wants to see a predetermined outcome, I just simply on principle can't support it. But now let me turn my attention to some of the practical problems that e-petitions could cause in Parliament. The member opposite speaks to the systems on e-petitionings that have already been adopted in the United Kingdom and in the United States, and basically says all of the charges of frivolous petitions coming forward are really nonsensical or, quite frankly, should be dismissed. I don't see it that way, Mr. Speaker, because I'll give you a few specific examples of petitions that have reached the threshold of 100,000 signatures that is required in the United Kingdom and have been debated in their Parliament. One of the issues, Mr. Speaker, was on surgery at a local hospital. Well, I'm sure that is a very real concern to members in that particular area of the United Kingdom, but debating a local issue in the Parliament of the United Kingdom, I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. There's also been debates that have occurred in Britain's Parliament, one on a beer duty escalator. What in the world would parliamentarians be doing to enhance democracy for the entire country on a debate such as that? And then there's debates that are brought forward, or at least petitions brought forward, hoping for debates by special interest groups. In the United States, there have been petitions that have reached, once again, the 100,000 signature mark on whether or not Texas should secede for the United States. Another petition that was initiated and received the mandatory 100,000 signature threshold was on whether or not to impeach President Obama. Are those the type of debates we truly think are worthwhile in anyone's Parliament? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. In today's day and age, Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite easy for any well-organized special interest group to achieve a 50,000 signature online petition threshold. And I think that if we adopted this motion, Mr. Speaker, we would find that more and more we would see frivolous motions brought forward for debate, whether or not it be inside the regular sitting hours or outside. I don't believe, Mr. Speaker, that given the context and given the wording of the honourable member opposite's motion, that that would actually enhance democracy and parliamentary debate. I think that if the member opposite thought long and hard about revising his motion and the wording of his motion, it is something that many parliamentarians could see to support. But under the current wording, it's simply not something that I could support, and I think, frankly, Mr. Speaker, most parliamentarians, if they carefully read the motion, carefully thought about the arguments that I'm presenting and many others will present, will have a similar view. Or, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier in my comments, if the member opposite truly believes that e-petitioning is a correct route, and he's certainly entitled to his opinion, and I applaud him again for his motivation, bring it forward, not as a motion, but rather as a bill. It would still have the required debate in Parliament, but it would at least stand to a vote. And that, Mr. Speaker, I think is the proper way into which to bring this forward, rather than instructing a committee to have a study conducted, but here's the result that I want. That's not what studies are about. That's what not parliamentary committees engage in studies. They are not here, Mr. Speaker, to engage in a study at which the result is already known. That's an affront, frankly, to the intelligence and to the independence of all members, whether they be on that side of the House or our side of the House. I cannot for the life of me think why any parliamentarian would agree to engage in a study with a caveat that, regardless of what your study finds, here is the result that you must recommend. Mr. Speaker, that's not democracy. That's not how Parliament works. That's not how Parliament should work. And for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I must oppose Motion 428. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I remember the day when, if you want to talk about what some people may call frivolous petitions, there was a petition some time ago that called for changing Stockwell Day's name to Doris, which was featured by Rick Mercer on CBC. It was one that we all signed in jest, of course. But I only bring that up by way of illustration. And what I mean by that is that I think the honourable member here outlined ways in which we can avoid frivolous petitions such as that. And I think that I had something prepared earlier, but after hearing the member's speech, I'm going to play off that for a bit, because I thought there were many things in there that I think are misconceptions, or perhaps they're playing with concepts here just for the sake. I don't understand why they're against this, quite frankly. I suspect they will be against it now and introduce it themselves under a blue ribbon at a later date. So for the record, I'll put that in there when it happens, and I'm sure my honourable colleague from the NDP will both laugh at this one, because that essentially is going to happen. What he says is study to determine whether it is a good idea should have been in this motion. So he wants a bill itself, which I would agree at this point. Initially, I would have said, yes, a bill would have been great. But as the honourable member points out, that actually that's a little too prescriptive at this juncture. What he's doing here is he's providing the committee instruction to study the idea of how petitions work. Now, the honourable member across the way says that that's not a good idea because you've now told the committee what to do when you should be asking, are electronic petitions really legitimate? But I would argue they are legitimate. Otherwise, actual paper petitions would not be legitimate, if that's the case. It's not about the electronic element of it. What's at the core here is the petitioning of government to seek answers and debate. If he doesn't think that this committee deserves it, we should be studying the idea of whether electronic petitions exist, then he's also calling into question actual petitions. Several over the years, I'm sure, if not thousands, hundreds, he has presented himself. So I find this to be, I find it's a flimsy argument, and I don't understand why they would pursue this. And I'm hoping that other members across the way will support this as well, so we can bring this to the appropriate committee. One of the things that I really genuinely like about this is the fact that there are many people that get involved in the petition issue more and more over the years because they know that it's going to demand that response from the government. And for that, I think is a true element of, it's a true test of any democracy. Recently, the Governor General was in Mongolia, and one of the issues there was about how do you take a new democracy and develop it into something that is more mature, a democracy that is considered to be a prime example of a way democracy should be run in this country or around the globe. Certainly, models of the United Nations of democracies will prove that petitioning is a strong element of any democracy. Therefore, I go back to that argument. If they're going to say we should question the idea of electronic petitioning, then why don't they just say question petitioning itself? So I guess what they're saying is the element of it being electronic, e-petitioning, is what they're against. So they don't like the element of online petitioning. They don't like the element of online engagement with the public, which is kind of bizarre, really, because recently they told fishermen in my riding that you can no longer visit an office to get a license, you have to go online. In addition to that, you cannot, no longer can you call Service Canada to check about your particular file as you're waiting for employment insurance. You can't visit the office. You can't call this number. They recently, now here's the irony, they recently mailed out information to constituents of mine, told them, if you want info, go online. So I'm not seeing, the matchup here is a little peculiar, to say the least. I mean, if you think that changing poor Stockwell's name to Doris is strange. This whole argument falls apart much like that. The member himself talked about frivolous petitions in the sense that you need to have a bill sponsor. Now, really, who in this House would sponsor a bill that changes Stockwell's name to Doris? That's probably a bad question because I just feel that many hands are going up right now. Let me rephrase that. The petition that called for kicking Texas out of the United States of America or kicking any province out of Confederation of Canada. Imagine if that came in here. And that's not a suggestion. Nobody would put their name to that. That's why we talk about the actual individual sponsoring of a petition that makes sense. The ultimate gauge will be the Member of Parliament who signs something that people feel is frivolous. They will pay for it at the polls. That's normally how we do things here, and that's the progression. So again, I would say to members of this House, think for just a moment that if you vote against this, you're really voting against the idea of petitioning. Now, as government, you may think that's not a bad idea. But I'll give you another frivolous petition that may be introduced. How about eliminating public broadcasting, the CBC? Oh, I'm sorry, that was already introduced, yeah, in petitions. Many members of the government already did that. Maybe that's a bad example. But here's the thing. Many over the years have petitioned, including members in the government who were in opposition. You see, I had the benefit of being here in 2004, 2006. Some of my colleagues here have been even longer. They can remember how petition after petition after petition presented in this House by a conservative opposition used to fill up almost an entire hour. So again, I ask the government, and I'm not saying that's wrong. By all means, they're still doing petitions. And great for doing that, because that certainly engages the public. Putting a petition in the House of Commons that requires that response about the issue. It's an answer to constituents, and it's an answer to the country. But I ask them now, before you vote on this, think about it for a moment, because you're actually, according to the argument put forward by the member from Saskatchewan, according to that argument, which I'm assuming is the official government line, they're essentially saying that the idea of petitioning, period, is a bad one. So I would say to that member, if he wants to give instructions to the appropriate committee about e-petitioning, why doesn't he just say petitioning itself? Let's see how that debate goes. Let's gauge how many members would want to actually eliminate that. So finally, I commend my honourable colleague for doing this. We've done so much to push us forward into the new age. You know, just last session, we debated over a bill that pushed crime surveillance, international crime surveillance, into the electronic age. I mean, they practically stood on their heads to say that this is necessary. It has to be done. The world is moving forward. Social media and all these elements of electronic communications are now evolving to the point where government is being done on an electronic basis. I already mentioned Service Canada. I already mentioned many other aspects of government. Fisheries and Oceans, another example. But they've even pushed forward the idea of international surveillance on crime to the electronic age, and they were proud to do so. But when it comes to petitioning, well, no, we don't really like that so much because it may prove to be frivolous. Well, whether they feel it's frivolous or not, I think that a debate that is sponsored by the appropriate level of MPs of these petitions, I think is a fantastic idea. It's a way to engage the public like we haven't done before. But really, it is an extension of what we're already doing. Why the hesitation? Vote for this bill because I think it's time for us, too, to catch up with the rest of the country. Thank you very much, and thank you to the sponsor.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my first speech since coming back from summer break, the long summer break. So first of all, I'd like to welcome everyone back. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Burnaby Douglas for his work on this motion on e-petitions, and in general, on his work as a member of Parliament. I know this is something that he really cares deeply about, and I'm really proud to have him as a colleague. And I wish him every success in modernizing Parliament and fulfilling his dreams of doing so. This motion is important in terms of bringing Canadians closer to the political process. This is something that's a first, but it's actually quite fundamental. Increasingly, we see in our work many young people and not so young who are losing interest in politics. They have the impression that politics is remote, it has no effect on their lives, and whatever they do has no influence on politics. We have to change this perception, Mr. Speaker, by reminding Canadians that we daily deal with Canadians' concerns. We need to give Canadians more tools as well. Tools that increase interactions between citizens and politicians. This interaction will enable us to do what needs to be done to improve democracy and increase the vitality of our institutions. Our petition system is quite frankly antiquated. Technological advances, when it comes to information, make sole reliance on paper-based petitions outmoded. We need a tool of this century so that Canadians can communicate with their members of Parliament. My colleague's motion is a step toward this objective in a professional and well-thought-out manner, and I'd like to look in greater depth at the details of this. But unfortunately, the party opposite would prefer to twist the facts. And yet this motion is quite clear. We want Canadians to be able to sign a petition electronically that will be receivable in the House of Commons, that will be considered in order. It begins as follows: that the Standing Committee on Procedure in the House of Affairs be instructed to recommend changes to the standing orders, etc. So if you vote for this motion, you'll be sending a clear signal. We want to modernize our way of doing things here in Parliament in order to be more inclusive of Canadians. So we're calling on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to do this, and by voting for this motion, we can do something important. I don't know what else to say about one of my colleagues' interventions earlier, who said that this was skipping over certain steps. But I think recognizing in the House that we need to modernize is the right step, and we need to carry through on this. It's quite clear. This would be our referral to a very competent body to do this study, and this would be procedurally quite appropriate. My colleague also included some proposals such as the possibility of triggering a debate in the House of Commons outside current sitting hours when a certain threshold of signatures is reached, and the necessity for no fewer than 5 MPs to sponsor the e-petition. I like those proposals. For a petition to be signed by a certain threshold of Canadians and to hold a debate on that, I think that's not such a big thing to ask for. If a large number of Canadians sign a petition, this is a way of vouching for the seriousness of the issue and getting MPs to debate it. so that the real issues of concern to Canadians are debated. I think we have to do this work. We owe it to petitioners to do this type of work, and I think most Canadians would be surprised to learn that this isn't something that we already do when we receive a petition. They'd be surprised to see that all we do is table it and the minister responds and that's it. I think most Canadians would like to have more debate and have a greater say about what we do here in the House. For a petition like this to require support from a certain number of members is a good thing, obviously to avoid abuse. And I support these proposals, but I'd like to remind my colleagues opposite that these are just suggestions. And the committee can explore them. We need to give the committee the power to establish what would be the best way of going forward for Parliament and for Canada. The specifics, in other words, could be fleshed out by the committee. But unfortunately, some members, some Conservatives, are opposed to bills that are great bills because they are going to nitpick over the smaller details. Sometimes they use these as a pretext. What I see here is an opportunity to work in a nonpartisan manner, and I have every hope that things will evolve and that this type of petition will become a reality. All Canadians will benefit from this change because internet is something we use more and more, and mainly young people will be affected by this motion. As we all know, we probably communicate mostly through the internet, through social network. That's how most young people participate in democracy. Young people in all aspects of their lives are comfortable with new technologies and internet. So this is one way of reaching out to young people and getting them involved in politics. This is something I see in my everyday life. And when I visit schools, universities, and youth centers all across the country, even in my riding, this is what I see. For myself and for young people, it's completely incomprehensible that the House of Commons will not recognize electronic petitions because technology is everywhere but here in the House. You can buy things online, you can fill out forms. My Liberal colleague mentioned that there are a number of things you can do only online. So if we do want to be sure we're inclusive, we should certainly add electronic petitions to things that are presentable in the House. In fact, a pilot project is currently being conducted to make the House more paperless for standing committees to work without paper. And so why not have electronic petitions? I met young people in the Maritimes. I discussed with these young people in the Maritimes the involvement of young people in politics, and it was they were absolutely astounded to learn that they can only present a paper-based petition. And it made them feel even more removed from the political process. It was very unfortunate, and I saw the same reaction when I visited universities in the West, in Ontario, the University of Western Ontario. They really can't believe we're so backward, technologically speaking. And this is something that all young people all across Canada feel in my riding of Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Well, the province of Quebec allows electronic petitions, so I met with young people in my riding who are not old enough to vote yet, but they're already thinking about getting involved in politics in order to make themselves heard And when you tell them that they'd have to pass around a paper document, they just don't believe it. Especially given that the province of Quebec accepts e-petitions, I think, to conclude, Mr. Speaker, it's high time we did here in Ottawa. We really need to include all Canadians in the works of the House of Commons. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to motion M428, sponsored by the member for Burnaby Douglas, which instructs the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to recommend changes to the standing orders to establish an electronic petitioning system. This motion prescribes changes to our convention governing petitions so as to establish an electronic petition system. It would also require the committee to consider, among other things, the possibility of a debate in the House outside of sitting hours when a threshold of signatures is reached. Now, Mr. Speaker, I heard my friend from the Liberal Party, probably the finest weatherman in the House, give all of his reasonings why we should support it. And actually, Mr. Speaker, when I listened to some of his comments with respect to frivolous petitions that he could picture, I think it gives us that whole background on why electronic petitions may or may not be all that effective when it comes to changing people's names or seceding parts of the country by electronic petition. Unless we have some other means to deal with these things, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that the House would be terribly tied up in dealing with those. And I'll begin by noting that the unusual nature of the motion, and namely that it seeks to predetermine the study of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. The motion prescribes a resolution to a study the committee has not conducted, rather than asking the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to undertake an examination of our petition system. The motion dictates to the committee that it must recommend changes to the standing orders to implement an electronic petition system. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the motion would require that the committee report lead to the implementation of electronic petition system for the House. I find that an affront to the members of the committee and more fundamentally to the principle that committees are masters of their own affairs. Instead, the committee should have the ability to review the effectiveness of our petition system under a review of the standing orders and decide on its own terms whether changes are needed. While this House provides the standing committees with the powers to examine and inquire into all such matters as may be referred to them, our standing committees have broad powers to undertake studies relating to their mandates. The Procedure and House Affairs Committee has already undertaken a study on the standing orders. It would seem reasonable that a proposal to modernize the petition system could be studied within that context. Should the committee study this particular issue as part of the standing order study, they will certainly want to develop recommendations based on witness testimony and other research. The member for Burnaby Douglas has an academic background. Prior to being elected, he was professor at Simon Fraser University. So I find it strange that the member is trying to undermine the principle of an evidence-based research. By reading the text of the motion, and I quote, that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be instructed to recommend changes to the standing orders to establish an electronic petitioning system. End of quote, Mr. Speaker. As opposed to evidence-based decision-making, the member has proposed decision-based evidence-making. While I'm willing to support a study to investigate initiatives to modernize our petitioning system as part of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee study of the standing orders, I will not be supporting this motion. If the committee chooses to conduct this review as a member of the committee, I would hope that we actually had the ability to hold meetings, hear from witnesses, and come up with recommendations as opposed to having the outcome dictated by this motion. How much time do we have left, Mr. Speaker?
The member actually has pretty close to the full 6 minutes left in his 10 minutes available. Yeah.
Thank you. I will now turn to the important democratic role that petitions play in the House of Commons. This is where more of my concerns with this motion rest. The presenting of petitions by members of Parliament is a key feature in the democratic representation of the views of constituents in this House. Not only are petitions a key feature of democratic representation, they are a long-standing feature of the House. The House has also provided for the presentation of petitions by members. At the time of Confederation, The rule allowed members to make a statement from whom the petition comes, the numbers of signatures attached to it, and the material allegations it contains. While the rules governing petitions have changed, namely providing a rubric in routine proceedings specifically for this purpose, the presentation of petitions in the House has largely stayed intact. One could assume that the system has and continues to work, in that petitions create a clear link between constituents and the members who represent them. The motion before this seeks to alter that relationship. We should all tread very carefully with changes to our rules that could seek to undermine the connection between members and their constituents. Unfortunately, despite this caution, we are asked by this motion to simply accept its terms without meetings. I would not support that. Our current rules allow members to table over 2,000 petitions each year on a wide range of issues of concern to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Most jurisdictions share the same approach that we have with respect to petitions. Now, the jury is still out on the long-term effect of electronic petitions. However, the experience of the United Kingdom and United States indicates that electronic petitions can have very negative consequences for citizen engagement and parliamentary operations, and can empower special interest groups to advance their issues. Mr. Speaker, that is why I am going to oppose motion M428, and I call on all members to do likewise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. But before we resume debate, I would like to tell the member for Terrebonne-Blainville that she will have 2 minutes to start her speech. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to start by thanking and congratulating the member for Burnaby Douglas for his excellent motion. It's very important to modernize our democracy. The House of Commons needs to reflect the digital era, the 21st century, and that is what this motion attempts to do. Mr. Speaker, it's easier for people these days to contact their members of parliament. They have access on important issues. They can share that information more easily as well. Petitions are, in fact, a major part of the way people communicate over the internet. It's essential, therefore, to acknowledge that here in the House, Mr. Speaker, because whether we like it or not, we are a society now that communicates over the internet. And if we don't use those tools, then our House of Commons will not reflect the digital era of the 21st century. As critic for digital issues, I hear a lot of criticism. Why, in fact, we can't use this technology. It's something that I hear when I travel. 80% of Canadians support this motion, according to a study conducted by my colleague. I have very little time, but I would like to say that having a debate following a petition of 50,000 signatures is also a very important aspect of the motion. People are increasingly dissatisfied with what they're seeing in politics. They want to be represented by their members of parliament, and they want the important issues to them to be debated by parliamentarians. So having a debate on these important issues for Canadians is very important, and the motion will enable this institution to better reflect what citizens want. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville will have 8 minutes remaining when the House resumes a debate on the motion. The time now for private members' business has expired. The order is moved to the bottom of the order paper. Government orders, government bills, comments.
Of the motion for second reading of the bill entitled Economic Action Plan 2013, Act Number 2, Bill C4, and on the amendment of Ms. Nash.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that mouthful of an introduction this morning. It's still a title I'm trying to get used to. It's a little rough around the edges, but it's with great pleasure I rise to speak to this particular piece of legislation this morning because of its importance to our country. I think it's time that we take a look at the last 5 years of our country's economy. If you rewind back to this time in 2008, there was a lot of angst in the global community around the global finance system, economic growth, prospects of countries not being able to pay some of their debts. And it was a time of great uncertainty. We saw, a lot of uncertainty with our major trading partner in the U.S. And, I was not in this House at the time, but certainly working out in the field. It was something where you looked as a professional and said, well, is this deal going to go through? What does this mean for my staff? Are we going to be able to achieve our targets? Are we going to be able to do what our business wants to do? These are questions many Canadians were asking, and they were asking, am I going to have a job at the end of this time? And I look at what our government has accomplished since then through our successive economic actions plans, including the Implementation Act that we're talking about today, and it's amazing where Canada is at. When I look at our job creation record, 1 million net new jobs since the time when we sort of marked the beginning of the economic recovery in 2009, that puts our country at the top of the job creation leaders among the G7s. We certainly have an excellent track record among organizations like the International Monetary Fund. I believe they've called our country one of the best places to do business. Those are facts that show that Canada is really coming into its own in terms of being an economic powerhouse on the world stage. Certainly the execution of an agreement in principle around the Canada-European Trade Agreement is something that's very, very positive for Canada's long-term economic growth prospects. I was speaking with an importer and a distributor in Winnipeg on Friday, and they're actually looking at increasing their retail stores in Canada because they see that this trade agreement positions them so well to be able to get in new products. So it's not just about economic growth, it's about the impact for consumers, and overall it's our government's economic plans that has really positioned Canada to be talking about where do we go next? How do we grow above and beyond the success that we've seen? And that's what this particular bill seeks to do, is to accelerate Canada's economic growth prospects. Some of the items in here which I think are very positive that I hope my colleagues will support are things like extending and expanding the hiring credit for small businesses, and we believe that this will benefit an estimated 560,000 employers. Increasing and indexing the lifetime capital gains exception to make investing in small business more rewarding. Expanding the accelerated capital cost allowance to further encourage investments in clean energy generation. I talked to a bunch of stakeholders in Calgary about a month and a half ago about this particular piece of information. They were very excited about it. Freezing employment insurance premium rates for 3 years, leaving $660 million in the pockets of job creators and workers in 2014 alone. If I have some time towards the end of my speech, I'd like to continue going through some of the other provisions that this Act will allow for Canada's economy to continue to grow and prosper. But I actually want to take the moment to talk a little bit about my department and where we're trying to grow Canada's economy, specifically in the West. As you know, and many of my colleagues know in the House, there are regional development agencies in each part of this country. I represent Western Economic Diversification, a very dynamic group of staff and individuals who are committed to seeing Canada's Western economy, which is certainly a powerhouse for the rest of the country, grow and diversify and prosper in new ways. And one of the key ways that we can do that is through getting innovation to market and encouraging an innovative ecosystem and culture. Having worked in the innovative sector and research administration and intellectual property management for over 10 years in Western Canada, it's been a great pleasure to be part of this portfolio. One of the things that I heard from my stakeholder consultations over the summer clearly was that oftentimes when small, medium-sized enterprises are trying to take a product to market or a new process, that there's actually a capital gap. So in the product development life cycle. So, for example, if there's a small company that has a new device or tool that they think is going to be able to expand their business, create new jobs, create opportunities for highly qualified personnel, taking that from concept to actually scaling it up, testing it, looking at the ways that it can be manufactured, it's that particular piece of work that oftentimes small, medium-sized enterprises can't find funding for in terms of venture capital or traditional lenders. And oftentimes where we have an excellent track record in funding basic research through our tri-councils, it's that sort of particular gap in the product development life cycle that we see entrepreneurs struggle with sometimes. So on Friday, again, in a direct alignment with our government's Economic Action Plan priorities, and this was part of our Economic Action Plan, I announced the Western Canadian Innovation Network Initiative, or WIN for short. And this is something I'm so excited about for Western Canadian entrepreneurs because it will actually fill that gap, or to a certain extent. One of the key things about this particular program is that it's geared towards small, medium-sized enterprises, and we're certainly hoping to see many people apply for it when the new round of funding opens up on November the 8th. We're actually going to hope to see several new products advance to market from this, and some of the details of the program, which are outlined on WD's website, include being eligible to apply for up to $3.5 million in a repayable contribution. Hopefully, you know, these we're looking at projects that can get to market within 3 years and therefore be able to pay back this loan so that future generation of entrepreneurs can also benefit from the same fund while respecting taxpayers' dollars. So I think that that's something that, you know, while it's a small component, it speaks to the larger economic agenda that this government has consistently had, which is to grow Canada's economy, see growth and prosperity for all Canadians. So I certainly hope that for anyone listening out there today that is in Western Canada and would fall into that criteria of a small, medium-sized enterprise that has been in operation for a year or more and has less than 500 employees that may be facing that funding gap, that they would apply in this first round and be considered for this new pool of funding. I think it's a great thing. Some of the other particular components of Economic Action Plan 2013 Number 2 includes closing tax loopholes and combating tax evasions. Some of the important components of this part of the legislation include introducing new monetary penalties and criminal offenses to deter the use, possession, sale, and development of electronic suppression of sales software designed to falsify records for the purpose of tax evasion. Closing tax loopholes related to character conversion transactions, synthetic dispositions, leveraged life insurance arrangements, and other schemes to ensure that everyone pays their fair share. Extending in certain circumstances the period during which the Canada Revenue Agency can reassess a taxpayer who fails to report income from foreign property. Some of these things sound quite technical, but they're actually quite positive in that we're making the tax system more robust and making sure that people who are contributing in Canada's very prosperous economy are paying their fair share, which we think is a very positive thing. And, there's some other components which are very positive, including for post-secondary students, which this Act actually provides for the modernization of the Canada Student Loans Program by moving to electronic service delivery. That's a really positive thing. I mean, I remember having to go and stand in those lines, and this is a really great thing for some of our post-secondary students. So I certainly hope that my colleagues opposite will have a look through this Act and realize that there are provisions in here which are really good for this country and really good for the long-term economic health of Canada. I think that we can all rise today and be proud of where our country is in terms of economic growth, in terms of our prospects for being a world leader internationally, not just now, but for decades to come. And I certainly hope that they will support this, because I think there's a lot of common sense, good measures to support the average Canadian included in here. And I thank you very much for your time today.
Questions and comments. I'll just say before we start into question comments that we only have 5 minutes in this period, so members that go on much more than about a minute, either in their question or in response, will be cut off. in order to give more time for other honourable members to participate. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll keep that in mind. Unfortunately, this government has also cut back services. They've closed my immigration office to the public. They've closed the council services in Detroit. They've actually closing our veterans office, if you can believe it, and also removed our postal services to London. I'd like to ask the honourable member, though, a question with regards to the assertion that they've created 1 million jobs. If they've created 1 million jobs, can she tell me in what sectors? What percentage in the auto sector? What in the agricultural sector or the health science fields? If you're coming here to talk about 1 million jobs created, what sectors have they been created and what percentages?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of sectors across the economy, my colleague, I believe, mentioned the manufacturing sector. I'd ask him to check his leader's economic thought policy around the manufacturing sector when he talked about Dutch disease affecting where we've got a booming energy sector in the West, which creates hundreds of thousands of jobs in the next 25 years, Mr. Speaker, I would hope, across various sectors in the Canadian economy. But he actually said that the energy sector shrunk, the manufacturing sector shrunk because of the energy sector, which has been proven false by, I believe, Statistics Canada, many other think tank groups. So I think maybe they need to get their economic policy in line before they start looking at ours.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to raise an issue in which I believe that many Canadians are concerned about. Time and time again, we hear it as a very important issue. Many, including myself, would say it's probably in the top 3, maybe even possibly the #1 issue, and that is in regards to health care. When the government's brought in budget after budget, they tend to want to ignore the importance of the issue of renewing the health care accord. The health care accord is going to be expiring in 2014. The reason why we have the funding that we have there today, Mr. Speaker, is because of a health care agreement. That's what's allowed us to be able to get that record level of health care services and dollars and resources to our provinces so that Canadians can feel comfortable in knowing that they have a health care system from coast to coast to coast. My question is, when is this government going to deliver on a renewed health care accord?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Frankly, I'm shocked that my colleague brought this up, given that it was his party that slashed and burned funding to Canadian provinces during their tenure in government. Our government's philosophy to managing the finances of this country is pragmatic, and it's the same that any Canadian family would undertake. When a Canadian family looks at their checkbook, they say, if we need to balance this, there's 2 ways that we need to do this. You either need to bring more revenue in or you need to spend less. Any business that asks this question knows that you can balance those 2 components. You can deliver good service, you can deliver effective service, but you can also make sure that that's happening in a context that's being respective of taxpayer dollars, Mr. Speaker. I'm just shocked that my colleague would even bring this up, given their record on health care transfers to the province.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
I'd like to thank the honourable minister for her wonderful speech. The members opposite, all they talk about is spending, spending, spending. They never address the issue of how our country and our economy can create the wealth for which we can have all these great social services that our government is funding. Can the minister tell us why it's important to have a climate for economic growth and what our budget is doing to ensure that economic growth continues?
Minister of State.
Well, I thank my hardworking colleague for his question and congratulate him on his moose, which his constituents will appreciate. Mr. Speaker, our government has consistently stated that one of our key goals is to get back to balance. And, as our finance minister has stated, we're well on track to do that. You contrast that with the economic policy of my colleagues opposite. Their shadow budget didn't even include numbers. Shocker, numbers are important when it comes to a budget, Mr. Speaker. And then my colleague opposite from third party, his only policy to date has basically been up in smoke. So,
questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island. A short question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by congratulating my honourable colleague, whom I also like to count as a friend, for her promotion and that she now is within Privy Council. I would be happy to support some of the motions and parts of C4 that she mentioned, such as the software that allows for fraud at point of sale. We should deal with that. But will she not agree with me that it makes it very difficult for members of the opposition who read such 300-plus page bills carefully to vote for them when they are omnibus in nature and include many portions that I can't possibly support, such as weakening the Canada Labour Code?
Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I thank my colleague for her congratulations, and I look forward to working with her. You know, Mr. Speaker, I think every once in a while as parliamentarians, we have to sit back and look where we are in a country. And certainly we have passed a great deal of legislation in this House. But when you look at some of our international partners and some of the legislative gridlock that they face and what that means for their businesses, what we see with this government, Mr. Speaker, is clear action, tangible results, and an investment for business growth. This is a very positive thing, as is this legislation, and I certainly hope she will support it.
Well, without any commentary on the content either side, that was an outstanding round of questions and comments. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Random, Buren St. George's. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my pleasure today. I guess I'm not sure it's a pleasure, but I want to stand here and speak to the budget. And after going throughout Random, Buren St. George's for an extended season, I must say, thanks to the Prime Minister who chose to prorogue the House of Commons so that we weren't back here to deal with some of these issues that have been raised in the budget. I learned from my constituents a lot of the issues that they're dealing with and why it is they're having the problems that they're having. And a lot of it points to the lack of leadership, I'm told, by this Conservative government. And the reality is that my constituents continue to tell me that unless that leadership is there on issues and policies and programs that are, I guess, controlled or maintained by the federal government, unless the federal government is more cognizant of issues impacting particular people who live in rural communities, then they're never going to be able to get out of the bind they're in. And they're asking, as I meet with them, as I do every weekend, but particularly over that extended period this summer, to bring forward their concerns, to see if it isn't possible for this government to get its head out of the sand, to start listening to Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and to recognize that there are people who are having a difficult time. There are people who are finding it hard to make ends meet. So they've asked me to bring forward their concerns, hoping that the government will listen and will take into account. And they're certainly not at all impressed when they look at a budget bill that has so much in it that it's hard for parliamentarians to decipher it and take the time needed to go through it bill by bill by bill. So how is it that they can expect Canadians to do so? Particularly Canadians who live in rural communities, some of whom don't even have access to the internet, some of whom have no way of finding out what's in this budget bill unless their members of parliament convey to them what it contains and explain to them what it contains. But at the same time, it's hard for members of parliament to get that message across because, of course, there's so much in the budget. So again, we see where a Conservative government has put forward a budget that does not take into account the concerns of Canadians, no matter where they live in our country. The Budget Implementation Act and the surrounding debate is further evidence that this government just does not get it. Rather than congratulating itself on mediocrity, the government should focus its efforts on ensuring families in Random, Buren, St. George's and the rest of Canada do not continue to struggle. The fact that Canada's fiscal situation is better than that of Spain or Greece doesn't change the reality for those in my riding who are without a job through no fault of their own, or for those adult children, or for those whose adult children have moved back home because there are no employment opportunities for them, or they are underemployed and, of course, cannot afford to live independently, so they end up living with their parents. At events, again, throughout my riding, constituents have told me they are tired of being ignored by this Conservative government. They expect better, and so they should. Right. Bill C-4, sadly, is just more of the same omnibus legislation that Canadians from coast to coast to coast have come to expect, but not accept, from Conservatives out of touch with the real needs of people who try desperately to make ends meet. But they find themselves falling behind because of the measures being enacted by this Conservative government. At a time when the Bank of Canada is cutting its growth and inflation estimates across the board and warning, and I quote, the risk of exacerbating already elevated household imbalances, end quote, this government introduces legislation and uses rhetoric showing they are completely ambivalent to the fact that Canada's economic growth is rapidly slowing. After 18 consecutive months cautioning investors that the bank would soon be raising the interest rate from 1%, the Bank of Canada has been forced to drop the rate hike talk altogether to try to stimulate investment or risk compounding the weak economic outlook caused by this Conservative government. The Bank of Canada even pushed back its projected target for Canada's economy to return to full production 6 months later than it had recently forecast. In fact, the Bank of Canada now predicts the economy will return to full production. At the same time, Canadians will return to power the Liberal government in 2015.
Hear, hear.
At a crucial point in Canada's economic future, this Conservative government has once again failed to put forward a Budget Implementation Act to grow the economy and help create jobs. Liberals have for years called on the government to freeze its scheduled employment insurance premium hikes. Finally, the Conservatives are reversing their ill-timed tax hikes on Canadian jobs, which would have made it more expensive for employers to hire those in need of work. And while I'm relieved the government has decided to heed the Liberal advice and freeze EI premiums for the next 3 years, after years of steadily increasing the cost workers and employers must pay into the program, freezing EI premiums for the next 3 years won't make up for the billions of dollars in increases the Conservatives forced on employees and employers to pay during this fragile economy. If the Conservatives truly wanted to address the problems with employment insurance, which they created, they would have used Bill C-4 to reverse the punishing changes they made to the EI program last year. EI is still inaccessible to thousands of Canadians who need it, even though they paid into the program. And although this Budget Implementation Act contains a number of provisions that were not in the initial budget document, such as many of the technical tax measures in Part 1 of this Act, it is telling the Conservatives are unwilling to use Bill C-4 to take action to make EI more accessible to those who need the support. Furthermore, the Conservative government has completely ignored the need to address the factors driving high unemployment and underemployment, as well as the need for improving skills training and education. The only time this budget addresses skills is when it changes the name of the Department of Human Resources and Skills Development to the Department of Employment and Social Development. And this is a sign that the government is no longer interested in skills training. There are still too many jobs without skilled Canadians to fill them, and trying to push programs on provinces' employers without consultation will simply not result in the skills training needed. Canadians need a government committed to helping create jobs for Canadians. And I say help create, because it is a partnership. We don't expect the government to create all the jobs. We expect them to make it possible and make an environment exist where jobs can be created. They also need a government whose priority is to ensure Canadians receive the training they need to fill existing vacant jobs. Not surprisingly, as I alluded to previously, this Omnibus Budget Implementation Act contains many changes that have nothing to do with Budget 2013.
That's right.
It is a sad state of affairs when the Finance Minister cannot even answer questions on his own legislation, instead opting to refer questions to other ministers because the government has squeezed so many disparate bills into Bill C-4, including major public service labour changes and modifications to the appointment of Supreme Court judges. While the Finance Minister claims this is the, and I quote, mechanics of government, the truth is it is easier for the Conservatives to restrict debate and avoid scrutiny if they lump dozens of bills together, which has become the hallmark of this government. Unfortunately, that is so. When you combine legislation in this way to avoid transparency, mistakes are bound to happen. For example, this bill fixes an error in the last budget, where the government mistakenly included a disincentive to fishermen working non-fishing jobs in the off-season by discarding fishing income for their calculation of EI benefits for those who worked 421 hours or more in a non-fishing job. As many members of this House prepare to attend Remembrance Day events in their ridings, we cannot allow this government's continued attack on veterans to go without proper scrutiny. Bill C-4 cuts the number of members sitting on the Veterans Review and Appeal Board from 29 to 25. Worse, we know that under the Conservatives, only slightly more than 50% of board positions are presently filled. This board is tasked to, and I quote, provide veterans and other applicants with an independent avenue of appeal for disability decisions made by Veterans Affairs Canada, end quote. From time to time, far too many veterans know firsthand Veterans Affairs Canada makes mistakes that they need to have to review. And, Mr. Speaker, that will continue as long as this government refuses to acknowledge the fact that services are being cut to the most vulnerable in our country, and it doesn't matter what part of the country you live in, but particularly in our rural communities. So while services and programs are being cut, Canadians are being made to suffer.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if my colleague can provide some additional comment in terms of the manner in which the government has brought in budget bills, implementation bills, where they have actually introduced numerous pieces of legislation that should not be a part of the budget bill. Ultimately, I would argue saying that they're bringing in other legislation through the back door of a budget bill, and why this is the wrong way in terms of bringing in legislation, because it denies the opportunity to have a good, thorough debate on what should be individual pieces of legislation.
Member for Random Buren St. George's.
Thank you, and I thank my colleague for his question, because it is something that has been raised throughout my riding, particularly when you go to an event and they're asking you about what's in the budget. And the time it would take to be able to explain to them what's in this particular budget, you just don't have that kind of time and still spend time talking about other issues. The reality is that these omnibus budgets have become the hallmark of this particular government. And it has to change, Mr. Speaker, because no parliamentarian has time to review every aspect of this budget. And then when they lump in changes to labour, and they look at changes or bringing in bills that deal with the appointment of Supreme Court judges into a budget bill, it raises the question about exactly what this government is about. But people know. People know that what the government is about, and that is to hide so that we cannot possibly know the ins and outs of what's in the budget, because it is so large.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for McLeod.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with great intent to the speech that my honourable colleague from Newfoundland just presented. She spent quite a bit of time talking about EI premiums, and there's always a discussion amongst Canadians as to whether it was actually $57 billion or $58 billion that the previous Liberal government took out of the EI fund when they were in power. I wonder if she could clarify that number. Was it $58 billion or $57 billion? I'm confused, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my colleague's question and his bit of humor that he's injecting into it here. The reality is that, Mr. Speaker, for people who are on EI, who need to access the EI program, it is a program that they pay into, as do the employer. And it doesn't matter what government stripe is in power, this money is the money paid into by both parties, who will, certainly one who will need to avail of it, and one who makes it possible for them to avail of it. So I don't care what political stripe is in power. We need to recognize how important this program is. There are people who lose jobs through no fault of their own. They want to work. They need this support. It's not a handout. It's a hand up at a time when they need it. But it is their money and their money alone.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, certainly the official opposition New Democrats are strong supporters of a well-funded and effective EI system that can deliver quickly the benefits that employees and employers have paid into. And my friend opposite is quite right that the money that's paid into the EI system is money that has been deducted from employees' checks and is paid for by employers. It is the money of employees and employers. So I'd like to ask her, she just said that that's the case, this is the money of employees and employers, then why did the Liberal government, not 10 years ago or so, take over $50 billion of employees and employers' money and transfer that into general revenue? Why did they?
Random Buren St. George's.
Could be done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank my colleague for the question, and I can see that is one that they want to hang their hat on. The reality is that if it was done with approval at the time. Was it right? Again, the Auditor General at the time said this was the right thing to do. Does it mean it should happen again? We never know what the circumstances are going to be, Mr. Speaker, but the reality is that when people need to avail of the employment insurance program, they should be able to do it. And I don't think under a Liberal government that people were not able to avail of it. The reality is today that people are having difficulty based on the decisions by the Conservative government in terms of availing of an EI program, and then the decisions that they're making that are having devastating impacts with respect to certain components of the EI legislation.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to rise today in support of Bill C-4. I will be focusing my comments on the proposed amendments within Bill C-4 that apply to the Public Service Labor Relations Act, in large part because of the misinformation and rhetoric that we hear from the opposition on the proposed amendments that are of truly epic proportions. Let's be clear. The intent of these changes is to ensure that the public service is affordable, modern, and high-performing. I believe it's important to look at some of these proposed changes in greater detail in order to see what is actually being proposed. It is true that Bill C-4 includes measures to modernize and streamline the collective bargaining process and the public service recourse system. And I would like to take a moment to explain why these reforms are important for Canadians and for our public service. Let's begin with the proposed amendment to extend the current 4-month period up to 12 months. I am certain most would agree providing more time increases the odds that a new agreement can be reached prior to the expiry of an existing collective agreement. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-4 also proposes that the employer has the exclusive right to designate essential services. And I would also like to speak to the importance of this amendment. Ultimately, the public service exists not for the benefit of big public sector union bosses and their opposition political friends. The role of the public sector is to serve the tax-paying public, Canadians. By extension, a democratically elected government represents the interests of taxpayers and such should have the right to identify what Canadians consider to be essential services. This is an important point when you consider that an opposition member currently receiving money from unions is quoted as saying essentially he could not be a bigger friend to them. I submit that that particular member has all but conceded who he is looking out for, Mr. Speaker, and it's certainly not the taxpayer. Likewise, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the third party is also reported as receiving significant amounts of union money in speaking fees while sitting as a member of Parliament. Again, Mr. Speaker, I point out that when it becomes the interest of taxpayers and public sector unions, only our government represents Canadians fairly, and that is reflected in this piece of legislation. Canadians know that it's the responsibility of government to maintain public safety and protect the interests of Canadians. It's part of what Canadians elect a government to do. For this reason, I submit it is entirely fair and reasonable that it is the democratically elected government, on behalf of the Canadians, who should determine essential programs and services within the federal government. I'd also like to speak to the arbitration provision that exists within C-4 for essential services employees. Arbitration would be the resolution mechanism in cases where a bargaining unit has 80% or more of the positions designated as essential, or if both parties mutually consent to binding arbitration. Given that essential employees are not able to participate in strike activity if no agreement can be reached, arbitration offers a meaningful dispute resolution solution while minimizing disruptions that could compromise the health and safety of Canadians. Another proposed amendment I would like to highlight requires arbitration boards and public interest commissions to give greater consideration to the government's recruitment needs and fiscal circumstances. These amendments ensure that the value of all salaries, benefits, and other compensations, and not solely wages, is considered when determining fair compensation. It also includes provisions that the public interest commissions and arbitration boards set out reasons, rationales, when making awards and recommendations. I believe that most here in this place would agree that this is common sense. Canadian taxpayers deserve to know the reasons behind decisions dealing with large amounts of tax dollars, and this proposal, Mr. Speaker, will make that happen. I'd also like to point out another amendment that requires separate agencies to seek approval from Treasury Board, the President of the Treasury Board, before consenting to binding arbitration. This is an important amendment for the benefit of Canadian taxpayers, who expect public sector compensation to be fair and reasonable. For the protection of the taxpayers, it is imperative that the President of the Treasury Board has the ability to review any terms and conditions that could have a significant impact on public sector compensation. I believe that a democratically elected government should not be powerless when it comes to the spending of tax dollars in public sector wages and benefits, and that's one of the many reasons why I support this bill. Another amendment that I will mention today is the elimination of the compensation analysis and research function of the Public Service Labor Relations Board. Mr. Speaker, this service has been negated by the fact that bargaining agents consistently do their own research. As such, this amendment proposes the elimination of a rarely used service that will result in savings to the taxpayer. I'd also like to share some of the proposals I believe that will be a benefit to the public service. I believe all members of this House will agree that employees expect and deserve to be treated fairly. When conflicts occur, it's important for all sides that a timely and effective process is in place to deal with issues of concern. Although many of our current recourse mechanisms meet these objectives, over the course of time, a number of additional processes and procedures have arisen. This has resulted in a complex patchwork of systems that at times is legalistic, often cumbersome, and costly. Bill C-4 proposes an amendment designed to simplify this process. The amendment proposes that the allegations of employment-related discriminations should be addressed through the grievance process. This amendment eliminates the potential for duplicate proceedings and related expenses that can further delay workplace dispute resolutions. Now, this is a benefit for all workers. I also like to be clear on another point. All third-party rights to issue remedies to the public servant who complains of alleged discrimination will remain intact. Public service employees, as citizens, would still be able to file a Canadian Human Rights Commission complaint on matters other than workplace disputes. Bill C-4 also requires bargaining agents and the employer to share the expenses of grievance adjudication, with the exception of grievances related to discrimination. Now, sharing these costs is a standard practice in virtually all workplaces in Canada. I would ask why the federal government would be any different. Another point I'd like to raise, Mr. Speaker, is that Bill C-4 requires employees to obtain bargaining agent support before filing a grievance, except for grievances related to discrimination. I believe this is an important consideration, as the union is recognized as the exclusive bargaining agent for the employees and in the bargaining unit and has both the expertise and experience in this regard. C4 also proposed a revised staffing complaint process. Now, currently to be appointed to a position within the public service, an individual must be found qualified. If a candidate is deemed unqualified for a position, that individual should challenge the appointment, could challenge, the appointment of another individual through a complaint, clearly creating a potentially adversarial process. Bill C4 amends this process in that a candidate could only challenge the determination of his or her own qualifications and not those of another candidate deemed qualified for the position. This creates a much fairer, more efficient, and less adversarial process. Mr. Speaker, the final proposal I will raise today is the consolidation of Public Service Labor Relations Board and the Public Service Staffing Tribunal into the Public Service Labor Relations and Employment Board. Clearly, this proposal reduces the overlap and duplication of bureaucracy that helps avoid a lengthier and more costly process. Mr. Speaker, while there's certainly been a significant amount of rhetoric and alarmist language on the proposed changes that I've spoken about, it is clear that on closer inspection, these amendments are certainly responsible and reasonable. Mr. Speaker, Bill C4 will help to ensure the public service is affordable, modern, high-performing in a manner that respects the taxpayer and our public service, and I encourage all members of this House to support this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to speak today on the Economic Action Plan 2013, number 2. And, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the results on which our country is now coasting, economic results that are the toast of the world over, relate to an approach to government and an approach to business for which this conservative government is becoming renowned. And it goes back to what a mentor once taught me many years ago when I was running a business in a very competitive environment in Taiwan. And the lesson I learned was, may the niche be with you. That means, can you focus on something that is your calling, something that will lead you to success? And Mr. Speaker, that's what I believe this government has done. This finance minister, through over 7 successful budgets, and again in this Budget Implementation Act, Mr. Speaker, we see the same hallmarks of success. And let's delve for a minute into what those successful results have meant for Canadians. What we've seen is the best economic results in the world. We've seen Canada's performance exceed that of all other G7 nations. We've seen, Mr. Speaker, over 1 million new jobs created since the recession began in July 2009. By far the best job creation record in the G7. And, Mr. Speaker, unemployment rates are below those of the United States, the first time in 3 decades that we have witnessed such an amazing, strong performance. The International Monetary Fund and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development have both said that Canada is likely to have the strongest growth in the years ahead. And our GDP, our debt-to-GDP ratio, Mr. Speaker, it is by far the best in the G7. In 2012, it was 34.6%. Germany was a distant second at 52%. For the 6th straight year, the World Economic Forum has rated Canada as having the best banking system in the world. And this would amaze the clients that I dealt with in Asia when I practiced law in that part of the world. Well, Canada now has the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment in the G7. And Canadians are facing the lowest tax burden in some 50 years, Mr. Speaker. Those are the hallmarks of success and the kinds of things that we see implicit in this Budget Implementation Act. So, Mr. Speaker, may I say to people in government everywhere, if people could only follow the lead of this Conservative government, may the niche be with you. Focus on what is the priority for those governed. then we would see success everywhere. Mr. Speaker, politics is renowned to be local, and I'd like to just delve into some of the examples of these successful hallmarks as they have manifested in the riding I have the honor to represent. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, in the shipbuilding world, the Honourable Minister of Public Works and Government Services announced this month a contract to C-SPAN to build 10 additional large non-combat ships for our Coast Guard in the Vancouver shipyards. This is a contract worth $3.3 billion. It's a blockbuster. It's going to create thousands of jobs, including many in the riding I represent. But, Mr. Speaker, that's just the beginning of the story. It's a story that I would like to speak on for hours, not the few minutes that are allotted to me. But this Conservative government has seen a shipbuilding business, which was being written off as a sunset industry, become a sunrise industry in our great country, Mr. Speaker. In addition to those thousands of high-paying jobs, we see economic development throughout the country. Industry analysts are saying that in total, the national shipbuilding strategy is going to bring some 15,000 jobs across Canada and over $2 billion in annual economic benefit over the next 30 years. Mr. Speaker, some sunrise industry. Mr. Speaker, this is one great example of May the Niche Be With You, how a focus on economic development and job creation is putting Canadians in good stead as we compete to create a truly international center of excellence for shipbuilding in Vancouver. Mr. Speaker, a second example of how this government's focus, its laser beam focus on the economy and jobs is creating success is in the pulp and paper world. In the riding I represent, Howe Sound Pulp and Paper is one of the largest employers in one of the most important sectors in British Columbia. And we saw, Mr. Speaker, in 2010 a sizable amount of money invested not just in upgrading an important mill, but in what was called the Pulp and Paper Green Transformation Program, an excellent example of ensuring that the environment is the economy, a doctrine that I'm trying to cultivate both in the riding and throughout the country, a doctrine that suggests that our resources and our economy are not at odds with one another, but instead are intertwined, something that our government grasps and this Conservative government continues to endorse. So we've seen this specific investment in the Sunshine Coast part of the riding I represent increasing productivity in an environmentally friendly manner. May the niche be with you. We see that again demonstrated in the pulp and paper industry. And Mr. Speaker, more and more we're seeing that in the world of the arts, this is an important economic driver. And we've seen in past budgets and directly or indirectly through the encouragement of this Budget Implementation Act, continued support by this government for the arts. And Mr. Speaker, I've seen again and again how people are thronging to the riding I represent to attend festivals. Festivals just like the two for which we announced funding in the last month, the Seashell Arts Festival and the Seashell Written Arts Festival. Two examples where our government, through a very wise use of taxpayers' dollars, is seeing those dollars leveraged over and over again by people in the arts who are in and of themselves demonstrating an international prowess that makes us the toast of the world in arts, but also creating economic development and creating jobs. Mr. Speaker, let me move from shipbuilding to the arts to fisheries, another area where our government is investing and where our government is showing that when the niche is with you, that you can indeed succeed. In the last budget, Mr. Speaker, we saw two great strides forward for fisheries. And these came very much as a result of legislators representing British Columbians and other Canadians who said that we need to reward the amazing efforts of our volunteers who are improving fisheries habitat around the country. This is not just for the fisheries, this is for jobs and this is for growth. So the Recreational Fisheries Conservation Partnership Program was created, a great program that is seeding super projects around the country. And we saw 2 of those projects funded in the riding I represent, projects that will enhance fisheries habitat, will encourage volunteers, and will lead directly and indirectly to jobs and economic growth. And I'm speaking, Mr. Speaker, of the Evans Creek Rewatering Project and the Tiempo Coho Restoration Project submitted by the Squamish River Watershed Society. Kudos to the Sea to Sky Fisheries Roundtable and Pacific Salmon Foundation that collaborated to make those a success. And Mr. Speaker, also, we saw in the last budget enhanced support for the Pacific Salmon Foundation, one of the best volunteer organizations in the country. Mr. Speaker, these are all examples of how the Government of Canada has continued to support and build up successful industries, not only in British Columbia, but throughout Canada. The niche is with this Conservative government, and because the government is focusing on jobs and growth, both in this Budget Implementation Act and in all of its actions, Canadians are benefiting, and we continue to be the toast of the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech today, and he's talking about the economy. And some of the things that we're witnessing in my area is a return with the investment to the auto industry. The government didn't want to do that at first. We were brought kicking and screaming to the table, but it's been a significant rebound to some degree. But the reality is that we haven't seen it pick up like the United States and other countries where their auto industry is growing. Ours is still just recovering, but it hasn't gone to the same degree as the Americans. So I'd like my colleague if he has some comments on the auto industry and what we can do to enhance it and why the Canadian the Canadian situation is different than the rest of the world.
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la question de...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for my colleague's question. I think whatever industry you refer to, the case is the same. The unemployment rate is lower than our G7 competitors, including the United States. Our unemployment rate is lower than in the U.S. This is the first time in 30 years you can say that Canada is better than the U.S. Regardless of the industry, whether it's the auto industry or other industries, we see the same success. It's not perfect, not at all. We have a lot of work still to do. But it's really a huge success, and we should congratulate our Minister of Finance and our Prime Minister for their leadership in this area.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'Honourable Député de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to my colleague's speech. I thought it was interesting what he said. May the niche be with you. I don't know why I was having visions of Star Wars movies, thinking about the fact that we're holding this debate on time allocation motions over an omnibus bill over 300 pages long. I don't know why I was having visions of the Phantom Menace and then flash forward to 2015 and A New Hope.
Does may the niche be with you mean exactly?
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Merci bien pour la question.
Thank you very much for the question. It highlights our priorities because when there are a lot of issues, you have to highlight your own priority, and to highlight a priority, you have to know what your priorities are, first of all. There was a lot of consultation with Canadians. I consulted this summer. A lot of ministers visited my riding. They listened to the viewpoints of Canadians, and we see increasingly that Canadians want us as a government. They want us to help them find jobs and incomes, and that's why the country's doing so well right now.
La députée de La Pointe-de-l'Île.
Merci beaucoup. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to ask my colleague a question, a simple one. This budget contains measures, once again, affecting the public service and labour relations. But the President of the Treasury Board was very clear. He said, first of all, the legislation needs to be enacted, and then he will be forthcoming with details on the bill. Is that very democratic in the views of my colleague opposite? First of all, the President of the Treasury Board is forcing us to adopt this legislation, then, at that point only, to disclose details. Does my colleague opposite think that is democratic? I'd like to hear his answer. The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Cedar Sky Country. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. Each time she speaks in the House, I realize just how clearly she speaks French. It's very easy for me as an Anglophone to understand her, and I thank her for that. In this process, it is necessary, Mr. Speaker, to have legislation. The legislation we're debating today to implement the budget. There are many other pieces of legislation as well that we will be looking at in this House. We'll have a number of opportunities to debate them. I have a great deal of confidence in the level of the democratic process here.
Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. On resuming debate.
Merci. Je suis quand même.
Thank you.
Parler.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sad that I have to stand up today to speak to this bill because, well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to focus on Section 19 in Part 3, 471, and so on, which deal with the appointing of Supreme Court justices. Like the last three budget implementation bills, Mr. Speaker, and in fact, I'm going to be talking about Supreme Court nominations or appointments, as well as budget implementation. But there's something here that doesn't make sense. Like, as I was saying, the last three budget implementation bills, we will be opposing the bill because of its content and the process. Bill C4 includes a host of highly complex measures. Many of them are not even budgetary in nature, and that is where the problem lies. They need to be considered in depth. This is such a broad-ranging bill, and I will point out that we are also facing a time allocation motion on this bill, so not only have a number of initiatives been lumped together, issues that don't go together necessarily and that don't deal with the economy, nor do they deal with budgetary measures. But in addition to that, it's being done in a way to prevent members from this House to speak to the issues and to conduct the studies and give them the consideration they deserve. And I'm not alone when I say that, Mr. Speaker. There are others. Look at what Andrew Coyne stated, editorialist. He said this type of mammoth bill violates the convention based on confidence and is simply used to protect bills that otherwise would not make it through the House. It's important to know how legislators, lawmakers, us in other words, intend to vote. We have no idea whether members are for or against certain parts of the bill. All we know is that they voted in favor of the entire omnibus bill or voted against it. There is no common thread, nor are there fundamental issues that link them. It's kind of like a buffet or a smorgasbord. The government wants to force Parliament once again to approve its legislative agenda in one fell swoop, especially as regards, as I was saying earlier, Section 19, Part 3, Sections 471 and 472, which deal with the appointment of Supreme Court justices. Stephanie Marin from the La Presse Canadienne provided a good factual background document on this bill and stated that adding 471 and 72 to the bill, dealing with the appointment of Supreme Court judges, is one to single out. I think it's important to show you that it's not simply a technicality, as I thought I heard someone say on the Conservative benches. No, it's a fundamental substantive problem. 471 and 472, Mr. Justice. Oh, sorry, I thought I was back in court again here, Mr. Speaker. Came in as a result of the appointment of Marc Nadon, who is the most recent appointee to the Supreme Court of Canada. Now, bear in mind the day the Prime Minister appointed Marc Nadon to the Supreme Court of Canada, he had the act of nomination in one hand and in the other a legal opinion from the Honourable Ian Binney, who is a former Supreme Court Justice, because the government had seen fit to turn to him to see whether a person who was from the Federal Court of Appeal could be appointed to the Supreme Court of Canada to fill one of the 3 positions allocated to the province of Quebec in order to protect our legal status in this country. To resolve the issue, or the problem, and I say unfortunately, because if someone has respect, well, Mr. Speaker, I just can't tell you just how much respect I have for this last legal institution in this country. I have so much respect for it. But the Conservative government has there again succeeded in politicizing that institution as well, which should not be political. It should be at arm's length from politics. It should be in a position to make decisions of last resort without having to focus on issues dealing with who is on the bench. And up till recently, that was the case. Now, I'm not criticizing Justice Nadon in any way. He's had a stellar career in many respects. The real issue, however, is what Section 6 of the Supreme Court Act meant, the interpretation of it. So here's the situation. The government came forth with the nomination, with a legal opinion, and since then, and in fact, I could read through many comments that have been made on the issue. There are documents or speeches, papers written by legal experts, constitutional experts who are all much more qualified to comment on it than I am. But read through Interpretation Quebec and the Supreme Court Act by Michael Blackson from the University of Ottawa with his colleague, and you'll see that this is not just a technical issue. It's not something that we normally see in a Budget Implementation Act. These are fundamental issues that go to the very heart of our federation. So for Ian Binney to say that, tell the government that it's okay, well, there are people in Quebec, including the Quebec government, who have, or which have said no, that doesn't comply with Section 6. Now, Mr. Speaker, there should be enough doubt in this regard for the Government of Canada, through the Minister of Justice, to refer the matter to the Supreme Court. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would have to say that after having not done much for weeks on the matter, I'm happy to see the government taking action. The province of Quebec has 3 judges on the Supreme Court, and in the meantime, there are only 2 sitting because Justice Marc Nadon, in his great wisdom, has sidelined himself while he waits for the situation, which could have been avoided so easily by the government if they had decided not to proceed without having 100% guarantees that the decision was right, not with respect to, again, the person chose, but with respect to the section of the Supreme Court Act referred to by 471 and 472 in Bill C4. Those 2 measures will change the sections 5 and 6 of the Supreme Court Act to clarify what in the view of the government of the day, Sections 5 and 6 of the Supreme Court Act meant. Now, this is very worrisome, Mr. Speaker, because without any consultations, they're proceeding. Now, I'm not making this up on the fly, Mr. Speaker. There was an information session that was organized by people from finance on Bill C-4, and when they were questioned on Division 19, Sections 471 and 472, they said that, in their view, it was retroactive if the bill were to be adopted. However, if you look at the reference to the Supreme Court of Canada, it clearly states that the question being put to the Supreme Court is this: one person who has been registered as a barrister or advocate at least 10 years at least 10 years standing, can this person be appointed pursuant to standing to Sections 5 and 6 of the Supreme Court Act, and can the Parliament take legal action with respect to a Supreme Court justice if a person was or had been in the province for 10 years, or take the measures as outlined in Section 471 and 472, which is part of the Economic Action Plan. Now, the questions are put by way of a referral to the Supreme Court of Canada. This will be adopted before we even get a response from the Supreme Court of Canada, and that is nonsensical, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I put forth a motion with the hopes of having the unanimous support of the House to withdraw those two clauses from Bill C-4 in Division 19. They have absolutely nothing to do with the budget implementation legislation. It was rejected outright by the members opposite, and the situation was caused solely by the government, the Prime Minister's government, which does not take into account any recommendations or suggestions. They listen to only what they want to. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have so many other things that I would like to say about this bill, but we're facing time allocation. This is a very limited amount of time that we'll have on this. The Justice Committee won't even have an opportunity to examine 471 and 472 as required. The time is up for the speech. We'll now move to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking my colleague for her remarks. As she normally does, she's provided us with very relevant and pertinent explanations regarding the issues she raised on Bill C-4, more specifically with respect to the appointment of Supreme Court justices. Now, she also said that the government is denying reality, not considering reality, and is denying the people of this country democracy. Once again, they're putting forth a time allocation motion. It's not with a view to enable us enabling us to debate all of the issues, all of the measures contained in Bill C-4. It is, unfortunately, I must point out once again, an omnibus bill. Now, to get back to my question, I'd like to ask my colleague to clarify the impact of this type of regulation regarding decisions to the Supreme Court of Canada. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that was an excellent question. There's a huge impact here because at present, Mr. Speaker, we're facing a bench that should be made up of 9 justices. That court is called upon to hear from a host of major issues, and this government has chosen to refer a number of matters to the Supreme Court. There is another one regarding the Senate, or the change or the makeup of the Senate, what types of constitutional changes or constitutional considerations would be required. So with the court being one judge short for Quebec, well, that is having an impact. Whether people like it or not, constitutional aspects are of the utmost importance, Mr. Speaker. It's not for the fun of it that people are reading Sections 5 and 6. No, it's because the position under Section 5 is a very important one. Under Section 6, there is clarification required. This is a major problem, and it won't be resolved in the weeks to come. It may take up to a year. It is something that's very sad, Mr. Speaker, because it could have been avoided.
Pierre-Fond-Dollard.
The Honourable Member for Pierre-Fond-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. She has an incredible amount of experience in this area, and she is sharing her knowledge with us here today. Well, let's look at the facts, Mr. Speaker. My colleague was given 10 minutes. It was a 10-minute speech. She could have devoted an entire hour to 2 clauses in the bill. This bill, which makes changes to over 70 pieces of legislation. This is very frustrating, Mr. Speaker, because there are other aspects of the bill that should be and could be studied in committee. It would be in our best interest to listen to interests on these various aspects of the bill. So I would like to ask my colleague which experts could appear to speak to the issues she's raised today, and how would it be beneficial to members of Parliament? What type of information would they provide? What would the consequences be if we don't listen to those types of experts? The Honourable Member for Gatineau. There will be a huge impact, Mr. Speaker. The expertise we're seeking is constitutional expertise. Under Section 6, there are constitutional considerations, and I'd like to read through it because there are many people who talk about the matter, but without talking about the situation as such. Section 6 states that at least 3 of the judges are chosen from the Court of Appeal or the Quebec Superior Court, or among lawyers affiliated with them. So everything's in the interpretation of Section 6, and as I said earlier, not based on Section 5, which states that a person who has already been at least member of a bar for at least 10 years, or a province, is eligible for the Supreme Court. Section 6 is more precise. What is the impact, and is the fact that someone has been but is no longer a member of those courts? Those are important issues, and they, in fact, go to the heart of the credibility of that institution. We're not talking about the individual who is appointed. We need more than a very quick glance at the issue. The Finance Committee isn't our boss, if I can put it that way. We will have no opportunity to amend this, not even time to meet with experts, with constitutional experts from Quebec and from outside the province, who could shed greater light on the issue for us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you very, very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to rise today and speak in this August chamber about Bill C4 Economic Action Plan 2013. That's our second implementation bill from the government, and very much appreciating the opportunity to rise and talk about how important this bill is, not only for my constituents in the Great Riding of Wetaskiwin, but for my province of Alberta and the country as a whole. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a great nation. It's built by the hardworking families in our communities, and they are paving the pathway to prosperity for future generations with their hard work. And Mr. Speaker, since 2006, which was the year I was first elected, our government has invested in families at an unprecedented level. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I ran for the nomination for this party because of the lack of interest that previous parties seem to have had and previous governments had when it came to treating families fairly, particularly with the tax system. And now more families are benefiting from the measures that we put in place since 2006 than ever before. And I'll tell you some examples, Mr. Speaker. In my riding of Wetaskiwin, Alberta, trades play a large role in generating jobs for our communities. It doesn't matter whether you live in or around Blackfalds or Rocky Mountain House or Millet or any of the places in between. Mr. Speaker, the tradesperson's tools deduction is working to put a little money back in the pockets of these hardworking families right where it belongs. And this isn't all we've done to improve the lot for families right across Canada, helping them get ahead and helping them make ends meet. Since 2006, the typical Canadian family of 4 can now realize approximately, on average, $3,200 in tax savings in any given year. Conservatives have done this by cutting the lowest personal tax rate and increasing the tax exemption amount. That means there's less Canadians paying taxes than ever before when it comes to personal income tax. Conservatives have reduced the GST, a tax that everyone pays, from 7 to 6 to 5%. And we've introduced numerous tax changes and savings measures that help families keep their hard-earned money. And I'll go through a couple of these because I know the families in my constituency sure appreciate this. The Children's Fitness Tax Credit. I know that my kids play hockey, they play school sports, they play baseball, they play soccer. This has been a great opportunity for us to realize some of the savings because families incur a cost at doing this, and it's a wonderful thing to see so many kids out there participating in activities, keeping fit, and so on. Children's Arts Tax Credit. Well, I again could speak of my own family, whether it's my boys in guitar lessons or my daughter playing cello or piano. These are the kinds of things that allow us that little bit of extra, to keep a little bit extra of that income to make sure that we can pay for the lessons, pay for the instruments in our particular case. And it doesn't matter whether it's music or any of the other types of arts, dance, whatever the case might be. These are great initiatives. The Child Tax Credit. Before the Conservatives became the governing party, you didn't even get a tax credit for having kids. I mean, everybody knows the cost of raising children is very high, and just keeping money in the hands of parents who know how to spend it best through a child tax credit is a no-brainer. The Family Caregiver Tax Credit, allowing families members to look after their sick or elderly family members. The First-Time Homebuyer Tax Credit, reducing a barrier to make sure young families can a little easier get into their first home. Registered Disability Savings Plans, allowing families to save for their loved ones who are going to be struggling for the rest of their lives for the disabilities that they may have. Volunteer Firefighters Tax Credit, honoring those men and women who voluntarily put themselves in harm's way to defend our property and defend our lives, and so rightly spend money out of their own pocket to make sure that they're well equipped. The least the government can do is offer something back through a tax credit to these brave men and women who are volunteer firefighters. I should note, Mr. Speaker, that every fire department in the constituency of Wetaskiwin is a volunteer fire department. The working income tax benefit, well, absolutely. If you're going to be going to work, you should realize the savings on this. This is going to break down that wall so that it makes it more feasible for people to have it. You shouldn't have to have a choice in the tax system on whether or not it's more lucrative to not work than to work, and this is a no-brainer as well. Textbook tax credits. I was very lucky, Mr. Speaker, and a number of people in my constituency face the same issues. I grew up in a rural community. There was no post-secondary institutions near me, so I had to move in order to get a post-secondary education. And at no point in time did any previous government ever give me the opportunity to claim textbooks, which are a huge expense. Well, now we have that textbook tax credit, allowing those students and the families to keep more of that money, allowing them to invest more resources into their children's education. Eliminating the marriage penalty for single-income families. I couldn't believe this was the case. Previous governments didn't even value a stay-at-home parent. If a family made a choice to have one person stay at home to raise children in their formative years, the person who wasn't making an income, whoever that happened to be, would get less of a personal exemption amount at tax time. Well, we've ended that penalty and treated stay-at-home parent equally in terms of the tax. This is just a step in the right direction, and someday I hope we can get to a point in this country where we actually see income splitting for families, and that's something that I'll certainly be supporting. And of course, the tax-free savings account, Mr. Speaker, as I go through the riding and talk with people, they say this investment vehicle has actually revolutionized the investment and savings industry and allowing Canadians more flexibility and more freedom. This is an absolutely fantastic tool that I know is going to help empower people right across the country to save for their retirement and plan for their future. But, Mr. Speaker, time and time again, whether it's these measures or any other common sense measures that Canadians ask us to bring forward, and every particular opportunity where we've had a chance to stand in this place and vote in favour of these measures, it's only been Conservative members of Parliament that have stood up and voted in favour of these budgets. Every other time that I've been here, opposition members over there are against all of the measures that I just talked about. And Mr. Speaker, if Canadians want to know who's got their best interest at heart, they'll have to look no further than here on the Conservative side of the House to make sure that they have the resources they need to raise their families. Speaking of some of the changes that we need to make in the budgets here, Mr. Speaker, these hard-working families who pay their taxes and play by the rules, well, there's some rules in Budget 2013 that I'd like to highlight. It's restoring fairness to the tax system by ensuring everyone pays their fair share of taxes. When everybody pays their fair share of taxes, we all pay less. We are making changes that will improve the integrity of the tax system and close some of the loopholes that are currently existing, strengthen compliance and clarification of the language so that there's less confusion, both for the person filing taxes and, of course, for those who audit and oversee the tax system, and combating international tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. Like I said, Mr. Speaker, closing loopholes, clarifying the tax rules will ensure that all Canadians pay their fair share, allowing hardworking Canadians to keep more because they're not offsetting what other people are hiding or getting away with. So, Mr. Speaker, Alberta, like the rest of Canada, however, was not immune to the effects of the global economic crisis. Yes, Canada is leading the G7 in job creation, and Alberta has a robust economy, but that doesn't mean that all of our communities and all of our residents are thriving. Every once in a while, we have to extend a hand to those who need a hand up, and making sure that no one gets left behind. And, Mr. Speaker, that's precisely why our government is investing over $1.25 billion in affordable housing initiatives. In August, I had the pleasure of announcing on behalf of the Minister of State for Social Development $600,000 in funding for Scola Suites in Kalmar, Alberta. Now, this is a great initiative. It's going to allow those families an opportunity to be close to a school for their kids and giving them a little bit of break on their income or on their housing costs so that they can get back on their feet and get reestablished again. This is an interim housing measure for those families that just need that little bit of help to get going again, because sometimes life throws you a curveball, Mr. Speaker, and that can happen in Alberta just as much as it can happen anywhere else. And thanks to Nancy Lang and the folks at Leduc Foundation, they're doing a great job making sure that nobody gets left behind in those communities. And, of course, in order to help continue Canadian communities and families, the budget will invest nearly $600 million in Alberta and across Canada to address homelessness, and coupled with our affordable housing strategy, I know that the budget will help greatly those people get back on their feet. And speaking of communities, Mr. Speaker, Alberta and every region of Canada has communities that are facing challenges when it comes to their infrastructure. I hear this constantly. I represent a large geographic area, some 26 municipalities and counties, and every one of them tells me the same story. They wanted that long-term predictable funding, which is what we did through the gas tax transfer in previous budgets, and now going forward with the announcements in the budget 2013 and coming up in 2014, the implementation. There's going to be some $32 billion flowing to these communities in stable, predictable funding. You couple that, Mr. Speaker, with $14 billion over the same time frame for major infrastructure and, of course, the P3 partnerships. Canada is well poised to address the infrastructure problems that it has, enabling our communities to flourish and thrive going forward. Mr. Speaker, I do want to talk a little bit about agriculture. I want to first of all thank the Prime Minister, our Minister of International Trade, for the excellent work they did with the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement. Agriculture is a backbone in my constituency, as are all of the resource sectors that are there. And I know that the changes that will be coming as a result of budget implementation and the result of these trade agreements, Mr. Speaker, Central Alberta is well poised to thrive well into the future. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague talked a lot in his speech about tax credits. And about 10 days ago, there was an information session on disability tax credits in my riding, and there were a lot of people who came because they were interested and they are affected. They were told they could apply at any time of the year. So I would like to know how the information is going to be disseminated to the public in this case for these tax credits.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member is asking me a question about what the government's going to do insofar as disseminating information. Well, I guess I would have to tell her to stay tuned as the information presents itself. What I would encourage her to do is vote in favor of a budget so that the information can actually get out there and the programs can actually be delivered to those folks, whether it's disabled folks, whether it's people who need investment for skills and jobs training, employment insurance, whatever the case might be. If the honourable member wants the program to be delivered for her constituents, the sooner we've passed the budget, the sooner these programs will be delivered.
Some comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would argue that ultimately the middle class has not fared well under this particular government. In fact, I want to focus some attention in regards to the working person that's out there that finds themselves in a position in which they get laid off, Mr. Speaker. And to the degree in which the government has really failed in terms of coming to the plate and being able to come up with a creative, positive program that's going to really enable that unemployed individual that might be in their 40s, 45, 50 age range, and they're not feeling as if the government is on side with them in terms of allowing them to gain additional skill sets in many ways so that they can get back into the workforce at a reasonable wage, something in which maybe they would have been receiving prior to being laid off. They had the one program in which they didn't negotiate with the provinces, and my question to the government, to the member is to what degree does he feel that this government has negotiated in good faith with provinces to try to create a better working environment so people can get back employed?
Well, member for Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada does a lot of good things, and I think what he's specifically referring to is the creating the Canada Job Grant that was announced in the last budget. And he brings up this as a specific and cites this as a specific example. What he's failed to mention is the creating opportunities for apprentices, whether the various tax incentives that we have there for both employers, the hiring tax credit for businesses to make sure that they have some $225 million in their pockets as we extended that tax credit to make sure that Canadians can keep their or get a job or keep their jobs. Mr. Speaker, we've got the lowest unemployment rate in our peer countries. We've got a lower unemployment rate for some number of years now than our friends south of the border, and that's a complete role reversal that this country is not used to. I'm not sure what the honourable member is complaining about. There's more investment going into training and development, 1 million net new jobs since the end of the recession. I think he needs to rethink his thoughts.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This summer I had the opportunity to host a roundtable with my colleague in his riding with several stakeholders from his community, specifically to talk about economic growth opportunities in his community. We heard several different themes emerge, but I'm just wondering if he'd like to take this opportunity to talk about how this particular piece of legislation will help address some of the economic growth concerns that he's hearing from his constituents.
Honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague, the minister, congratulate her on her recent appointment into cabinet. She is doing a great job, not only looking after all of the interests of Western Canada, but particularly coming to my riding and having a roundtable. Mr. Speaker, I had folks from Red Deer, Sylvan Lake, from Breton, Wetaskiwin, Leduc, Lacombe, Ponoka, all business leaders, or they're involved in the education system, or they're involved in some way through agriculture or whatever particular sector they have. We had a broad interest group that was there. They all came together and had an opportunity to express not only how well the government's currently doing and the trajectory that we need to stay on, but also some of the concerns that they had when it came to labor and making sure that Alberta had the labor force and had the skilled tradespeople that it needs in various skills, right from low-skilled up to highly skilled trained professionals, to ensure that we are able to meet the needs of the future. And Mr. Speaker, I know that the Minister, through her Western Diversification, will be doing a great job as an enabler, bridging those gaps and continuing to help our economy and our communities grow and thrive.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honour, as always, to rise in this House and represent the great people of Timmins, James Bay, and I'm rising today to speak on this government's budget implementation bill, another bill that fails the average Canadians of this country. And I speak with a heavy heart, Mr. Speaker, as just this past Friday I was in discussions with Resolute about the shutdown of the historic #1 paper machine at Abitibi in Iroquois Falls. And the situation facing that community, I think, is an example of what happens in an economy that's based on resource development and the need for the understanding of transition. You know, Mr. Speaker, the Iroquois Falls paper mill, is very historic in this country. Abitibi, which was the greatest or the largest paper company in the world, got its start on the shores of the Abitibi River in Northern Ontario over 100 years ago, when they realized that there was enormous opportunity of utilizing the hydropower on the Abitibi River. And they also realized that there was an incredible amount of wood product nearby. And so a deal was set up, Mr. Speaker, and this is the important thing. You know, my honourable colleagues on the other side have this belief in the mystical powers of capital, that capital is something that comes down from heaven and creates. But what you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Abbotsford, the heretics over there are just going off the deep end again, Mr. Speaker, when you question their false god of capital. What you see in the case of Abitibi, Mr. Speaker, is that a company saw an opportunity. But what really drove this agenda, Mr. Speaker, was that a province understood that you need a plan for development to create a region, to build what was building Northern Ontario at that time. So at that time, there was an agreement with Abitibi, the young company, that they would have access to the forest. And as well, the province would give them access to the power of the dams. That is what made Abitibi the economic powerhouse that was known around the world. It was the agreement with the province, and the same deals were struck then in Quebec and in the Maritimes, that these were the resources of the people of the province, but we would work with the company to share those resources to build a base. And in the case of Abitibi, the community of Ansonville and Iroquois Falls built up around it. Generations and generations of people worked in that mill. Mr. Speaker, there was times when there was over 1,000 people working in the mill, thousands of people working out in the bush, cutting the wood and bringing it in. And the sense of spirit and the sense of community in Iroquois Falls has always been so strong in that community. The building of the arena, the most beautiful arena of its kind in the north, the fact that we have the Abitibi Eskimos, the junior hockey team, able to sustain itself in a community like Iroquois Falls. But, Mr. Speaker, over the years we've seen the continuing pressure on the paper industry. We've seen the decline of the forest industry across northern Canada, and we are hoping that the markets are beginning to rebound and that maybe we might begin to see the return of some of these once mighty forestry communities. But in the case of number one paper machine, which is 100 years old, Mr. Speaker, the market has changed, and this is a recognition that we are in a new economy, and what was once the big paper money machine making operation at Iroquois Falls is no more. And so we have to take that into account, and nobody understands that better, Mr. Speaker, than people who live in a resource economy. So what we need when we look at these issues is we need to have a long-term plan. And unfortunately, we've seen the absolute failure at the provincial level of the Liberal government and at the federal level with the Conservative government. With the Liberals provincially, they had such a short-term vision of the North that they thought they would just sell off the dams for private interest to make some quick bucks, pay off their badly managed debts. I mean, here are the people who were ringing up $1 billion on gas plants through a dodgy deal to save a few Liberal MPPs, while at the same time trying to do a fire sale of some of the province's best resources, which were the mills on the Abitibi River, which certainly affected the bottom line of the Abitibi company. And it was, again, the lack of understanding of how to build a region. We saw that the provincial Liberals then cut the train to Northern Ontario. Well, we'll save a few more bucks. We'll just keep writing off anybody who lives north of Highway 17. They don't really think belong in Ontario anyways. And it's this lack of understanding that to build an economy, you have to invest. You have to have the infrastructure. Now, at the federal level, Mr. Speaker, we see the problems in terms of, particularly in this bill, no vision for the pension crisis in this country. No response for the fact that more and more people are falling through the cracks when it comes to EI. And the failure of this government to work on adequate infrastructure investments in the communities mean that as your population ages in northern communities that were once able to count on the tax dollars from single employers like a paper mill or a mine, that more and more of that cost is being downloaded onto the backs of the ordinary Canadian, the ordinary citizen. And my colleagues in the House are always doing this fiction about how the average taxpayer pays so much less in tax. Well, Mr. Speaker, whatever they've lost at the federal level, they've gained in costs time and time again at the municipal level. And that's the reality. You ask any citizen about their municipal taxes, and they'll say, why is it that we're paying such enormous taxes? Well, unfortunately, more and more the costs have been downloaded to the province, downloaded to the municipality without the partnership. And we see that in Iroquois Falls, certainly, where we have roads now with bridges that are going out and there's no money to replace the bridges. We see that in decaying infrastructure and a lack of investment. But, Mr. Speaker, Iroquois Falls was also ground zero of the pension crisis in this country, because it was the Abitibi workers who, when they were facing bankruptcy, were actually facing the insolvency of their pension plan, just as the Nortel workers were facing it. And if you ask any Canadian, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the need for an overhaul of Canada's pension plan is paramount, because the days when we had private employers and you'd pay in for a pension for life, like my father-in-law who worked in the oil patch, and you worked in and you retired with a pension that you were able to live on. But that's less and less available now. Mr. Speaker, I meet people regularly in their late 60s who come up to me at Tim Hortons and say, I paid into the Canada pension plan my whole life, and I cannot afford to live anymore in my home. I have men 68 and 70 who tell me they're going back to work underground in the gold mines because they can't pay the costs of living. And when the municipal tax rates were reassessed in Timmins, and it was, again, the costs that were being downloaded onto senior citizens, I see people going to work in Walmart in their late 60s, going to work in the mines, trying to find work because the pension system has failed them. So now the New Democrats have tried to work with this government on a coherent pension plan. The best pension plan in the world, Mr. Speaker, at one time was CPP. It's a system that works. But what did we see this government do? They attacked senior citizens and said that they had to work an extra 2 years. Now, this is a government right now, Mr. Speaker, that they're over in the Senate with their buddies saying, geez, Pamela Wallin, she's getting it hard done by. We got to work out a deal for her. Oh, Patrick Brazo, we got to get a deal for him. Oh, Mike Duffy, let's get the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff to cut him a secret check because poor Mike Duffy, he's one of us. But what about all the senior citizens who are being told, too bad, so sad, the cupboard is bare, work an extra 2 years, it won't kill you, just get back to work and stop complaining. It shows a complete disrespect, Mr. Speaker, for the people who built this country. We know that at least 5.8 million Canadians do not have the ability to retire on their pensions. That is a serious issue. It's standing before us. We've debated this again and again and again. But this is a government, they're, oh, well, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Tell them that they should, their pooled savings, as though if RRSPs worked, they wouldn't need it, Mr. Speaker. No. They would prefer to tell the senior citizen in this country, go work an extra few years. And to add to the gall, they didn't even have the guts to tell senior citizens to their face. No, the Prime Minister had to go off to Davos to tell the world's millionaires that he was putting the screws to Canadian senior citizens. So, Mr. Speaker, in Iroquois Falls, where we're seeing the shutdown of the #1 paper machine, we're seeing the loss of at least 70 jobs. We're seeing people who are now in transition, who paid into EI, who don't have enough to retire on. Of course, they're going to be in for the shock when they call Service Canada, the operation that's in the community that's supposed to help them, but then they get told, well, you're not allowed to talk to a real person anymore. Go online. Your EI appeals board, oh, well, we got rid of that. Now a couple of conservative hacks running that. That what we have now is we have more and more denials of people with legitimate claims. And I always hear the Conservatives on the back bench say to me, well, there's lots of jobs in Alberta. What's the problem? The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that they're not looking at a national economy. When you have a community like Iroquois Falls that is in transition, you need to ensure that the people who work there are able to receive the EI, that they're able to receive the retraining, and fundamentally, that everyone who pays into the system are able to retire with dignity. And once again, this government has ignored that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we're going to be asked to do is to vote on this particular bill, in which, Mr. Speaker, will find that there's numerous pieces of legislation that are actually being brought in through the back door of a budget implementation bill, which ultimately could have and should have been standalone pieces of legislation. But because it's been incorporated into the budget implementation bill, it's actually limiting debate on a wide variety of other issues that we should have been actually afforded the opportunity not only to debate on, Mr. Speaker, but also to vote on as separate issues. My question to the member is, would he like to provide some comment on the importance of budget implementation bills being there to bring in bills that would allow for government to implement the budget, not necessarily to have the add-ons. And this government, more than any other, whether it's provincial, federal, has really gone out of its way to bring in all sorts of things through the back door of a budget implementation bill.
Our Timmins James Bay.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the excellent question. What we're seeing from this government is an absolute contempt for the basic workings of democracy. Democracy is not about their partisan spin versus ours. It's about accountability. And what more important place can you talk about the issue of accountability than in the spending of taxpayers' dollars? And we see with this government what they've done with the budget implementation. We see it with the estimates, where they are stuffing all manner of ideological issues into the footnotes of a massive bill, demanding that Parliament pass it, refusing to allow proper debate, refusing to allow the committees the proper time to study. This is an incredibly large and complex issue, but what we're seeing are all the little poison pills that favor their little ideological strangos in their ranks, and they're using a budget implementation bill to do this. And I was talking the other day with my colleagues at the provincial level, where at the provincial level, the estimates say for agriculture, they might have the deputy minister there for 13 hours to discuss the implementation of estimates at the agricultural level. This is what happens at the provincial level, and yet at the federal level, we see debate shut off. We see them using budgets to force ideological agendas, to attack people's rights, attack all manner of things. And then, when they can't find 3 points...
Order. Order. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Marquette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to my colleague's description of what happened at Iroquois Falls, and I'm deeply sympathetic to that, having worked in an Abitibi mill myself in a previous life that is now closed. And so I think he's quite right to describe the pain that those resource workers feel when an operation like that is shut down. But having said that, I did detect in his speech some sympathy for the resource industries in Canada, and thank goodness for that, Mr. Speaker. But how does he square this particular circle? His evident sympathy for the natural resource industry, that quite frankly are the basis of our entire economy, and his party's warm embrace of these environmental activists and radicals who want to shut down the natural resource industries.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I had a grandfather who died in the mines and another had his back broken underground. We live in resource communities, and I've never met a person in a resource community who said to me, let's poison our rivers to get a few quick jobs. I've never met anybody in Northern Ontario who said, let's pull the ring of fire out as fast as we can and ship it to China without value added. I've never seen anybody in Timmins say, let's push the bitumen through as fast as we can, and if it blows out on the Matagami or any other river, well, too bad, so sad. I don't know what world my colleague lives in, but the people that I live with in resource-based communities believe that development has to be sustainable, and it has to be something that is there for the future generations.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Brome.
The honourable member for Brome, Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague to comment on the statements coming from Michael Harris from iPolitics. He said that the Prime Minister has nothing to offer for the economy apart from a very favourable self-assessment and advertising paid for by taxpayers and for inflated job creation numbers. And this coming from a person who claimed to be a champion of the economy. We're off to a bad start here.
I thank my honourable colleague. I have such great respect for his work. We have a Prime Minister who's an economist. And my father was an economist. He went back to school in his 40s. He never finished high school, and he became an economist. My father thought numbers mattered. But he also told me, he said, son, they can say anything they want with numbers. Don't ever believe them. And so what we see with this government is they just make numbers up. What they're saying is permanent jobs are part-time, and what we're seeing is thousands and thousands and thousands of temporary foreign workers who are coming in, being given the jobs, and then being deported.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oakville.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on this budget implementation bill today, and the second budget implementation bill. And although it is quite technical in parts, in fact, it's part of a process of governance that is taking Canada and our government to a brilliant future. A future where governments provide excellent services at reasonable cost and do not continually take more from people's paychecks than they can afford, especially to pay for programs that are inefficient or unnecessary and for which costs can't be controlled. There are over 40 million people worldwide who would do almost anything to immigrate to Canada. Why is that? Well, in many cases, it's because life is not easy in many parts of the world. In many countries, even basics like food and shelter are hard to maintain, especially where there is wars in Syria today, where millions have been displaced. It's very hard to get a basic or advanced education in many countries because it is unaffordable. Many countries are governed by totalitarian leaders like North Korea, Iran, or Cuba. Countries where a word criticizing the government or even the wrong official and men come in the middle of the night to take you away, sometimes never to be seen again. But even in the freer countries like South Africa, the Philippines, and India, people literally line up to fill out forms to come to Canada. Why? It's because Canada is one of the few countries in the world in which people, especially young people, have virtually unlimited potential in career, quality of life, and wealth. They are fleeing governments that do not protect or nurture free enterprise, equality of opportunity, responsible spending, and fairness in taxation, all of which this budget bill supports. Mr. Speaker, Canada sits on the cusp of a new day. Although we know the economic recovery in the U.S. has been slow at 2.5% growth, and our U.S. friends buy 70% of the goods produced in Canada, the U.S. economy is still the largest in the world. And last week, the Prime Minister went to Brussels to sign CETA, the Canada-EU Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement. When this deal kicks in the coming years, 98% of the tariffs on Canadian goods in Europe will disappear overnight. So Canadian entrepreneurs who already have access to the largest market in North America with U.S. and Mexico, 400 million people, will have free access to the world's largest market, 28 countries in Europe, with 500 million people. 1 out of 5 jobs in Canada is created from trade now, even with our tariffs. We are a trading nation, but the future is far more exciting if we stay on track. Canada has what the world needs: copper, nickel, uranium, gold, rare earth phosphorus, lumber, grains, potash, seafood, dairy products, and we manufacture and sell high-tech goods with the best. In my riding of Oakville, Ford of Canada is partnering with our government, the province of Ontario, and Unifor to develop a state-of-the-art auto manufacturing facility where they will assemble up to 10 different cars on one platform lasting 10 years. They already sell thousands of Ford Edges in Canada and Brazil, but this line, using $71.6 million out of the Auto Innovation Fund and a $700 million investment from Ford, they will make cars with EcoBoost engines, diesel engines, hybrids, all on the same platform. This partnership will guarantee 3,000 jobs in Oakville for the next 10 years. That is the power of free trade. So our dairy farmers, those who make butter and cheese, our fishers, our excellent wineries and manufacturers will all have access to a market, a new market, of over 500 million people. And that's not just goods that can be sold without tariffs. This is a comprehensive agreement. It includes services, banking, insurance, and government procurement. It's the largest trade deal in Canada's history. Mr. Speaker, our government, under the leadership of a Prime Minister who is an accomplished and excellent expert economist, is assembling an economic structure for Canada that will be unmatched worldwide. I'm quite serious about that. All the business writers talk about Canada's tremendous growth and Canada's growth and all its manufacturing and all its successes. But in China's West, there are 600 million people living on less than $20 a week. The command economy is not working for the majority of the people in China. Canada, because we have a free economy, wealth and opportunity are spread right across our country, even the far north. Mr. Speaker, Canada's Environment Minister, who is a First Nations Canadian from the far north in Nunavut, is chairing the Arctic Council in the far north for the next 2 years, dealing with issues such as the environment and resource development. Mr. Speaker, most people don't know there are more natural resources in Canada's territories within the Arctic Circle than in the rest of Canada, which is already rich with resources. And our commitment as a government is that these resources will be developed in the interest of the people of the North. Mr. Speaker, each budget bill is one more step towards this goal of unexcelled economic structure and will be the envy of the world. Here are the elements. First, we already talked about trade. Fair trade and new markets are the most important way to grow an economy. Without massive new spending programs, the opposition parties would like to introduce. This trade agreement with the European Union could bring a 20% boost in bilateral trade, another $12 billion annual increase to Canada's economy. Put another way, this is the economic equivalent of adding $1,000 to the average Canadian family's income, or almost 80,000 new jobs to the Canadian economy, which is, of course, great news. Second, taxes must not be punitive on people or business. They must be competitive to attract new business and jobs. Our government's lowered the GST from 7 to 5%, cut corporate tax rates from 21 to 15, and cut taxes over 160 times now in other ways, saving the average Canadian family $3,200 a year and helping businesses succeed. Taxes must also be fair and paid by all, and this bill introduces measures to combat tax cheats by cracking down on Canada's black market and the use of electronic suppression of sales software. This software hurts Canadian businesses that play by the rules in favor of those who refuse to comply with Canada's tax laws. When these businesses cheat, we all lose. Taxes must be kept under control. 3 levels of government increasing taxes year after year just drives business and opportunity out of the country. That is self-defeating. We will not increase taxes. Third, balanced budget should be the law under normal circumstances. Borrowing billions and creating government debt should be done only in a recession or when that money is invested for a real financial return. Borrowing money to pay out in entitlement programs or for government operations is a sure way to end up in trouble. Europe's mistakes should be a lesson to all. Too many countries are crippled with overwhelming debt due to years of excessive borrowing. In Greece, there's 27% unemployment rate. In Cyprus, bank accounts have been confiscated. Italy has a debt-to-GDP ratio of 130%, and Portugal's unemployment rate is 16%. It's no surprise that these nations are not prospering. In government, if it's that important, tax to pay for it. And if you don't have the nerve to tax to pay for your spending schemes, that's a good sign that the scheme is a bad idea. Our government will introduce a balanced budget bill as described in our throne speech. Canada's federal budget will be balanced in 2015. Fair taxes shared by all, lower taxes, balanced budgets, and innovation. Mr. Speaker, we've invested more than $9 billion to date to support science and technology and innovative companies in the last 7 years. Programs like the Industrial Research Assistance Program, the Clean Energy Fund, and now more with FedDev Ontario. These investments help create jobs and make Canada more competitive worldwide. And Mr. Speaker, when you have a country as wealthy and large as Canada, there will always be those who wish they could take a piece of it. We've been very lucky in Canada. We haven't had fighting on our soil since 1812. But we're partners in the NORAD security with the world's largest military power. But our armed forces must be vigilant and do their share. They guard the world's second largest country in extreme weather conditions. They must be equipped with the best equipment to do that important job, and our government has ensured they do. And we have committed in the throne speech to continue that stewardship. We will not break trust with those who guard our nation. Fair taxes shared by all, low taxes, balanced budgets, innovation, national security. These are our priorities as indicated in this bill for Canada's future. Canada's economic structure also includes safe communities. Our government has put in place legislation that holds criminals to account by making sure sentences match the crime, such as mandatory minimum sentences for serious violent and repeat offenders, in order to get violent criminals off the streets so they can't reoffend. We've also introduced protection for individuals to get lead out of children's toys, to stop companies selling flavored cigars aimed at children, and to introduce new regulations for plain language drug labels so Canadians and their doctors will know the true risks of serious adverse drug reactions when they're taking their drugs. Mr. Speaker, our government has done all of this and created the structure I described, prioritizing stability, prudent fiscal management, and careful stewardship of our economy. That's why we are light years ahead of most of Europe economically and ahead of the other G8 countries in so many ways. Thank you.
I think the first few members who are making statements are here today, so we're going to leave the period for questions and comments when the House next resumes debate. Of course, the honourable member for Oakville will have 5 minutes remaining for that, should he wish to take that up when the House next comes back. We're to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to Canadians of Hungarian descent on the 57th anniversary of the 1956 Hungarian uprising. The freedom fight of 1956 was a bold attempt by Hungarians to establish solidarity away from the long arm of Soviet and communist rule. After this uprising, over 200,000 Hungarians fled their homes into neighboring countries, and 38,000 were welcomed in Canada with warmth and compassion. The bloodshed 57 years ago bears powerful witness to the unwavering spirit of freedom that resounds in the hearts of the Hungarian people. I invite all honourable members to join me in commemorating the shining example of idealism, patriotism and sheer courage that is the immortal legacy of the freedom fighters of the Hungarian Revolution. God bless Canada, és Isten áldja Magyarországot.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. A year ago, there was dust throughout the area in Limoilou, and two exemplary citizens, put in place an excellent system that enabled them to look at the air, and I congratulate them for their initiative. But a series of troublesome facts have occurred since. The Port Authority has refused to collaborate with the authorities and appear to be in on the issue. The Director of Communications at Arrimage Québec provided $937,000 to the riding of Whitby-Oshawa, and again contributed into the campaign for the Minister of Finance in 2011. The Conservative ministers haven't helped to do anything to deal with this dust in my riding. Mr. Speaker, I won't allow the people in my riding to be taken hostage. If situations aren't taken, we'll take measures to impose one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. None of us could have foreseen the floods that directly impacted many of my constituents this past June. It was a very difficult time that made many of us reevaluate our priorities and indeed our lives. Though many people experienced tremendous loss, it was also a time in which I saw an outpouring of compassion and kindness of people from near and far to those in need. In the aftermath, I had the privilege of joining many Albertans who volunteered to lend a hand in High River, in Black Diamond, and in Bragg Creek, as well as surrounding areas. I am so honored to have witnessed and worked alongside residents, emergency responders, and all those that demonstrated true Canadian grit, determination, bravery, and community spirit during and after the flooding. Having been involved with the flood mitigation planning since June, it is clear that recovery will be a very slow process. We must continue to work towards practical solutions to those affected as we follow the recovery. Once again, I extend my utmost gratitude to the volunteers who gave their time and support to all affected families. It was greatly appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Tyler LaFriends from the small rural community of Isle Mort, population 600, in the riding of Random Buren St. George's. Tyler entered the Lay's Potato Chips Lay's Do Us a Flavor contest by submitting his uniquely Canadian maple mousse flavor. In April, Tyler received news he was one of 4 finalists chosen from 630,000 entries across the country for which he received a $5,000 check. During months of online voting, Canadian taste buds from coast to coast to coast deemed maple mousse the best flavor of all the entries. Tyler was awarded the grand prize of $50,000 and 1% of all future sales of the product. The chips will be available for purchase throughout the country in November. I ask all members to join me in congratulating Tyler and their friends on his big win, and I encourage you, while watching the hockey game on Saturday night, to enjoy some maple mousse potato chips. Nothing could be more Canadian.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to two veterans residing at Sunnybrook Health Centre in my riding of Don Valley West. Mr. Jim Wilson, a gunner in the Royal Canadian Navy, has devoted his life to serving and protecting Canadian and Allied troops around the world, from the North Atlantic Ocean in World War II to the hills of North Korea. And Mr. John Bennett, a veteran of World War II, who brought with him his painting supplies to the European theatre of battle. Today, 78 of his watercolors hang in our National War Museum. On this Remembrance Day, I will join Mr. Wilson, Mr. Bennett, and some 500 veterans at the Sunnybrook Cenotaph in Don Valley West to remember the tremendous contributions they have made for our great nation. Mr. Speaker, I thank all of the men and women of our armed forces and their families. They are Canada's truest heroes, lest we forget.
The member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on the issue of Bill C-290, an act to amend the criminal code, passed in this chamber and now sitting in the Senate for more than 18 months. There should be no controversy on passing C-290, as it went through the House of Commons without a single dissenting voice. C-290 allows provinces to choose to allow single sports bets, similar to Las Vegas and a series of other federal states. Once passed, this will be a serious hit on organized crime and the nefarious offshore betting cabals that rack in billions of dollars each year. In fact, Mr. Speaker, provincial revenue will increase, allowing support for education and health care, for example. Bill C-290 has significant support from political parties, provincial governments, gaming associations, Canadian Labour Congress, and the Canadian Chamber of Commerce itself. It will also protect billions of dollars in tourism infrastructure and 250 jobs in the gaming sector that are under attack by increased U.S. competition and a higher dollar. Unfortunately, with prorogations, Bill C-290 has returned to the first stage in the Senate and a setback to law and order in our economy. I call upon the Liberals and the Conservatives to move quickly and pass this bill that has been studied and pass all procedures. Mr. Speaker, every day we delay this change allows organized crime to have another holiday and payday at the expense of Canadians.
Honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend I had the privilege of attending the 3rd annual Festival of Remembrance concert at the Regent Theatre in my home riding of Oshawa. The festival is a great opportunity to help honor the sacrifices of our men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. It was indeed a special night. As 2013 is the 60th anniversary of the Korean War and the Year of the Korean War Veteran, the Festival of Remembrance commemorated and celebrated the contributions made by our men and women in uniform. Oshawa has many Korean vets, including Doug Finney of the Oshawa Legion, who is the National Vice President of the Korean Veterans Association. Mr. Speaker, the festival featured the Oshawa Civic Band, the HMSC York Band, the pipes and drums of Branch 43, and soloist Ms. Danielle Boré. The proceeds of the concert went to the Oshawa Legion Poppy Fund. The Oshawa Festival of Remembrance was a great opportunity to support our local Legion and ensure that Canadian veterans who fought and those who paid the ultimate price are never forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
The honourable member for Desneth Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to honor a much-decorated member of my constituency. Russ Morasti, a Lac La Ronge Indian Band member, joined the RCMP in 1976 as a First Nations member and Cree-speaking person. He served the RCMP in 6 divisions in a variety of positions, including general policing, police dog services, highway patrol, and divisional Aboriginal policing services in posts across the nation. He briefly left the force to serve as executive director of his First Nations home in Lac La Ronge Indian Band. Upon his return to the RCMP, he worked as operations officer for the North District in Prince Albert before moving to Ottawa in 2009 to oversee national Aboriginal policing and crime prevention services. In 2010, Russ Morasti made history by becoming the first Aboriginal commanding officer in F Division, an appointment that made him Saskatchewan's top-ranking officer. In August 2013, Russ announced his retirement from the force. Mr. Speaker, I am sure the entire nation joins me in thanking Commanding Officer Russ Morassi for his service to our National Police Force and our country. I'd like to thank also Mr. Russ Morassi for also participating in giving his safety and serving others in the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Quiet, Mr. Speaker. It is with a heavy heart that I rise today to mark 5 years of the disappearance of Maisie Ojik and Shannon Alexander, two young Aboriginal women from the Anishinaabe community of Kitigan-Zibi. As a father of two girls, I can't imagine the ordeal the family has been through, and my prayers and hopes are with them. Unfortunately, too many Aboriginal women and girls go missing, and this more often than non-Aboriginals. But unfortunately, this is still widely considered an isolated matter and not a grave public concern. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to say that this is indeed a nationwide problem, an issue that we should be all concerned about. In fact, it is a national disgrace, and the inaction of the government is even more so. These families deserve justice just like any other Canadian family, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the whole world is watching in shame. As a father and a strong believer of respect and equality amongst Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal peoples, I wonder, when will this government stop procrastinating? When will it take its responsibility seriously and start a public inquiry? When, Mr. Speaker? The only humane answer to that question is now, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, families are the cornerstone of society, and the government will continue to support and protect Canadian families by keeping taxes low, defending Canadian consumers, supporting victims and punishing criminals, and safeguarding families and communities. Canadians work hard for their money. That is why the government has lowered taxes year after year for families. Overall, the federal tax burden is at its lowest level in half a century. Once the budget is balanced, the government will continue to offer tax relief for Canadians. Families are the cornerstone of our society. Mr. Speaker, the government will address persistent social problems, ensure access to safe and reliable infrastructure, and introduce legislation and measures that encourages a healthy lifestyle and environment for all Canadians. We are committed to supporting and protecting Canadian families, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The
Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very honoured to accept to be the honorary patron for the 7th edition of the non-perishable food drive organized by the Gatineau Buffet des Continents in conjunction with Moisson Outaouais, an organization based in my riding that works tirelessly to fight hunger. In the Outaouais, there are 31,000 people. Imagine, 10% of the population who don't have enough food to eat each day, including a number of children, because of the rise in cost of living. Last year, the generosity of people of Gatineau helped raise over 7,000 pounds of food, and I'd invite my constituents and people in this House to go to the Buffet des Continents on December 2nd to try to break this record. I will be very proud to be participating in helping people, in working together to enable the people who are most in need to have a bit of a happier holiday season.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, the current Act gives the Commissioner of Elections Canada authority to verify if someone is using loans to sidestep the limits on donations. And this, in fact, is necessary to determine whether Liberals are intentionally exceeding donation limits, because they appear to be of the belief that they are above the law and can ignore that. Council for a defeated candidate, former MP Ken Dryden, wouldn't be reimbursing funds, loans, as part of his participation in the leadership race. Election Canada openly admitted that they believe it is unlikely to ever be reimbursed. Since they admit to be aware of it, what is preventing Election Canada from launching an investigation to get to the bottom of the matter? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, I was deeply saddened by the news this Saturday that former Chief Ernie Campbell of the Musqueam First Nation passed away. Over the years, I was fortunate to have known Chief Campbell, a thoughtful, determined leader who helped build bridges and foster understanding amongst all cultures. Ernie Campbell was first elected chief of the Musqueam in 1998 and served for 14 years. He was a former residential school student and graduated from McGee Secondary School in Vancouver Quadra. Also a former boxing champion, it's not surprising he had a reputation as a fighter for his community. And Chief Campbell was a tireless promoter of Aboriginal land and fishing rights, and last year led a protest resulting in a negotiated settlement to protect an ancient burial ground known as the Marpole Midden. On behalf of the Liberal colleagues and all colleagues in Parliament, I'd like to express our deep condolences to Chief Campbell's family and community. I have no doubt that he will be greatly missed by all who had the honour of knowing him.
The honourable member for Miramichi.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, women in Saudi Arabia made international headlines when they did something that we all take for granted, drive a car. Participating in the Women to Drive campaign, these women posted videos to YouTube of themselves simply driving around the town. The results? Well, 14 women were arrested and detained by Saudi authorities for violating the decades-long ban against women drivers. Terrible. Today, Saudi Arabia is the only country in the world which does not allow women to drive. 14 women must now wait in fear of what punishment for exercising a right that is afforded almost universally. This must change. The Saudi Kingdom must recognize the rights of their citizens. It is unconscionable that such double standards continue to exist in our world today. I salute the bravery of these women and condemn their arrests. Our government is proud to stand beside these women in their fight for basic rights.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
It seems Canadians from all walks of life are frustrated that the Prime Minister keeps changing his story. On Friday, he was claiming there would be no deal with these miscreant senators. They must all be taken off the public dime. Then we learned that the leader of the Conservatives in the Senate was offering up backroom deals. Today, he's contradicting his story about how Nigel Wright really left the PMO. Which story are we to believe? Did he resign or was he fired? No wonder that even the finance minister has broken ranks and is now standing with the NDP, calling to get rid of the Senate, calling it an anachronism. So I call on the Minister of Finance to back up his words with actions and include a new line item in the next federal budget, the defunding of the Canadian Senate. Mr. Speaker, we may not be able to abolish the Senate without the provinces, but we can cut off its blood supply. We know the Conservatives are happy to cut services Canadians rely on. Will they now cut out the patronage of this undemocratic, out-of-date, anachronistic body?
The honourable member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, John Porter was convicted of killing an Oshawa man, Roland Slingerman, in cold blood. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 25 years. However, we have learned that 3 years before he can apply for parole, Corrections Canada has allowed Porter to leave prison early. Canadians find this unacceptable, and that is why I introduced Bill C-483. Those serving life sentences for heinous crimes must appear before the parole board before they can see the light of day. And I am proud that our government announced that we will make life sentences mean life behind bars. I call on the Liberals and the NDP to support these important measures to help protect families and increase accountability for offenders.
Here, here. Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Halifax.
Changing stories of the Prime Minister are doing nothing to help his credibility on the Senate scandal, nor is the Prime Minister being clear about his office's actions in the attempted cover-up. This morning, the Prime Minister said he dismissed Nigel Wright after finding out about the $90,000 payoff, but just last Thursday, he told this House that Wright, quote, to his credit, recognized that decision was totally wrong and he has resigned. So, which version of the events are true?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what is clear is that Nigel Wright has accepted sole and full responsibility for his actions. He knows that what he did was wrong, it was inappropriate. He also knows that that it would have been smart to bring the Prime Minister, to let the Prime Minister know of this, and it was wrong that he didn't. Had the Prime Minister known of this, he would have, of course, never accepted it. And, Mr. Speaker, Nigel Wright no longer works in the office of the Prime Minister.
The honourable member for Halifax.
To his credit, Mr. Speaker, you just can't make up this kind of mixed messaging, although I do understand now how the Prime Minister is having trouble keeping his stories straight. Last week, the Prime Minister said, in the most confused way that he could, that few in his office knew of the Mike Duffy payoff. Can the Prime Minister tell us how many is a few? Is it 4? Is it 13? How many is it exactly?
Very good.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd refer the honourable member to affidavits that were recently filed in court.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Well, we actually already know what the RCMP has shared with us. What I was asking was, how many did the Prime Minister know about? Exactly. Has the Prime Minister asked his staff to determine who knew about the check? And if so, can he share with Canadians exactly how many Conservatives were aware of the attempt to pay off Mike Duffy?
Very good.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I'd refer the honourable member to affidavits that were recently filed in court. At the same time, Nigel Wright has accepted full and sole responsibility for his actions. He knows that what he did was wrong. He's prepared to be accountable for those actions, Mr. Speaker. He's also made it quite clear that the Prime Minister's made it quite clear that had he known that this was being offered to Senator Duffy, he would in no way have agreed to this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hull-Elmer. Mr. Speaker, this morning the Prime Minister once again got caught up in his own contradictions. In an interview, he said he had dismissed Nigel Wright. But just last Thursday, he told this House that Nigel Wright had resigned. Another day, another version of events. Does the Prime Minister wish to clarify his new version and tell us whether Mr. Wright was fired or whether he simply resigned? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Nigel Wright has accepted full responsibility for his actions. He knows that what he did was wrong. Again, he's accepted responsibility for this and no longer works in the office of the Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. On Friday, the Leader of the Government in the Senate admitted that he had offered a deal to Patrick Brazeau that would see him keep his salary. He just had to apologize and disappear for 6 months. At the same time, the Prime Minister was saying that he would do everything to get those senators off the payroll. Does the Prime Minister support the deal offered to Patrick Brazeau by his leader in the Senate? Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we've been clear right from the beginning that we expect that these senators would accept accountability for what they have done. We, of course, expect that they should apologize to the Canadian people at the same time, Mr. Speaker. Again, we expect them to be accountable, apologize to the Canadian people, Mr. Speaker, and the Prime Minister has made it quite clear, as have a majority of the caucus, the Conservative caucus, that we expect the Senate to get on with passing this motion, and we expect the Liberals in the Senate who are blocking this motion to get out of the way so that we can pass this motion and that Canadians can get the accountability they so deserve.
The Honourable Member for Beauséjour. Mr. Speaker, on February 13th, the Prime Minister said in this House that he had reviewed himself the expenses of Pamela Wallin and that they were in line with the rules. Today he is saying the opposite. When Mike Duffy was accused of inappropriate expenses in December, the Prime Minister's office said that the expenditures were eligible and in line with the rules. Today the Prime Minister is saying the opposite. If the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, why does his story keep changing? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised to get that question. We've been, of course, talking about this for some months, Mr. Speaker. What the Prime Minister, what we've shown is this, Mr. Speaker. There was an audit that was completed. That showed that these expenses were not in line. That's why we expect that these senators would apologize, accept accountability for what they have done, repay the expenses that they did not earn, Mr. Speaker, and the Senate, the Liberals in the Senate, to get out of the way, let us pass this motion so that we can suspend these senators without pay.
The Honourable Member for Beauséjour.
Mr. Speaker, on May 16th, after Nigel Wright told the Prime Minister about the $90,000 hush money, the Prime Minister said Nigel Wright had his full support. On May 19th, the Prime Minister stated, and I quote, "It is with great regret that I accept the resignation of Mr. Wright, end of quote. Now, the Prime Minister says Nigel Wright was fired. His story keeps changing every time, and nobody believes the Prime Minister. So, Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister come clean and tell Canadians once and for all what he knows about this Conservative cover-up?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, Nigel Wright has accepted responsibility for what he's done. He knows that what he did was not appropriate. He also knows, I suspect, that he should have informed the Prime Minister. He did mention that, of course, that the Prime Minister knew nothing of this, and had the Prime Minister known, he would have in no way accepted such a deal, Mr. Speaker. We're looking for the Liberals in the Senate to approve this motion, to stop blocking accountability for the Senate. You know, Mr. Speaker, it's time for the Liberals to stop fighting so hard for the status quo in the Senate and actually start fighting for change in the Senate. Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beausejour.
Mr. Speaker, on June 5th in this House, the Prime Minister indicated incredulously that Nigel Wright had acted alone. Yet, on October 24th, he was forced to tell us that a few people in the Prime Minister's office knew about this scandal and its cover-up. These are numerous examples of a Prime Minister's story changing all the time. So Canadians no longer trust this Prime Minister to tell the truth. The only solution would be for him to finally testify under oath. So if he has nothing to hide, nothing to cover up, why is he afraid of testifying under oath?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
And, Mr. Speaker, Nigel Wright has been quite clear with respect to who he brought into his confidence on this matter, and the Prime Minister has also been very clear that had he known, he would have in no way approved such arrangement, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, the government leader in the Senate, Mr. Claude Carignan, admitted that he approached Patrick Brazeau about a secret plea deal. Don't they get it? I mean, it was a secret deal with a senator that got them in this mess. So our simple question is, was the Prime Minister's office aware that Senator Carignan was being offered this side deal with Senator Brazeau on behalf of the Conservatives? And were Senators Wallen and Duffy offered the same deal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the Senate, of course, is in charge of its own affairs. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we have been saying from the beginning that we expect these senators to accept responsibility for what they have done, to apologize to the Canadian people, to repay those expenses that they did not earn, Mr. Speaker. That's the standard that we would expect on this side of the House. I'm surprised to learn that the NDP and the Liberals don't have the exact same standard.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, the standards Canadians are expecting is a Prime Minister to apologize for what has happened. Because it seems that even he's having a difficulty keeping their story straight as the story changes daily about who was involved. So let's now talk about the baker's dozen. In Mike Duffy's epic speech last week, he referred to negotiations between his lawyers and a Conservative Party lawyer. Will the Prime Minister confirm that Arthur Hamilton was involved in this deal, that he was the one representing the Conservative Party?
I'm surprised to hear that the honourable member believes everything he reads, because if he does believe everything he reads, then he'd have to believe that since his leader took control of that party, that he's the least popular federal leader, that he brought his party from a high to some of the lowest points in popularity. He'd also have to believe that the leader of the Liberal Party might actually one day talk about policy, Mr. Speaker. I'm very surprised to learn that the honourable member believes everything he reads.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, with an answer like that, I call shenanigans. Mr. Speaker, we know that Arthur Hamilton is a regular fixture for the Conservative Party. He helped him on the robo-fraud investigation. He helped him on the Helena Georges. He helped him on the in-and-out scheme. And now it seems that he's involved in the PMO cover-up. So we'll ask again, what role did Arthur Hamilton play? And will the Prime Minister confirm that Arthur Hamilton's office was used to transfer the money to Mike Duffy?
Again, Mr. Speaker, I would refer the honourable member to affidavits that were filed in court.
For Timmins, James Bay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that the RCMP affidavits have certainly painted a picture that this Prime Minister is not telling Canadians the truth on this issue, and we can't get a straight answer. So let's try another one. Now, last May, the Prime Minister said Nigel Wright resigned, and he was sorry that he was resigning, and he was going to receive full severance. Now he's claiming he fired Nigel Wright. Well, Mr. Speaker, when an average Canadian gets fired, they're not entitled to EI. So why are the taxpayers being stuck with the bill to pay off the severance for Nigel Wright?
Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said a number of times in the House, Nigel Wright has accepted accountability for what he has done, and Nigel Wright, of course, no longer works in the office of the Prime Minister.
Have an update on Rose.
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Last week, the Prime Minister said exactly 29 times he had been very clear. 29 is also the number of different versions of this Conservative scandal. Mr. Speaker, in order to clarify the most recent developments in this affair, can the Prime Minister tell us whether Ray Novak instructed Claude Carignan to make a deal under the table with Patrick Brazeau? Did that happen?
Mr. Speaker, I have to tell you, you would think this member would just erase the number 29 from his head. You really would. Now, he's laid it out there, Mr. Speaker, and it would be probably an appropriate time for me to remind him why he doesn't want to talk about 20. But I'm not going to, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to, Mr. Speaker, because what Canadians want to talk about is an accountable Senate, Mr. Speaker. That's what they want to talk about. Unfortunately, the Liberals in the Senate are standing in the way of accountability. The NDP are flip-flopping all over the place when it comes to the Senate, Mr. Speaker. And Canadians know one thing: when it comes to accountable, open, honest government, it's the Conservatives who always provide that.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, it seems that we are the only party that is actually clear on these things. The Prime Minister can keep saying that it's his way or the highway, but he keeps changing his version of events, and so he's going to be the one taking the highway. If Senator Carignan really acted alone without consulting the Prime Minister's office, why is he still the leader of the government in the Senate? The Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as we've said right from the beginning, the Senate is in charge of its own affairs. But at the same time, the Prime Minister has been very clear, as have a majority of the Conservative caucus, Mr. Speaker, that we expect these senators to be accountable, to apologize to the Canadian people, to repay their expenses, and we would also like the Senate to pass this motion that would see them suspended without pay. That's the standard Canadians expect. And that's the standard that we're trying to give them. If the Liberals would only get out of the way and let us do that.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, let me remind you what happened to the last person who, so-called, acted alone. That was Nigel Wright. Well, he resigned. No, actually, he was fired. Isn't that right? Mr. Speaker, was Arthur Hamilton, a lawyer whose name is associated with every one of the Conservative schemes, called on to help PMO staff to deal with the Senate scandal? Yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I know this honourable member is quite often confused because when he took his seat in Parliament, he took an oath, Mr. Speaker, that he would fight for a stronger, united Canada. But at the same time, he went back into his province and started making donations, not once, not twice, and I could go all the way up to 29 times, to a party that would break up this country, Mr. Speaker. That's what you call a big flip-flop. Well, we're over here fighting for Canadian jobs. He's donating to break up the country. Well, we're fighting for freer trade. He's donating to break up the country, Mr. Speaker. That's the type of leadership he wants to get in this House and brag about? I think not, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Well, they'll say anything at all. They can say today that Arthur Hamilton had nothing to do with the Wright-Duffy scandal, but in any case, we'll probably have 3 different versions before Friday. When it comes to Caroline Stewart-Olson, did the Prime Minister or one of his staff members ask her to withdraw from the Senate Expense Review Committee? Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, there are people who are here and have been here a long time, but they don't seem to be able to answer the questions very well. Between September 1st, 2010 and May 31st, 2011, Carolyn Stewart Olson claimed $11,123 for living in the Capital Region, but she has a house here and spends all her time here, as was the case for Pamela Wallin, Patrick Brazeau, and Mike Duffy. Does the Prime Minister feel that these are inappropriate expenses, and if so, will he try to have her kicked out of the Senate? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, on February 13th, the Prime Minister was very clear, not only to caucus, which included senators and members of Parliament and senior staff, that if you had any inappropriate expenses, you should pay those expenses back. If you didn't, you can't expect to be sitting in the Conservative caucus. That's the high standard that we expect on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. That's the high standard Canadians expect, Mr. Speaker. It's only the NDP and the Liberals who don't expect that same high standard, Mr. Speaker. They're so busy fighting for the status quo, they've forgotten that the real boss here are the Canadian taxpayers, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Random, Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, whether Nigel Wright resigned or was fired, as the Prime Minister's latest story claims, makes a big difference under ministerial guidelines as to whether he be eligible for separation pay. Canadians won't accept any doublespeak or flabbergab speak from the Prime Minister on this. Will he finally tell the truth? Was Nigel Wright granted an exemption for a higher salary than the normal Treasury Board maximum? And precisely how much did he receive in severance, separation pay, or any other taxpayer-funded benefits when...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
As the Prime Minister has stated on a number of occasions, Mr. Wright will receive what is required under the law.
The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is trying to cover up corruption within his own office and his handling of the bogus expenses of senators that he appointed. The Prime Minister's approach in this House? Well, that's a different story. The member for Peterborough is facing very serious charges, possible prison time for electoral fraud, yet he's still sitting in the House. Why the double standard? Is it because in the Senate, the Prime Minister and his entire senior staff have their dirty little fingerprints all over this Conservative corruption?
Order. I'm not sure if that turn of phrase is appropriate to debate today. The honourable member has a supplemental. I'll encourage him to use language that's more judicious. The honourable member for Avalon.
Fair enough, Mr. Speaker. Peter Panashaway cheats on his election, and his punishment is he has to resign from Cabinet and resign from the House of Commons. The member for St. Boniface cheats on her election, and what's her punishment? She gets to be a Canadian.
The Honourable Deputy B2B.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives sent a message over the weekend by refusing to renew the lease for the First Nations University in Regina. There's a shortfall of $1.4 million for the university. While the underfunding problem for education among First Nations is a very serious problem, how can the minister justify this new withdrawal or reneging on a commitment by the government? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, like most of us know, there is a transparent process and there are rules established to ensure fairness when it comes to renewing federal leases. And when the lease is up, like in this case, the Minister of Public Works proceeded to make a call for tenders. The university was eligible but chose not to tender. So the rules apply, and that's quite simply what happened.
Mr. Speaker, adequately investing in First Nations education is in the interest of all Canadians. Closing the funding gap for First Nations kids attending on-reserve schools should be at the centre of any education proposal. Instead, the Minister is treating this critical issue as an afterthought in his proposal for the First Nations Education Act. Why is this Minister delaying any attempt to close the funding gap?
The Honourable Minister.
The premise of her question is totally false. If she cares to read the proposal, she will find out that for the first time in 100 and some years in Canada, this proposal cast an obligation on the minister to pay the cost of the education at the secondary and elementary level for First Nations. So they should be welcoming this statutory obligation on the minister, which is now at his whim, because it is only a policy. We want to make it statutory based, and First Nations will benefit.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Let's stick with the subject of program underfunding, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities called on the Conservatives to solve the problem of the shortage of rental housing in Canada. Over 1.5 million families are in urgent need of housing. The government refuses to renew agreements between social housing and CMHC. Are the Conservatives going to start listening to the NDP and the FCM and come up with a housing strategy and renew the agreements?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2013 renewed our investment and our commitment to affordable housing. Mr. Speaker, together with our partners, our government has provided housing and support for over 880,000 individuals and families. Mr. Speaker, we're actually producing results. The CMHC provides mortgage subsidies for long-term 25 to 50-year agreements. Those agreements are coming to an end. There are no cuts. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, from small towns to big cities, too many Canadians don't have or can't afford a proper roof over their heads. In Toronto, 250,000 people are on the waiting list for affordable housing, and the average cost of a home continues to grow further out of reach. There's a housing crisis in this country, Mr. Speaker. Why aren't they doing anything about it?
Very good. The Honourable Minister of State for Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, again, our investment and our commitment to affordable housing is a multi-pronged approach. Mr. Speaker, we're working together with our partners on things like agreements for investment in affordable housing, as well as our homelessness partnering strategy with the focus on housing first. Mr. Speaker, we are producing results. We're not just talking, as the NDP always want to do, more bureaucracy, more talk. We're actually producing results for those who are vulnerable.
Honourable Member for Mississauga, East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, Liberal poster boy Joe Fontana is up in criminal court today. Whoa. He is what the bad dreams are made of. Allow me to remind this House that London Mayor and former senior Liberal Cabinet Minister Joe Fontana has been charged with fraud, breach of trust, and other forged documents. Can the government please update this House on what it's doing to combat crime and protect Canadian families? From the Liberal.
I'm not sure there was much in that preamble that had to do with government business. The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
The lack of rail safety in Canada under the Conservative government is raising serious concern among Canadians. Now, people are concerned about oil pipelines, and we see that the mismanagement by the Conservatives is wreaking havoc. Since 2006, the number of leaks has tripled. What steps is the government going to take to restore Canadians' confidence in our pipeline network in Canada? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, between 2000 and 2011, pipelines under federal jurisdiction have had a safety rating of 99.9996% when it comes to transporting oil. There have been increasing inspections to ensure that Canada has a world-class system. The result is that reporting of incidents to the National Energy Board has increased.
Well, the minister should read the Transportation Safety Board statistics, because Conservative spin doesn't make Canadians safer. Only action does, Mr. Speaker. Pipeline leaks and spills have tripled under this Conservative government. And this is even more troubling because the Conservatives have weakened the assessment rules so that projects can go ahead now with even less due diligence. Canadians deserve better. So why are they acting so irresponsibly? Why are they acting so recklessly? Why won't this Conservative government put the safety of Canadians first?
That question is a bit rich, coming from a party that voted against increased pipeline inspections and fines for polluters. The National Energy Board is a strong, independent regulator that ensures pipeline safety. We have increased the number of inspections by 50%. We've doubled the number of audits. We've put forward fines for companies that break Canada's rigorous environmental protections. We're requiring pipeline operators to have $1 billion in financial capacity to ensure taxpayers are not on the hook.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, table a bill where you're going to increase funding for inspection and enforcement. I guarantee we'll vote for it. Mr. Speaker, this government speaks publicly of balanced development and a new, respectful working relationship with First Nations. The reality is far the opposite. Incredulously, last week, they downgraded environmental assessment rules to exempt in-situ oil sands projects from any review or hearing. This exemption not only contradicts their own scientists' information, it abrogates constitutional duties to consult. Is forcing First Nations and Métis to seek redress in the courts the Conservative vision of a new working relationship?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, environmental assessments are a shared responsibility between the federal and provincial governments. We have made environmental protection laws stricter while making environmental assessments more efficient and more effective. Our government also increased funding and opportunities for public and Aboriginal consultations throughout the environmental assessment process, and we will continue to support economic growth while protecting our environment in a balanced way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, let's put things back in perspective. Just a year ago, the Conservatives dismantled environmental assessment legislation in Canada. But that wasn't enough to please their industry friends. Now they're going to exempt oil sands projects in situ from any federal assessment, even if this type of oil sands development is even more frequent. How do the Conservatives justify this decision? The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Government is making environmental protection laws stricter while making environmental assessments much more efficient and effective. For example, in the past, Mr. Speaker, something like a blueberry washing facility had to go through the same processes as a pipeline. Unlike the opposition that wants to waste taxpayers' money on assessing blueberries, our government is ensuring that resources are focused on projects with potential environmental effects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the Heritage Minister on her appointment. We both had the pleasure of being invited last night to attend the ADISC Gala. The Minister saw how thriving Quebec music is, but at the same time, serious concerns were expressed about the government's decision to scrap the Creators' Assistance component of the Canada Music Fund. Canadian creators amaze us and dazzle us in the entire world with their talent. Why is the government letting them down? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my critic. I'm anxious to work with him on this new portfolio. But as long as I'm up, I'd like to congratulate the winners from last night and congratulate the honorary Felix Award that Guy Latraverse won. But let's talk about the Canada Music Fund. Our government has not made any cutbacks to that. We've continued to invest in arts and culture, and we will continue to make unprecedented investments both in Canada and Quebec.
Mr. Speaker, today the Finance Minister met with private sector economists. Did they remind him that this Prime Minister has the worst economic record of any Prime Minister since the Great Depression? Or that middle-class families' incomes have stagnated while the cost of everything from daycare to bus passes have skyrocketed? Or that households have taken on record debt just to make ends meet? Did he hear their wake-up call? Or is the government's economic plan still just to tell Canadians, don't worry, be happy?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, I understand the Honourable Member might not believe me, but she ought to believe the economists, several of whom spoke publicly after our meeting this morning, all of whom agreed with the economic projections of the government. They agreed we have moderate, steady growth. They agreed we have produced more jobs in Canada since the end of the Great Recession than any other G7 country. So I don't know where she's been, but she hasn't been in Canada, obviously.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A new fleet of Sikorsky helicopters was supposed to replace our 50-year-old Sea Kings back in November of 2008. That's almost exactly 5 years ago. And this is only one of a series of procurement files the Conservatives have grossly mismanaged. I have a straightforward and very simple question for the Minister of Defence. When will the new helicopters be delivered?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Our government is committed to making sure that the Canadian Armed Forces get the maritime helicopters that they need and at the best possible value to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the previous Liberal government contracted with Sikorsky, and the company has yet to deliver a contractually compliant helicopter to Canada. We have not decided yet on next steps.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Seems to me it shouldn't be so complicated to answer such a straightforward question. Mr. Speaker, after spending $5 billion and making our troops and Canadians wait for 5 years, after blaming everyone else for their own problems, it's time the Conservatives started being accountable. I'll give them a second chance. When precisely will Sikorsky start delivering the new fleet of helicopters to replace the Sea Kings? Mr. Speaker, our government wants to make sure that Canadian forces have the sea helicopters they need at the best value to Canadian taxpayers. The previous Liberal government had entered into a contract with Sikorsky, which has yet to deliver helicopters in keeping with the contract. Mr. Speaker, we have not yet decided what will come next.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Out of the way there. Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Vancouver South has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, our government inherited a broken immigration system, and we've worked hard to fix it. The speech from the throne highlighted the government's record on reducing immigration backlog by half and eliminating the economic immigration backlog completely. Can the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration inform this House on what our government is doing to ensure that we are attracting the best and the brightest while reducing the backlog inherited by the Liberals?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the hard-working Member of Parliament from Vancouver South for her excellent work. And as she well knows, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals left us a legacy of huge backlogs, reduced immigration. When we took office, there were 830,000 unprocessed applications, Mr. Speaker, and some prospective newcomers were waiting a decade to come to Canada. We've taken action. We reduced the waiting time for federal skilled workers from 7 years to 1. We've cut that backlog in half. We're taking action to fix a once broken system to make it fast, fair, and flexible. And I'll have more to say on this score in a few minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, cell phone towers are popping up indiscriminately across the country from Lawrencetown, Nova Scotia to Vancouver Island. Last week alone, I tabled 3 petitions with signatures from hundreds of Guelph residents with regard to their health and other concerns. Local residents and municipalities are deeply frustrated over a federal approval process that either leaves them powerless to influence the decision or ignores them when they try. When is the Minister of Industry going to listen, stop ignoring their concerns, change the process, and empower local governments and Canadians to make decisions in their own communities?
The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that the opposition is asking questions about one of its priorities, and that is to have competitive rates for cell service. And if the member had listened to the throne speech attentively, that is one of the priorities of this government, and we will continue working on it. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In June, Transport Canada denied the Sherbrooke Airport the security screening services it needs. That would have made it possible to enter into an agreement with a national carrier. This designation was a significant requirement in order to have 3 daily flights from Sherbrooke, but Transport Canada rejected this. The economic development of our entire region depends on this. The member for Mégantic-l'Érable offered to help out. Will the minister quickly reassess the situation? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, I met with a delegation from the City of Sherbrooke in August of this year, and we discussed the issue of CATSA designation. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that there's over 200 airports in Canada, and by law, only 89 of them are currently screened. And although Sherbrooke wants to be part of it, it has to go through a process. We'll continue to work with the people who represent Sherbrooke on the issue. My officials will continue to have discussions with them on the matter.
The Honourable Member for Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians remain concerned about the potential for high-risk individuals being released into their communities. This is one reason why our government was elected with a strong mandate to keep our streets and our communities safe. Last spring, the government introduced the Not Criminally Responsible Reform Act. This bill will ensure that public safety and the rights of victims come first. Can the Minister of Justice please update the House as to the status of this important legislation?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Wetaskiwin, a strong proponent of an effective criminal justice system, and indeed he's right. There is concern in the criminal justice area about the reform in the area of high-risk individuals who are found not criminally responsible. Mr. Speaker, Canadians and victims are rightfully concerned about this issue as well. Individuals under the current provisions can be released into the community by provincial parole boards, potentially putting the public at risk. That's why, in fact, our government's landmark legislation, the Not Criminally Responsible Act, will be brought back, restored, and examined by the Senate. I encourage the Liberal leader in particular and his House leader to get behind this bill, perhaps change their minds, and have senators and all members support this important bill to keep our country safe.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, my colleagues questioned the government on the gradual disappearance of the belugas. After getting a silly answer from the Environment Minister, who obviously didn't know what she was talking about, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans said not to worry about it, that the research was ongoing. But the problem is that their cuts to the Maurice Lamontagne Institute will lead to lower quality research. The ecotoxicology lab has been shut down, and the beluga researcher position has been scrapped. Who in the department is going to do the research? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the Minister said, researchers from DFO have been working with their partners to study beluga whales in the St. Lawrence. In fact, a scientific review meeting was held earlier this month to review scientific information on the state of the population, and the peer-reviewed science advice will be published in the coming months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie. Mr. Speaker, the bill in the National Assembly on the right to die with dignity is moving forward. With the support of all members from all parties, after serious consultation with no partisanship, the bill is on the verge of passing through all the crucial stages before final adoption. However, the federal government is implying that it might interfere in this file. Will the federal government respect the National Assembly's choice to pass legislation on the right to die with dignity, and will it commit not to stand in its way? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
This very contentious and very emotional issue has been before the House of Commons in recent years, and the federal government has no intention of reopening the debate.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, rail in Canada has reached a state of crisis. This government has no rail strategy, and service and safety and Canadians suffer. Via rail trains are forced onto sidings while dangerous goods just roar past. Mr. Speaker, does this minister agree with Conservative Prime Minister Robert Borden, who called for the nationalization of Canada's key strategic rail beds?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that the former Prime Minister Borden, of course, being a Nova Scotian, it would be tempting in order to agree with him. However, that being said, I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate what our government has done in the issue of rail safety. We've increased the number of inspectors. We've invested $100 million into ensuring that our goods can travel safely, securely, and with the full support of the Canadian public. We're working hard on the matter, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Mr. Speaker, the Trent Severn Waterway is the largest and most complex of Canada's historic canals, committed to and completed by Conservative governments. It boasts the Peterborough Lift Lock, the largest in the world, the Kirkfield Lift Lock, the Big Chute Marine Railway, 45 locks in all, and more than 32 kilometres of entirely man-made channels. A National Historic Site, it was constructed as a piece of strategic infrastructure forever changing the natural landscape of the Trent Valley region. It's not today and has never been a park. Given that there is a consensus among stakeholders, will the government commit to the creation of a management structure that will properly support its operations and the communities that depend on it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Peterborough for all his work on the Trent Severn and all the consultations he's done with his constituents. As he knows, our government is proud of our support for Canada's national parks. For example, we've taken action and protected an area twice the size of Vancouver Island. But, Mr. Speaker, Parks Canada aligned operating seasons and hours in national parks and national historic sites so they can focus on peak visitation periods. Our national parks will continue to provide Canadians and visitors the means to connect with our country's natural heritage. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commit to my colleague across the way that we'll continue working with him and other MPs in regards to
the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to know a simple, straightforward answer to a simple and straightforward question from this government. Which version of events, according to this Prime Minister, are Canadians meant to believe? Was Nigel Wright fired, or was Nigel Wright simply allowed to resign? Which is it? Tell Canadians the straightforward, honest truth for once.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think I've already answered that, but since I have a little extra time on my hand, I wanted to just tell you something, a little story that my kids love to hear. It's the story of Angry Tom and the Three Chairs. Now, Angry Tom, he tried the first chair. It was a Liberal chair. He didn't like it. It was too corrupt. He tried the Conservative chair, but he knew that they would never accept 17 years without telling the truth about a potential bribe. He tried the last chair, the NDP, not accountable, beholden to the big union bosses.
That concludes question period for today. The Honourable Member for Sands Gulf Islands has a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I've made this point of order before, but particularly when the member for Random Buren St. George's is speaking, the Honourable Member for Foreign Affairs interrupts her constantly. I have trouble even hearing her question. I know that the Honourable Member for the Minister for Foreign Affairs believes himself to be very amusing, but it is a violation of our rules to continually interrupt people when they're trying to ask a question.
See, the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs is rising to respond.
Mr. Speaker, when the member in question stands up and talks about ethics, I just reminded the House that she received a $5,000 watch and didn't report it.
I think it's best if we move on at this point to tabling of documents. Dépôt des documents. Order. The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to subsection 94(1) of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 2013 Annual Report on Immigration.
Here, here, here.
The Honourable Minister of State for Multiculturalism.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the Global Centre for Pluralism's Annual Report for 2012.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Blaney for Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westford Port, Coquitlam, seconded by Mr. Van Loan. Moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Copyright Act and the Trademarks Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety, you're rising, yes.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker.
Does he say that first? Okay, sorry. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the special order adopted in the past, I would like to inform the House that the bill is identical in form as C-56 was prior to prorogation.
For Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Western Port Coquitlam, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
This bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
La présidence est d'avis que ce...
The Speaker is of the view that this bill is consistent with Bill C-56 prior to prorogation of the 41st Parliament.
October 21st, 2013, the bill is deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Report de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion. Motion. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask for unanimous consent from the House for the following motion. That, notwithstanding any order or usual practice of the House, clauses 290 to 293, related to establishing a new regime for permanent residency in Canada, be removed from Bill C-4, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget, tabled in Parliament on March 21st, 2013, and other measures, and do compose Bill C-9, that Bill C-9 be deemed read a first time and be printed, that the order for second reading of the said bill provide for referral to the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, that Bill C-4 retained the status on the order paper that it had prior to the adoption of this order, that Bill C-4 be reprinted and as amended, and that the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council be authorized to make any technical changes or corrections as may be necessary to give effect to this motion. Mr. Speaker, we are moving this motion in order to improve accountability and transparency in this Parliament. It's important for Canadians. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to move this motion? There is no unanimous consent.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition from mainly residents of Orangeville, Ontario, who are concerned with the issue of preventing sex-selective abortions. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, they are concerned with sex-selective abortions have denied millions of girls in Canada and throughout the world the chance to be born mainly because they are girls. And they are asking the House of Commons in Parliament assembled to condemn discrimination against girls through sex-selective abortion and do all it can to prevent sex-selective abortions from being carried out in Canada.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure of presenting 3 petitions today. Petitioners calling on the Government of Canada to rescind the decision to close the Kitsilano Coast Guard Station and rescind full funding to maintain the Coast Guard station. The second petition is the petitioners call on the Government of Canada to immediately legislate a ban on the importation of shark fin to Canada. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call on the Government of Canada to designate March 18th as National Sustainable Seafood Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure of tabling 2 petitions today. The first is a petition from Canadians from Inuvik, Yellowknife, Fitzgerald, Serpent River, and Alberta. And they're calling on the House of Commons to add the Slave River to the Navigable Waters Protection Act, due to the fact that the Slave River historically has been famous for its navigation. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from 120 Albertans calling on the government to reinstate immediately the changes to the interim federal health program to reinstate necessary health benefits to refugees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, I have a petition signed by many residents of Winnipeg North, and they're asking for the Prime Minister to acknowledge the importance of our old age pension programs. They want to ensure that there is an option to retire at the age of 65, and that the government do not in any way diminish the importance and value of Canada's 3 major seniors program, OAS, GIS, and CPP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, I have the pleasure today of presenting 2 petitions signed by citizens in and around my riding of Beaches East York, and the first is with respect to climate change, and it calls on the government to accept the science of climate change and table a comprehensive climate change plan, identify the current value of government buildings and infrastructure assets, determine the possible impacts of our changing climate and changes in extreme weather on identified assets, and determine the projected cost to climate change these assets. Mr. Speaker, the second has to do with genetically modified alfalfa, and the petitioners call upon Parliament to impose a moratorium on the release of genetically modified alfalfa in order to allow proper review of the impact on farmers in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present 2 petitions. The first is from residents of the British Columbia coast, from the areas of Langley, from Vancouver, and particularly as well as from the outskirts of Vancouver, all calling for the ban that has been in place since 1972 on all super tankers loaded with crude oil. There's been a coastal ban for British Columbia. These petitioners ask that it be made permanent and legislated. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is primarily from residents of the Ottawa and Gatineau area. It calls for this House to review the security certificates, which the petitioners believe violate the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, violate fundamental human rights, and they're calling on the Parliament to abolish the security certificates process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honourable Deputy de Terrebonne-Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present petitions from people in my riding who want to support Bill C-475, which would update legislation on privacy to better protect Canadians in this digital era. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present petitions signed by people in my riding with respect to the fusion of CEDA and Foreign Affairs. These constituents are calling for ODA not to be lost as part of this fusion, and they urge the new department to provide assistance. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the work of Chapeau Bécomo, which is doing excellent work in this area. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to table here today in this House 4 petitions dealing with health care in Canada and the importance of keeping our public health system, and to ensure that the necessary funding is transferred to the provinces in order to maintain the public universal nature of our healthcare system and the free nature of it as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
to introduce two petitions today. The first petition is signed from people in Vancouver, and they want to draw to our attention the unwanted contamination from GM alfalfa and the fact that it's inevitable and will contaminate organic farming systems and the ability of both organic and conventional farmers to sell alfalfa and related products into domestic and international markets. And they call on Parliament to impose a moratorium on the release of genetically modified alfalfa in order to allow a proper review. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is hundreds of people from Toronto, Peterborough, Vancouver, Burnaby, Richmond and Surrey, and I've had the pleasure of introducing thousands of these petitions that point out to us that every year hundreds of thousands of dogs and cats are brutally slaughtered for their fur in a number of Asian regions, and they ask Canada to join the USA, Australia and the European Union in banning the import and sale of dog and cat fur. In fact, point out that we're the only developed country without such a ban, and they ask the government to introduce legislation to amend the Consumer Product Safety Act and the Textile Labelling Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, presentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders. Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-4. Economic Action Plan 2013, Act Number 2, as well as on a motivated reasoned amendment. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquet-Angers. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I rise today to denounce the terrible, undemocratic attitude of this Conservative government. A fourth omnibus bill, another mammoth, in the halls of the House of Commons. More than 300 pages, Mr. Speaker, and even the President of the Treasury Board admits that he has to refer to more than half of his cabinet in order to understand everything contained in this bill. In such a heavy document, it's easy to make mistakes, like, for example, increasing, without realizing it, taxes on cooperatives from 15 to 28%. This forced the Minister of Finance to correct this bad policy quietly in the bill that's being presented today. The NDP is disappointed to see that the Conservatives have refused to learn from their mistakes and are obstinate in their approach to put forth omnibus bills to Canadians. This is the fourth one. The government is intentionally preventing Parliament from debating these issues point by point. These are reforms that are detrimental to Canadians. Like for Duffygate, there are here 300 pages of evidence that the Conservative government prefers cover-up to transparency. I can't speak to this bill without talking about changes targeting Canadians' right to a safe and healthy workplace by withdrawing health and safety officers from health and safety officers powers given under the Labour Code and giving them to the Minister, by significantly weakening the ability for employees to work in dangerous conditions, and by placing all powers for occupational health and safety in the hands of the Minister. It seems to me that the three changes I just pointed out run counter to workers' rights. The NDP is convinced that no workers should be forced to work in conditions that are dangerous. Now, another aspect that I'm concerned with deals with the public sector. This is another case of interference. The Minister can, henceforth, arbitrarily designate which services are deemed essential services without relying on objective analysis. These powers could be used to completely withdraw certain groups of workers to this right to collective negotiation. This is unacceptable and violates workers' basic rights. That reminds me of something reported on in Le Devoir last week. An official in Employment Insurance Integrity Services was officially relieved of duties for having disclosed to Le Devoir the existence of quotas imposed on employment insurance investigators. This courageous woman deplores the fact the situation set aside for whistleblowers. And I quote, people I acted in the best interest of the public and I'm paying a huge price, he said. It's horrible. Nobody wants to give a whistleblower a job. This has destroyed my career and my life. I sincerely hope that this woman will find a decent job because she acted in the interest of the public, and that is very laudable. The government has attempted, in many ways, Mr. Speaker, to hide the truth from taxpayers and is exercising a worrisome level of control. How can we have confidence in a government that contradicts itself day after day and that prevents parliamentarians from working by hiding essential information or by tabling bills as big as this one? Bill C4 includes a wide range of highly complex measures, including many which are not of a budgetary nature, which warrant more in-depth study. By forcing through the last omnibus bill, Bill C60, last year, many errors went through, including an increase in taxes on cooperatives. As I mentioned earlier, as a result of the mistake, the increase in taxes for cooperatives was 28% instead of 15%. Bill C4 will fix that mistake. The NDP is opposed to increasing taxes on cooperatives and is disappointed to see that the Conservatives have once again put forth another omnibus bill. Another aspect of the bill that I'm very disappointed in is the elimination of the credit for for venture capital funds and for savings. These funds are a lever, an important economic development lever that have been used in the past, Mr. Speaker. Abolishing tax credit for these funds is not going to help small businesses in this country. Over the past 10 years alone, there have been 2,200 companies in Quebec and Canada that have benefited from these funds, and 80% of them have fewer than 100 employees. At present in Quebec, some 171,000 jobs were created or maintained thanks to the FTQ Solidarity Fund. At a time when the government is talking a lot about job creation, we could do without their measures, Mr. Speaker. And I don't see any measures in this budget that will really create jobs in our communities, Mr. Speaker. On the weekend, I visited a company in my riding, Pure Saffron. It's the first company of this type in North America, and it has set up shop in Saint-Élie-de-Caxon in my riding. I was very impressed with the company. It's the kind of company that we need to support. There are tax credits for young workers, for research and development, through risk management programs that work for companies. These are the types of measures that we need, and that is what the NDP is proposing. Moreover, I'd like to speak to the cuts to the research institutes. Bill C4 is once again attacking the National Research Council of Canada by eliminating almost half of all positions and by giving more power to the President. I find that very disappointing. In my work as a Deputy Critic for Agriculture, I often hear talk about needs in terms of agricultural research and development, and I know that there are as equally as important needs in other areas.
Stakeholders tell me that independent research enables agricultural producers to move ahead, to get ahead of the competition in international markets. Innovation is a priority in agriculture, and it is too bad that the Conservatives are not interested in this important aspect. When I look at this bill, I don't see anything that will help people in my riding. Last spring, my office was inundated with emails and mail criticizing the employment insurance reforms. And now the Conservatives are coming back and abolishing the employment insurance fund board in Canada, which provided for independent management of employment insurance funds. The government will be able to manipulate the rates that way. The government wants to bring Canada back to a time when Liberal and Conservative governments could skim off the employment insurance fund. Employment insurance comes from funds provided by workers, and it is for them. We can't trust the Conservatives to manage employment insurance. They've shown us that often enough. We, therefore, do not support Bill C-4 for both reasons of content and procedure. The Conservatives have forced Canadians to wait for an extra month before coming back and showing us what they want to do. And now they are forcing us to work more quickly than is reasonable to approve their omnibus bill. I think it is clear that they have something to hide. They want to do things under the table and give us bad surprises. The economy, though, is stagnating. Families are going more into debt, and their priorities are being ignored. We will oppose the 2013 budget measures and the implementation bills unless they take into account the real priorities of Canadian families, creating good jobs, a decent retirement, and job prospects for young people, and better affordability for families. That's what people want. The government can't just say a few things here and there, sprinkle some nice words. People want to have real commitment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions or commentaire, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to pick up on where the member just finished concluding her remarks, and that is in regards to what real people want to see. There has been a serious void in terms of attention being given to Canada's middle class, as what we have seen and has been highlighted by the Leader of the Liberal Party on numerous occasions is the middle class is not getting its fair share of the generation of wealth that Canada is able to produce, and has in fact been neglected by the government. The unemployed today, and to what degree the government is coming up with creative programming in cooperation with the different stakeholders, for example, the provinces, and developing the types of skill sets and encouraging individuals to get re-engaged or re-employed at a level in which they're going to be able to get a salary based on the salary that maybe they were laid off on just months prior type of thing. And my question to the member is, to what degree does she believe that the Government of Canada has been negligent in not working with our provinces at ensuring that we have first-class training opportunities and programs that would allow our middle class in particular to stay employed at a quality job for a quality pay?
I have a deputy.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Colleague and friend for his question. I know the Liberals like to talk about the middle class and what they're doing to defend the middle class, but I'm sorry. Members in our caucus, we are well represented, and we represent Canadians well. I'm a single mother, and I know what it's like to work 2 jobs and pay for daycare and juggle it all. The government is not doing enough to help families get out of poverty. We talk about the middle class, but even people under the middle class. Where is the middle class? We need to help people get out of poverty. We need to make sure that they have good jobs, and when they retire, that they have une retraite assez décente. Something that I just...
Decent retirement.
An article from the Wellesley Institute talked about the Children's Fitness Tax Credit. It's great. It's a tax credit. But in this document, it says that it only helps families of income over $200,000 a year. Make that tax credit remboursable. Reimbursable? Sorry. C'est une façon de faire pour...
Make it refundable. This will make life more affordable for families in need. This is a concrete step that the government could take.
Questions and commentaire,
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, who does very good work and represents all Canadians, including the middle class. I was pleased to hear what she had to say. Michael Harris, along the same lines, the journalist who writes in iPolitics, said that the Prime Minister and the Conservative government are not good managers. The Conservatives keep saying that they know what they're doing to help the fiscal situation. They keep talking about the middle class all the time, but in fact they do not really defend the interests of the middle class. Since this government has had a majority, they have not taken steps in this area. $1 billion was spent on the G8, G20 meetings. They gave a lot of Perrier and a lot of other perks. The minister responsible for Treasury Board is still there, despite the shenanigans. And yet this was the biggest white elephant in our history. We keep hearing these comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I want to thank my colleague for her comments. I always like to hear what my colleague, the member for Gatineau, has to say. I like to listen to her speeches. There are so many things in this omnibus legislation that should be separated out and studied in detail. We don't trust this government that tries to slide things through without us being able to look at them. My son learns from his errors and understands that he can't do things, the same things day in and day out. The Statistics Canada says that there are too many workers for the jobs that are available. Will the government fix this? Unemployment has increased by over 270,000 people under this government.
The Honourable Member for Peace River.
Thank you, Speaker. It is a real privilege for me to be up to speak to Economic Action Plan 2013. Mr. Speaker, it won't surprise you, but I stand in support of this legislation, as it really is a continuation of what our government has done to bring prosperity, hope, and opportunity for Canadians from coast to coast of all ages. And I can tell you that it's a real privilege to be able to stand here and to commend our Finance Minister, who has brought forward another plan, a continuation of the plan, to continue to see those jobs created across this country. Of course, I don't need to tell you, Mr. Speaker, but I maybe need to remind our opposition colleagues that like to lead folks to different conclusions that since the depth of the recession, we've seen over 1 million net new jobs created in this country, which is great news for people across this country, and especially great news for those people who live in the middle class that work hard to pay the bills and to make ends meet. I can tell you that, Mr. Speaker, of course, is not news to you as well, that we're seeing the lowest unemployment rates that we've seen in some 8 years, which is just great news, and that number continues to drop month after month. And I can tell you, having come from the province of Alberta, representing the province of Alberta, that this is the number one issue that Alberta businesses, small businesses, industry and employers are finding, is trying to find folks that will fill those job vacancies. The number one issue that seems to be holding back the growth and opportunity in the province of Alberta is really finding a skilled workforce. And that's why I'm so excited about what's included in the plan that we see before us today, the plan that we're debating that has so many different initiatives within it to create jobs, opportunity, and prosperity for folks. But specifically, what I am very excited about is the Canada Job Grant, which is really one of the things that Canada will be able to do to build and work to reduce the major issue that it has to do with some of the issues regarding the not having enough folks to be employed in this country. Mr. Speaker, I think that we may have a miscommunication. I believe that I'm up to speak now, and I believe that I'll give a speech, and I think you were thinking I was here still to question, but I think we've got that corrected, and I'm up, and I think I've got 10 minutes. Maybe you could tell me, Mr. Speaker, how much time I do have. Wonderful. Well, that's great. It's about high time that I started in on some of the things that are so important to my riding within this piece of this budget legislation. I could tell you that, as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, that one of the major issues is trying to find enough folks to fill the job vacancies within our communities. We have a number of industries that continue to struggle to find skilled workers in the area of agriculture, in the area of forestry, and the pulp and paper industry, as well as in the resource sector, so the natural gas and the oil industry. I could tell you that what is most desperately needed is those folks that can fill the skilled jobs that need to be filled. This budget responds to that, and as I was saying, we have the Canada Job Grant program that's being initiated through this through this budget implementation bill. And I can tell you that not only are employers excited about this, but young people who are trying to find the training that's necessary for the high-paying jobs of today. They're excited by this. Also, I've been speaking with many educational institutions, specifically one of the institutions within my own constituency, Grand Prairie Regional College, that is very keen to begin the process of working, continuing to work with our government and with the provincial government to put out highly trained people into the workforce to fill these job vacancies. I can tell you that GPRC is not only excited about what we're doing on the Canada Job Grants initiative, but also what we're doing in terms of some of the contributions for development of new technologies and research. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, just this last week that GPRC, Grand Prairie Regional College, was named the third most important research institution for a college level, third most important within the province and 14th in the country, which is great news, considering the fact that just some years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, they were about the bottom of the heap. But since then, what we've seen is significant contributions from the federal government to initiatives within GPRC through CRI and a number of other initiatives that they've undertaken to link up with federal funds to build things like the National Bee Diagnostic Centre, which is now located in Beaver Lodge. This is something that our government was proud to fund, the construction of the original facility, and then we were very keen just in the last number of months to announce that we'll have ongoing support for that initiative for the next 5 years. This really is exciting not only for folks that live in the Peace River region, but also throughout the country. When I was recently touring this facility that just celebrated its 1-year anniversary, I learned that one of the major groups of folks that are using the research capacity of that facility are actually people that come from Ontario. And so we're seeing that this really is a trans-Canadian initiative, and I'm very proud that our government funded it and that it's located in my community. I can tell you that one of the major issues that it's so multifaceted, but Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I'm very keenly aware of is the necessity to engage our First Nation people in the training of the jobs of today. I serve or have served in the past as the chair of the Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Committee, and it's been a real privilege of mine to do this and to serve in that capacity. One of the major issues that we do recognize, I think, across partisan lines is the underemployment or the unemployment on within First Nations communities, specifically the youth of these communities. And I'm very excited about the continued initiatives that are put forward in this budget to continue to support education opportunities for folks that live within First Nations communities, to link those folks that live within close proximity of some of the new industrial developments and some of the resource developments with the training that's necessary to get those jobs in those communities. So what we have in my community, Mr. Speaker, is folks that live on reserve that in some cases are just miles away from some of the highest paid jobs in the country. And the only thing that seems to be standing between the opportunities for underemployed or unemployed young people within these reserves is training so that they might be able to go out and get those high-paying jobs in industry and in the resource sector in very close proximity so they can continue to live within their community. They don't need to move to a large urban center, but they can get the training and actually work in a community that's close to home. And this is great news, and that our government is responding to these needs and responding to the challenges that many First Nations folks are facing by putting more money into training and working with our local institutions to provide support to ensure that these young people get the training that is necessary to support their families and to create opportunities within the regions that they live. One of the other major challenges, Mr. Speaker, that we have faced over the last number of years as a growing community, as a region that has continued to see development, is the ability for municipal and provincial governments to keep up with the infrastructure, the essential infrastructure that's necessary to keep our local industries moving and prospering. And so I'm very excited that the Finance Minister has continued to allocate money to essential infrastructure from coast to coast. And Alberta is going to be one of the big benefactors of this program, as every province will be. But specifically in my province and in the region that I live in, we are in desperate need of some of this essential infrastructure so that we might be able to continue to see the prosperity continue to be developed. Things like water systems and sewer systems and roads and bridges are all essential so that we might be able to continue to see prosperity in our local communities. So it's something that we're very excited about, and commend the government for continuing to recognize the needs of regions across this country to continue to build the infrastructure that's necessary for long-term prosperity in all of our communities. So, Mr. Speaker, as I go through this action plan, I can tell you that from the beginning to the end, there's nuggets and important initiatives within this piece of legislation that are good news for Canadians, good news for Albertans, and definitely good news for folks that live in the Peace Country. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Good job.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Le Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague a question, the same question that I asked a number of his other colleagues. I would like him to tell me. The President of the Treasury Board said last week, on the weekend, that we need to vote for the budget before we know the details. So I would like him to tell me whether he feels this is really democratic. Does it give the opposition the information they need and the other members to vote in favor of the bill, and then we will find out the details? What would he have said if the NDP was in government and they were the opposition, if our President of the Treasury Board said, vote for my bill and then I will give you the information? Is that democratic, Mr. Speaker?
Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you that many of her colleagues on even that side of the House have read the document, so I'm hopeful that she'll catch up with them, read the document, and see the details that are necessary to vote on it. I can tell you that this is an interesting tweak on what has been the practice of the NDP. So often the NDP has decided that they will oppose the budget even before having it presented in this House. So this is an interesting change. What I'm continuing to hear is that the NDP are unable to see the document and be able to determine if or not it's going to be a plan that will lead to prosperity and hope and opportunity in this country. I can tell you, if the honourable member doesn't want to read the document, that's fine. She can take my word. She can take the word of economists across the world who have said that Canada has had a plan, that the plan is working, creating opportunity, hope, and prosperity. She can even ask some of her colleagues who are currently snickering at her, and they'll tell her that she probably should support the budget.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, what is clear is that no other Minister of Finance in the history of our great nation has been manipulated into bringing in as much legislation as this particular minister has. Mr. Speaker, over the last series of budget implementation bills, this Minister of Finance has had more than half of his cabinet colleagues bring forward saying, me too, Mr. Minister of Finance, I want my bill brought through on your budget bill. It is absolutely mind-blowing in terms of the number of pages that this Minister of Finance has brought in the last couple of years since this Reform Conservative government. And the question that I have for this member is, how does this member justify his Minister of Finance bringing in legislation that should, in fact, have been broken down into numerous pieces of other legislation? Most of the stuff that's in here has nothing to do with the actual budget implementation and what we have seen in the last couple of years. Does he not believe that more legislation should have been brought forward as opposed to trying to bring everything in through the back door of budget legislation?
The Honourable Member for Peace River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member doesn't have to take my word for it, but he can take the word of the economists or other folks who have declared that our finance minister is the best finance minister in history. We as Canadians have really the privilege to be served by one of the greatest finance ministers, and to lead us through what has been a very, very difficult time over the last number of years and led us to a place of prosperity that has outstripped any other of the industrialized world is really a credit to him. I can tell you that when this finance minister brings a piece of legislation to this House, the members opposite should take it seriously, should reflect on it, recognize that Canadians support what this finance minister has done and continue to support what this finance minister is doing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise and say thank you to the people of Etobicoke North, the community where I was born and raised. I want our community to know that I loved being in our constituency office almost every day this summer. I want them to know that I loved being at their beautiful celebrations during the week and on weekends, sometimes attending 10 events on a weekend. And I want to say thank you for coming to our annual community barbecue. There were 1,200 of us, and it was a wonderful party because we shared and met new friends. Mr. Speaker, what I can tell you from my daily work in our constituency office this summer is that people need jobs, and I've worked hard to get them jobs. In fact, I obtained funding for completing the Circle program, a $500,000 jobs program in our community, in remembrance of Loyan Jalal, a young Somali-Canadian man, a York University student with a bright future who was shot and killed in 2005. 8 years later, we still do not know Loyan's killer, and we now have 50 deaths of young Somali-Canadian men. In 2012, 6 of 33 Toronto shooting victims were Somali-Canadian men. Our community is asking that the government investigate these deaths through the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, develop federal provincial job programs, particularly with the RCMP, and examine witness protection. Mr. Speaker, there wasn't a day this summer that I didn't have a student, a graduate, a parent, or even a grandparent come asking for help to find a job. And they came and continue to come because we do help them find jobs. I personally review and edit resumes late into the night, sometimes doing 2 and 3 drafts. We get our people into job programs. We follow up with them to make sure their job searches are going in the right direction. And while they search, we help them with food and clothing and whatever other supports they might need. At critical times, I've personally bought medicine. We had a lady coming looking for help as she was in agony due to an ear infection that had raged for 3 weeks and had pus and blood running down her face. The sad reality, she could not afford antibiotics because she couldn't find a job. How many more stories like hers are there? Mr. Speaker, I had university graduates who came after being out of school and out of work for 2 years to get help. I had numerous disappointed graduate students, international doctors, and teachers who could not find work. And I had grandparents who came on behalf of their grandchildren, the first in the family to graduate university and college, asking why they had fled their country of origin to come to Canada, the land of promise, so their children could have education. Now they have education, and they still do not have a job. Mr. Speaker, it was then particularly hard to hear from service providers that federal funding was being cut for job and training programs in our Etobicoke North community. My community depends on these job programs. We cannot afford to have them shut down. That is why I contacted the minister's office, and I hope that this will be rectified. Mr. Speaker, so what I was looking for, first and foremost in the budget, was real help for the people of Etobicoke North for jobs. Instead, we have 308 pages with 472 separate clauses, amending more than 50 different pieces of legislation. Yet again, another anti-democratic omnibus bill meant to limit debate and ran through as much unrelated legislation as the government can get through Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this legislation fails to address the very real challenges faced by the middle class and those seeking to enter it. It does little to help the economy create jobs. In fact, the so-called job creation measures in this bill are just a continuation of the status quo, which simply is not good enough. Moreover, it does little to help young Canadians find jobs at a time of persistently high youth unemployment and underemployment. The reality is there are still 224,000 fewer jobs for our youth than before the recession. Mr. Speaker, as the critic for status of women for our party, I was disappointed to see virtually nothing for women. In fact, in response to the throne speech, one of my young constituents simply asked, "Do women and girls even register with this government?" Mr. Speaker, a question prompted me to think about what a throne speech and a budget bill might have looked like if it actually addressed the challenges Canadian women face. Mr. Speaker, perhaps such a throne speech would have recognized in silent prayer and reflection the 600 murdered and missing Aboriginal women, mothers, aunts, cousins, sisters stolen from our communities and taken from Canada, and a commitment to an inquiry with real recommendations to end the violence. Mr. Speaker, perhaps C4 would have begun to address the remaining inequalities women face and build brighter futures for our families, communities, and our country. After almost 100 years of women's advocacy, this would at last mean eliminating the gender wage gap. Its eradication would be an economic imperative, as the wage gap hurts our families and hurts our economy. In fact, the Royal Bank of Canada has shown that the lost income potential of women in Canada due to the wage gap is a staggering $126 billion a year. Mr. Speaker, a healthy and a robust Canadian economy needs women's contributions, and it is government's job to remove the obstacles that appear at all stages of women's lives that keep them from realizing their full potential. A lack of child care, an enormous issue in my riding of Etobicoke North, holds women back and is one of our country's great unsolved issues. It is time to fix Canada's broken child care promises and to fix a system which is failing Canadians. By the end of this fiscal year, this government will have spent about $17.5 billion on the universal child care benefit. Has the benefit helped more parents stay at home with their children, affected the severe shortage of child care, or made child care more affordable? Astoundingly, this government cannot answer these questions. Mr. Speaker, our government should ensure that when each of our daughters leaves college, university, or the trades, she will make the same wage as the young man sitting next to her. This would mean that she would have the same opportunity to buy a home, raise a family, save for retirement, and have enough money to leave an unhealthy relationship if she needed, and that she would not be trapped, often, as in past generations, dependent upon a partner who hurts her. Mr. Speaker, where is the promise and sustainable funding to develop a national strategy to end violence against women and girls, which forces 100,000 women and children from their homes into shelters each year, carries an incalculable human toll, and costs Canadian society billions? Where is the apology to our Aboriginal peoples for the loss of their children, Canada's children, and an inquiry into the missing and murdered Aboriginal women, with the promise to listen, nation to nation, and together develop real recommendations to end the violence which we would implement together? Mr. Speaker, the news that the Minister of Health plans to make ending family violence a major theme of her tenure is welcome. But the Canadian Medical Association President wants to ensure that resources are put in place and that the Minister's efforts turn into a national strategy. For the people of Etobicoke North and for women across Canada, C4 offers very little. My constituents need better and they deserve better. Mr. Speaker, this government needs to recognize that pay equity, childcare, and ending violence against women are key economic issues, and it must become a champion for women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Western Diversification.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. She addresses an important issue, which is childcare. Now, I don't have children of my own unless you count my cats, but that said, I have many colleagues and friends who value choice in how they approach childcare in terms of if they choose to find care out of the home, they have a choice in where to go to find that. If they choose to stay at home and raise their children, that they would have the choice to do that, and that would be equally valued. That there would be choice in how things are provided, and that the state is not telling them how to undertake a fundamental freedom, which is how to raise one's children. And that's where we differ ideologically. I was just wondering how she can argue for state-run childcare when choice in parenting is something that's a fundamental Canadian freedom that builds our society. Our universal childcare benefit spoke to the heart of Canadian parents. I mean, if she wants to talk about income splitting or other measures, let's talk about that, but let's not take choice out of the equation. I'd like her to explain how state-run childcare allows for choice.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, the question is, has the universal child care benefit actually provided choice? Has the benefit helped more parents stay at home? And the answer is the government can't answer this. Has it affected the severe shortage of child care? And the government can't answer this. Has it made child care more available? And the government can't answer this. The government can't answer these fundamental questions. Had that $17.5 billion actually gone to child care, we would have had 700,000 additional child care spaces in this country.
$3,000 a month for child care.
Order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Etobicoke North for her presentation highlighting that we haven't seen much of a focus on the concerns of women in this country. I actually had a conservative friend of mine make the same point after hearing the speech from the throne, that there wasn't much there in relation to concerns that women experience in this country. I want to mention a specific one, and I was hoping to see it in the speech from the throne. I know that there are many conservatives in favor of this change. It would be of assistance in the police work, in searching for those who have brought harm to murder and missing Aboriginal women, but also to missing children across Canada. And that would be a database of the DNA of missing persons for routine cross-referencing to crime scenes. It's an important idea. It's been endorsed by Senate committees. It's been supported by various conservatives. We still haven't seen it. It's called Lindsay's Law because one of my constituents, Judy Peterson, it's 20 years ago, exactly 20 years ago, August 2nd, that her daughter, Lindsay, went missing. And she's been championing this effort. I'd like my friend's comments.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
First of all, I would like to say my profound apologies to my honourable colleague's family for the loss of her daughter. I can't imagine the horror of that. And anything we can do to provide information to improve databases so that we have a better chance of we were talking about the murder of a child. We need better databases. I do want to pick up on pay equity, on women in the economy. Canadians should remember that in Budget 2009, the Conservatives attacked the rights of Canadian women by undermining pay equity. and in 2010 voted down a Liberal private member's bill to implement the recommendations of the 2004 Pay Equity Task Force. The gap in income between men and women in Canada is 19%. According to the Conference Board of Canada, Canada ties with the United States for 11th spot of 17 countries and earns a C grade. And with the challenges of the current financial climate, it has never been more important to take full advantage of the skills and talents of all people, regardless of their gender.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be able to rise in the House today to speak to the second Budget Implementation Act. And this Act builds on many important measures that are part of the 2013 Economic Action Plan and puts them into practice for Canadians. And today, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight several of these measures that I feel will benefit constituents in my riding of Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, and indeed Canadians across the country. To begin, it should be noted that the Canadian economy has been recognized globally as a leader through the current global economic recession. In fact, Canada has had the strongest job creation record in the G7. Furthermore, both the International Monetary Fund as well as the OECD are projecting that Canada will have among the strongest growth in the G7 in the years to come. Finally, the World Economic Forum has ranked Canada's banking system as the soundest in the world. And that, Mr. Speaker, a great part of it is contributed to the great finance minister that we have in this country. These global accolades are a strong indication of the economic success that this country has seen. This government knows to spend when spending is necessary, and it knows when to save when saving is possible. In fact, Mr. Speaker, leading up to the recession, this government took almost $40 billion in surpluses and paid down the national debt. $40 billion. That's something not to sneeze at. I was very pleased to see that Budget 2013 and this Implementation Act continue with this proven, successful, and conservative tradition. One principle that is very important to me is keeping taxes low for hard-working people and allowing workers to keep their hard-earned money while still being able to provide necessary services. Since 2006, we have done just that. We have cut taxes over 150 times, resulting in the overall tax burden being reduced to its lowest level in 50 years. This is translated into the average Canadian family saving approximately $3,200 each year. Expanding further, this budget will introduce more measures to save money for the average Canadian. This will be achieved by the freezing of employment insurance premium rates for 3 years, leaving $660 million in the pockets of workers and job creators. Therefore, Canadians will be saving money through tax breaks and other incentives while still benefiting from federal stimulus initiatives. The new long-term infrastructure plan is a fantastic measure in the 2013 Economic Action Plan that will support economic growth and development in Canada. The livelihood of Canadians depends on a network of highways and roads, water and wastewater infrastructure, transit systems, and recreational and cultural facilities. Mr. Speaker, myself and many of my colleagues in this House on all sides have spent time in municipal politics. Myself, almost 13 years. And at this level of government, one of the main challenges that all of us had and seen was addressing the needs of our local infrastructure. And that is why I'm pleased to see that this budget addresses the need to support this network of infrastructure. And instead of a patchwork program, Mr. Speaker, we have dedicated $32.2 billion over 10 years. The Community Improvement Fund will support the construction or improvements to local roads, public transit, recreational facilities, and other important infrastructure, as well as provide a consistent and steady source of funding for local municipalities across the country. Long overdue and well anticipated. Along with supporting development of infrastructure, the Economic Action Plan 2013 also contains measures to support a knowledgeable and healthy workforce. For example, the Canada Job Grant will provide $15,000 or more per person through federal, provincial, territorial, and employers funding to help Canadians get the skills they need for in-demand jobs. This program is expected to reach approximately 130,000 Canadians at eligible institutions each year. Furthermore, I was pleased to see that this budget will be reducing barriers to apprenticeship accreditation by working with the provinces and territories to standardize requirements for apprentices in the skill trades across Canada. And this is very welcome news in Bruce Grey-Owen Sound, as many students and young workers obtain the skills they need for future employment through apprenticeship programs with local businesses that also benefit from the skills of these young workers. In fact, one of my own sons apprenticed with a local business and achieved his Red Seal in carpentry. And that example of a great program happens all over this country every day. Representing a riding that is surrounded by water on three sides puts the protection of our waterways, local fisheries, and environment among the top priorities for me. That is why I was happy to see that Budget 2013 contains measures to support these initiatives. And the first of these would be the Recreational Fisheries Conservation Protection Program. This program will support local groups and sportsmen associations on local conservation projects. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I was very pleased recently to welcome the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans to my riding to announce funding for a couple of local groups who have been approved for funding through this program. And remember that this program was just announced in the recent budget, and to actually get some money flowing in 2 to 3 months after that, if anybody that knows how government works, that was a phenomenal thing to get through. It just doesn't usually happen that fast. So kudos to the Minister on that. It's a great program. Along with this program, I was also pleased to see that the budget set aside $4 million to monitor and enforce ballast water regulations. This will help to protect our Great Lakes and other waterways from invasive species such as Asian carp. Mr. Speaker, with Remembrance Day right around the corner, we should all take some time to recognize the strides that have been taken to better the lives of our honourable veterans. Specifically, this budget will be enhancing the funeral and burial program by simplifying it and also more than doubling the current funeral services reimbursement rate from $3,600 to just over $7,300. This program means a great deal to the families and friends of veterans that have passed away, and these amendments certainly come as welcome news. These changes go along with other initiatives that have been implemented in Canada to support our veterans, such as the Helmets to Hard Hats program and more. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude by saying that the current global economic recession is just that. It's global. The impacts from this recession have been felt all over the world, and global cooperation will be required to fix the problem and create a strong and stable international economic system. That is why the new and historic free trade agreement between Canada and the European Union is an outstanding accomplishment that we should certainly celebrate. Canadian companies will now benefit from free access to one of the world's largest consumer bases, which will create much more economic activity here in Canada. 500 million people, Mr. Speaker. That's agriculture, small business, all aspects of the Canadian economy have an opportunity here, and that's what it is. Trade just doesn't happen overnight, but we have the opportunity to now make it happen. And myself, having a very large and rural agriculture riding, they're certainly going to benefit by this. So this agreement, Mr. Speaker, has the potential to boost Canada's income by $12 billion annually and will increase bilateral trade by 20%. In other terms, this will add $1,000 to the average Canadian family's income and also will result in 80,000 new Canadian jobs. Mr. Speaker, with statistics like this, it's very easy to see why this agreement is certainly something to be celebrated. And I'll look forward to taking questions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech, and serving with committees on him has always been a pleasure. I'd like to ask, though, a question with regards to the auto industry. In Ontario, it's significantly important, and also across this country. One of his colleagues earlier today in the House referred to it as a niche industry, so that it's not significant, it's not as important. I'd like to ask whether he feels about that, if that's the case, it's a niche industry. And then second to that, with regards to the auto sector right now, what strategies or plans are there in the government to actually get a battery procurement facility for automobile production?
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague across the way for the question. And I think it's fair to say, in response to his question, it is about the auto industry, but I think it's fair to say that in any industry, whether it's agriculture, the auto industry, there are aspects or components of those industries that are niche markets, or they can attract niche markets. So I obviously wasn't present, or I'm not aware of the comments that he referred to, but I can tell you from some of the figures that I've seen in the last year, I believe it was 17,000 cars from Canada went to the European Union, and under this agreement, that could rise to somewhere between 100 and 120,000 cars. And, Mr. Speaker, if that isn't significant, I don't know what is.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I've noticed is that the government time and time again likes to repeat the things in which they believe is really sellable. One of the things they always talk about is the Economic Action Plan 2013, as if it's actually good, and they spend literally hundreds of millions of tax dollars to promote that particular plan. Now I've seen a couple members in a row talk about the best Minister of Finance ever. Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, there is an obligation to tell the full truth inside the chamber. We need to recognize that this particular Minister of Finance inherited a budget surplus, turned it into a multi-billion-dollar budget deficit. He inherited a trade surplus, turned that into a multi-billion-dollar trade deficit. Mr. Speaker, there's an argument to be made that he might be the worst Minister of Finance. My question to the member is, does he feel, especially given this whole Prime Minister office scandal, does he not believe that there's any merit to telling the full truth in terms of what's actually taking place?
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. And it's really good to hear an opposition member, but particularly a Liberal, stand up and recognize the great finance minister that we have in this country. It's one thing for one of his colleagues like myself, who obviously already know that, but to hear him say that, I think, is fantastic. And what I'd really, I talked to Mr. Speaker about the $40 billion that we use to pay down the deficit. Just think that if the Liberal Party of Canada would pay back the $40 million that went out of this place in paper bags, we could add that to it. So.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for International Development.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know that my colleague who just gave a speech is from a rural riding. And we've talked about jobs growth and economic prosperity in this budget. And I wonder if he could talk a little bit about what that means in his riding. When Canadians have more money in their pockets, they typically spend they change their spending habits on agricultural products, for instance. And I wonder if the member could talk about what this budget means for the people who live in Grey Bruce.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Well, through you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Newmarket, Aurora, and I know that she's been in my riding, and I think she'd agree that it's a pretty special place. But I know she represents a great riding as well and does a great job of that. But my people are no different than hers. They're average, hard-working Canadians. And any time that you give an honest, hard-working person, a Canadian, extra money in his pocket, you know what they're going to do. Their kids are going to benefit from it. Seniors are going to benefit from it, all that. And $3,200, as I said in my speech, is nothing to sneeze at. It's very significant. And $3,200 is puts a lot of money out there just to do those little extras that you maybe wouldn't have. So great question.
L'ordre, conformément à l'article 30.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands on Science and Technology.
The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start off by saying what a delightful weekend I had in my riding in Newton North Delta. And it was so wonderful to have our leader in the riding and meet with so many of my constituents and meet with the press and just hear their concerns being expressed. And as you know, it's always very rewarding to be back home and working with our constituents. I also want to start off by acknowledging the amazing work done by my colleague, the Member of Parliament from Parkdale High Park, on this whole file. And I rise today to oppose what is before this House, both the process and the content. And let me tackle the process aspect first. Here we go again. I've been an elected Member of Parliament since May of 2011. And it has been quite an eye-opener to see how our parliamentary democracy works or does not work. And one of the key areas is the number of times where parliamentarians are denied fulsome debate on issues. And once again, we have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages of a budget where not only budget issues are buried in there, the budget should be in that budget document, but there is so much other stuff. And once again, the question I have is, what does this government have against transparency and accountability? Do they have a hard time with members of Parliament debating legitimate issues that should be debated here? And why is it that time and time again they feel they have to bury stuff in the budget and then ask for these votes wholesale, yay or nay? And once again, as I said, as a parliamentarian, I find it quite outrageous, and as you know, not only that, but a time allocation to boot as well. So not only do you put forward a huge bill that has far more than the budget in it, but then the government also moves to limit debate. All of those are major, major concerns. And, you know, the other issue is, and that's I really do want to get on to the content. We hear that this budget, and, you know, we've seen some of the advertising already that goes on, is going to fix our economy. Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, that nobody in my riding believes that this budget is going to fix the economy. Nobody. No matter how many glossy newspaper advertising or TV advertising that goes on, people know what they are struggling with in their daily lives, day in, day out. Let's focus on youth unemployment. One of the richest countries in the world, richest in resources, we are failing our youth. And this budget does nothing to address the high levels, double-digit youth unemployment across this country. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, we mustn't take that lightly, because just imagine how debilitating it is for our youth, for our young people, when they go to university, they go to school, they take post-secondary education, and they even go on to do further studies, but they can't find jobs. They can't find jobs. And I think that this budget fails our youth quite miserably. The Job Action Grant, as we know, has not been a great hit with any of the provinces or territories. As a matter of fact, I haven't heard one provincial leader stand up and acclaim it, embrace it, and say this is the best thing since sliced bread, or even that it's an okay thing. Every one of them has criticised the shortcomings in that job action grant. And once again, where are the investments that will lead to job growth? We hear a lot also that this particular budget is going to fix or do things to the unemployment. But you know what? This is not a budget issue, but it is right here in the budget where the minister is now going to have control over setting the rates, the final say in setting the rates for EI contributions. Once again, opening the door for abuse by both the Conservatives and Liberals of taking money that employers and workers pay into for the rainy days that they don't have jobs. We've seen $57 billion being stolen out of that EI pot and being put into general revenues. And I say the word stolen because that money was paid for by Canadians and employers for a rainy day that they didn't have a job. And you know, Mr. Speaker, we've seen a lower number of people on unemployment. Not because more people are not needy or unemployed or don't, but because the system has become so cumbersome and the cuts in Service Canada and the bureaucracy around applications, getting a phone call, being online for hours and hours is just not working. And I was pleased recently when there's going to be a change to address the fisherman issue, and I'm hoping the government will wake up tomorrow morning and fix the rest of the problems that they have created for unemployed Canadians and make it easier for them. And surely this is the time we should be investing in skills training and skill development, and people who lose jobs in one area, there should be pretty intensive investment in order to make sure that we help people to get into the jobs that are around. Because there is not a shortage of jobs, we know that. Well, also in this budget, we see that the government is going to extend the $1,000 hiring credit for small businesses. Laudable, but the New Democrats have gone even further by proposing $2,000 hiring tax credit that won't cut into EI funds and will help businesses hire and train young people. That's the kind of initiatives we need, and we put these forward. And you know, maybe they will pick them up like they have picked up some of our other ideas, and it will help Canadians, and that's a good thing. You know, the other thing that, when I look at this, and I have to put this in, you know, we're going to spend close to $500,000, according to the department, on changing the name from Human Resources and Social Development to Employment and Social Development. I'm really wondering the wisdom during these very, very difficult times of spending $500,000 on changing stationery and letterhead and all else that it takes when people are really hurting. Let me say once again, Mr. Speaker, that in my riding, I have a very, very diverse riding in Newton North Delta, and in case you don't know, it's part of Surrey and also crosses into the Delta municipality. And where I have people, where I have constituents who are working 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet, they don't find things are getting better. They're having to work longer hours just to make ends meet. And what they tell me is that their lives have become like they feel like a gerbil in a cage, where they're sort of running all the time, just so that they don't fall flat and their children don't go hungry and those kind of things. And I also live in a riding where we have a homelessness problem. So affordable housing is an issue. We have very high usage of our food bank. And what I'm seeing is nothing in this to address that. And you know, this government is really allergic to data. We know that. And yet, there is sound evidence, and the Canadian Payroll Association survey found that 40% of employed Canadians are spending all of or more than their net pay, and 45% of those polled are putting only 5% or less of their pay into savings. So we do know that the debt load is growing for Canadians, and there is nothing in here to address that. Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek the unanimous consent of the House to move the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, clauses 125 to 158, 176 to 203, 277, 278, and 294 to 470 related to public sector employee relations and sweeping changes to workplace health and safety regulations be removed from Bill C4, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 21, 2013, and other measures, and do compose Bill C9, that Bill C9 be deemed read a first time and be printed, and that the order for second reading of the said bill provide for the referral to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skill and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, that Bill C4 retain the status on the order paper that it had prior to the adoption of this order, that Bill C4 be reprinted as amended, and that the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council be authorised to make any technical changes or corrections as may be necessary to give effect to this motion. Mr. Speaker, I am moving this motion in order to make more sense out of this budget. Thank
you. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? There is no unanimous consent.
I thought I had it for a minute, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Speaker, and I want to thank the member for that very impassioned speech. And I want to touch upon the democratic aspects of this piece of legislation. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've had a number of omnibus bills. Some of us refer to them as ominous bills. And what we see in this particular piece of legislation is, in part, what it's being used to is to correct a mistake made in previous omnibus bills. And the member has very rightly attempted to move a motion dividing out a piece of this legislation. And I wonder if the member could comment specifically on the lack of democratic process where members of Parliament are not given adequate amounts of time to fully debate complex pieces of legislation and to avoid the kinds of mistakes that we saw with, for example, the credit union tax.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my colleague for her thoughtful question, and I think it's a question that all of us are rethinking and thinking over and over again, and that is parliamentary democracy and the role of parliamentarians in that parliamentary democracy. And Mr. Speaker, it is with a great deal of sadness, even when I visit students in high schools, that I have to share this with them, that as parliamentarians, we are sent here to be able to debate all issues and to be able to speak on them and, to give our input. However, with the movement of time closures and moving omnibus or ominous bills, as we have seen over and over again, what happens is that kind of debate does not take place in this House. Let's say, for example, moving time allocation on 300 pages, when buried into this bill, are items that have nothing to do with the budget, but obviously things this government does not want the public to know about, and they don't want the opposition to be able to comment on. So they bundle things together, and then they ram things through because they have a democracy, and I believe this is a gross abuse of a majority, and it undermines parliamentary democracy that is representative.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask the member, because both of us at one time were immigration critics for our respective party, and we've had in the last couple of days government representatives stand in their place and talk about the processing claims and the backlogs and so forth. The member would be aware of the fact that last budget, one of the budget implementation bills, what they did is they, in fact, deleted literally tens of thousands of files of individuals that were abroad that had put in proper or gone in through proper process and ultimately to be able to immigrate today or to Canada. And unfortunately, the way in which they dealt with the backlog, at least in good part, was just to hit the delete button. And I'm wondering if, given her past on immigration matters, if she would like to just express some of her thoughts in regards to that particular issue.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my colleague for his question, and I think there is no doubt that this particular member of parliament is very vociferous right here in this House and does an amazing job representing his riding. But, you know, the question he asks is really about how the world views Canada and how they see our policies. When we hit the delete button on people who had put their lives on hold, who were actually applied in good faith, following the rules we as Canadians made. They didn't make the rules, by the way. We made the rules. So they followed our rules, and we told them, join this line, and your turn will come. They joined that line. And then we woke up one morning, or the minister did, and said, anybody who applied before 2008, your files are gone, and you can reapply. I've talked about that issue many times in this House. That is just grossly unfair to those people. Look, we all want a responsive and a coherent immigration policies and systems, and that's how Canada was built. But really, we have to look at how we treat people as well.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great enthusiasm that I rise today to speak to Bill C-4, which builds on our budget introduced last March. Mr. Speaker, what ought to be the motivation of the government when we construct a budget? What ought the government to consider? Well, Mr. Speaker, consider this. Canada is a land that stretches 5,187 kilometres from Cape Spear, Newfoundland, to Mount St. Elias in the Yukon Territory, and 4,627 kilometres from Cape Columbia on Ellesmere Island to Pelee Island in Lake Erie, and it encompasses 9,984,670 square kilometres. This land is blessed with enormous wealth in natural resources, lakes, trees, minerals, and rivers. However, Mr. Speaker, these attributes are worthless without the human investment to turn them into value. Mr. Speaker, Canada is blessed with those resources, but we have human talent that have come to this country from every corner of the globe. A little strange to find corners on a globe, I must say, but they've come from Germany to Japan, from Ireland to Iran, from China to Chile, from England to Ecuador. These, Mr. Speaker, the people of Canada and the people who have come to Canada, they are the ones that the government must consider when we prepare a budget that will help people in Nunavut and New Westminster, in Halifax and in Hamilton, in Moncton and in Montreal, and yes, in Newmarket Aurora as well. And how do we help, Mr. Speaker? Well, we help by ensuring that these great individuals who make up the best of this land have opportunities. That's what Bill C-4 is about, creating opportunities. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know how to work, and they work hard. They want to provide for their families, they want jobs, they want growth, and they want prosperity for Canada. That's what this budget implementation bill is about. Since 2006, our government has been putting in place the foundation for that prosperity. We began by paying $40 billion off the debt, and I was glad to hear my colleague from Grey Bruce talk about that a little bit earlier. And, Mr. Speaker, when the financial pillars of the global economy were shaken in 2008 and other economies teetered precariously, Canada was resilient. In those dark days, our government acted with determination and decision. We ensured through shovel-ready projects that Canadians stayed working through investments in our community infrastructure. Newmarket and Aurora both saw benefits in the rehabilitation of community centres, the beautiful Riverwalk Commons in downtown Newmarket, sports facilities, and heritage structures. And now, as we look to a brighter future, the foundation in place, it's time to build on what we have already put in place. Mr. Speaker, the global economy is still fragile. Many countries still have economies that are on life support, but not Canada. Our government is taking the steps to grow our economy. How, you ask? First, give people back their own money, and they will spend some of it. And Canadians, being prudent, will save some of it for a rainy day. We gave them back their money. We cut the GST. We raised the personal tax deduction. We implemented tax credits for kids' sports and arts, for transit, and for apprenticeships. We also created the tax-free savings account, and we gave seniors pension income splitting. Mr. Speaker, shall I go on? The list is enormous. But wait, we have other measures to grow the economy. Mr. Speaker, we named this budget a plan for jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. We know that the job creators are those businesses like the ones that belong to the Newmarket and Aurora Chambers of Commerce, manufacturers like Axiom and Canada Plastics, restaurants like Alcasalas and Cachet, and the UPS store that FaZe owns in the 404 Plaza at Leslie Street and the 404. These are the businesses that are the job creators. And as Jerry Moran said about the American economy, and I quote, "Innovation and entrepreneurship is the opportunity, and it's the best opportunity we have to grow the economy," end of quote. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to free these job creators to do what they do best, because FaZe has a dream. He came from Iran for opportunity and better opportunities for his kids. FaZe works, and he works hard. And what did he do? Well, after he bought the UPS franchise, he created 2 new jobs. We're helping FaZe keep those employees by reducing EI payroll taxes. FaZe has also invested in training for these folks. That cost him money. He wants to keep these employees working. He's also invested in equipment, printers, photocopiers, high capital costs for a small business. But we're helping FaZe with that as well by addressing capital cost write-offs. We help FaZe return to profitability more quickly. Is that all we've done? Not for a minute. Our government continues to provide the best economic policies for Canadians to promote jobs, growth, and economic prosperity. And how is our government doing that? Well, Bill C-4 will implement other tax measures that will be helpful for many other Canadian small businesses and their owners. For instance, the lifetime capital gains exemption will be increased to $800,000, and for 2014 and subsequent years, the lifetime capital gains tax exemption will be indexed for inflation. However, it's not only businesses that our government's tax measures will be helping. Our government is also introducing an income tax measure that will help Canadians in the event of making an honest mistake in the event of over-contributing to a registered pension plan. Bill C-4 streamlines the process for pension plan administrators to refund a contribution made to an RSP when such a mistake is made. These tax measures and others will be greatly beneficial for all Canadians. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, our government is looking out for the best interests of Canadians. These income tax measures are being implemented to encourage Canadians and Canadian businesses not to spurn their growth. However, this is not all we're doing, Mr. Speaker. Encouraging economic growth is an important part of our government's mandate, and following in this tradition, our Prime Minister recently signed an agreement on principle for a new trade agreement with the European Union. I know that this is not a topic of the Bill C-4 discussions, However, the Canada-EU Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement will bring many benefits for Canadian citizens and businesses, new opportunities for investment, business, and the ability to consume new products will appear with the opening of the vast European market. Key sectors of interest for Canadian investors, such as the aerospace, energy, and business services industries, will benefit greatly from this agreement. My riding of Newmarket Aurora, which is home to many companies that operate within these sectors, will see firsthand the benefits of this agreement. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the Honourable Minister for International Trade introducing this new trade agreement in the House of Commons. However, to stay on topic, I return, Mr. Speaker, to Bill C-4. The measures in Bill C-4 will ensure that the goals of jobs, growth, and economic prosperity will continue to be met. I strongly urge all of my colleagues to support the passage of this bill so that Canadians can start reaping the benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question and commentaire, l'honorable
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you. Growth and prosperity, you said. That's not what I read in The Economist, which talks about the economy in Canada, which, according to The Economist, is beginning to run out of gas. GDP growth will be 1.6% this year. The country needs other types of sources for growth and can't seem to find them. It continues in the same vein. I would like to know, a budget involves making choices. Now, the government has spent billions of dollars on advertising, but it tells the Canadian public that there's no money in the coffers. They can't pay for essential services, employment insurance, and so on. So I would like to hear from my colleague as to why this is the case.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's a great question for our side of the House, because it wasn't us, although I'm sure that we all would do the same thing, who voted this finance minister as the best finance minister. It was the G7 countries who voted our finance minister as the best finance minister in the world. We have a stellar record, and we're going to stick with the record we have. The finance minister told us during question period that he just had a meeting this morning with many economists from across this country, and they have said that we have the record to follow. They have endorsed the policies that we're following. We're going to stick with that record, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, after that sort of long string of self-congratulatory comments about their finances, I'd like to ask the honourable colleague the following question. You know, after the first 2 years that the Conservatives were government, by 2008, after inheriting 2 years of massive surpluses from the previous Liberal administration, they started building up a debt which today has added $160 billion to our national debt. Now, from 2008 to 2013, that's 5 years. That works out to about a little over $30 billion per year that they've added to the national debt. Now, that is equivalent to $1,000 for every man, woman, and child every year since 2008. And of course, by the time that $1,000 gets repaid, it'll be a lot more than that, because it's part of a huge debt with a lot of interest. I wonder if that has been communicated to the Canadian public, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I remind my honourable colleague that the Liberal government only paid off the debt that they'd paid off by taking that on the backs of the provinces. I saw what happened in Ontario when we had $25 billion cut out of health care and education. It was my kids that suffered in schools without textbooks. It was my kids that suffered because health care wasn't available to them. And we're going to stick with the record we have of working hard for creating jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for this country. That's our record. That's the record of this finance minister. We're sticking to it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that my Liberal colleague didn't choose to mention the $52 billion in EI premiums that somehow are missing and in the general revenues and nobody knows where they are, or the $40 million that still we have no idea where the $40 million is from the sponsorship scandal. But, Mr. Speaker, my question is for my colleague. I thank her for the address on the economy, and all of us, Mr. Speaker, host pre-budget consultation roundtables in our ridings, and over again we hear about the importance and the significance of the accelerated capital cost allowance, which not only is being extended, but is also extending now to the clean energy sector. I'm wondering if my colleague could comment on some of the businesses in her riding that are really benefiting from this accelerated capital cost allowance, which allows businesses to invest in cutting-edge equipment that keeps them competitive on a global market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, short answer, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as a matter of fact, I just visited a company in my riding that is part of the aerospace industry that has indeed invested just in the last couple of years in new equipment. And they have told me that without the ability to do that, they would never have been able to stay competitive. And they're very grateful to our government for doing that. Mr. Speaker, if I could just read a quick comment from a constituent of mine who says this country is filled with some of the most talented, skilled, and innovative people on the planet, and I believe we should solely focus on developing our existing population with the knowledge to fill jobs that are in demand. We're going to focus on that, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak, along with my colleagues, to Bill C-4. As we know, this is a 300-page omnibus bill that amends 70 other pieces of legislation. Logically, we should have time to study this bill in depth. I'm just wondering whether the government would accept a 50-page contract and be asked to sign it immediately or in the next couple of hours. Logically, they would automatically say, no, I need time to read it. I need to know what I'm signing. But that's what they're asking us to do today. They're asking us to approve a 300-page bill that amends 70 other acts, and they're telling us we have to do it immediately. It was 24 hours between the time the government introduced this bill and the time we had to start debating it in the House. 24 hours. This runs counter to any opportunity to genuinely debate or even understand what this bill contains. A 300-page bill dealing with subject matter that has nothing to do with one another and is sometimes very complex. That's very little time. 48 hours after reading this bill or finding out what was in it, the government invoked time allocation in order to steamroll this bill through the House. This is unacceptable in a country like Canada. And this is how the government proceeds with most of its bills, using a gag order. That should only be limited to urgent situations. The Conservatives have used this for a phenomenal number of bills that they table here in the House of Commons. The government has deliberately delayed the resumption of the House by over a month by proroguing. And now they come and say C4 is urgent. It makes no sense. I think if you ask people if it made any sense to them to table something to prevent us from getting back to work and then prevent us from studying the bill and then suddenly say this is urgent, we have to pass it immediately. It makes absolutely no sense, Mr. Speaker. Canadians can see through all this. They quite clearly see that the government is using time allocation to prevent us and interest groups affected by these changes to have the time we need to study C4. As a parliamentarian, and above all as a Canadian, I could never accept this attempt by the Conservatives to avoid parliamentary oversight. We'll be voting against C4, Mr. Speaker, on principle, because we're not being given the time we need to do our jobs, but also because of the contents. The three previous budget implementation acts have taught us that we have to be wary of this government. In the previous bills, the Conservatives attacked environmental assessments, protections for most of the lakes and rivers in Canada, and those bills also led to $36 billion worth of cuts to healthcare transfers and an increase in the retirement age from 65 to 67 years of age. C4 is hardly any different from the other budget implementation acts in that it causes us to lose ground as a society. It provides for significant changes to the workplace for Canadians. The minister will now have the power that previously was invested in health and safety officers. C4 also attacks workers' ability to refuse to work in dangerous conditions. It's the least that Canadians should be able to keep. They should have the right to work in a safe workplace, a safe environment. But the Conservatives don't seem to share our point of view on that. When you read C4, you also see that the government is far from wanting to give up on its open war on the public service. It's become a habit for this government to attack the thousands of people who provide Canadians the services they're entitled to. This time the government is torpedoing the Public Service Labor Relations Act by doing away with arbitration as a method for resolving disputes. The bill also makes changes that will give the minister the power to determine in an arbitrary and discretionary fashion what are essential services. Ultimately, this could be used by the minister to completely prevent workers from resorting to negotiation or bargaining, which is a right recognized under the Charter. Mr. Speaker, the open war this government is waging on public servants has done a lot of damage in my riding of Hull-Aylmer. The most recent data from Statistics Canada shows that of the 17,000 of the 19,200 job cuts in the public service will occur here in the Ottawa-Gatineau region. These cuts will significantly slow down economic activity. The Conference Board of Canada indicated that the economic forecasts for this region, which is the fifth largest in Canada, would be downgraded by about 50%. In other words, these cutbacks are really hurting affected regions. The Parliamentary Budget Officer estimates that the measures contained in budgets 2012 and 2013 will lead to the loss of 67,000 jobs. According to StatsCan, there are currently 6.5 unemployed people for every job available in the country. This is a very poor record for a government that bills itself as being a good manager of the economy. And it was to be expected that the government would use C4 to try to correct the situation, but they're not doing anything of the sort. Instead of attacking workers, this government should be focusing on creating good jobs, which they're not doing. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have repeated ad nauseum since taking office that there's no money left in the till and we have to cut, and cut more. The government's finances have to be managed responsibly, and we are the first to recognize that. But it's all a matter of knowing how to set priorities. Since 2006, the government has spent $1 billion to organize the G8 and G20 meetings. $500 million on advertising and $1.3 billion a year in tax breaks for their big oil buddies. I'd also like to point out that the government has attempted in every way possible to stick Canadian taxpayers with a bill for almost $40 billion to purchase fighter jets. I understand why Canadians are upset when they then hear that there's no more money in the till and they can't be given any help to make ends meet. This government keeps cutting back services that Canadians are entitled to, while on the other hand, they give away billions to corporations that are already making multi-billion-dollar profits. It's important to repeat that public services serve the middle class above all. They're the ones who derive the most benefit from government services. I also understand Canadians who are indignant when they learn that over 400 veterans, the most severely disabled among them, are not eligible for the Canadian Armed Forces Pension Fund. It's all a matter of priorities, Mr. Speaker, and obviously the Conservatives' priorities are very different from those of Canadians. The Conservatives have clearly chosen which camp they're in by using C4 to attack worker rights rather than to reduce inequalities and create good jobs. The government can be sure of one thing: each and every time they attack worker rights and propose steps that will exacerbate inequality, they will find the NDP squarely in their path. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She said that the till is empty. There's no money left in the till, in the coffers. That's what the government says. I have a problem with that. If there's no more money in their coffers, then there should be not such a serious unemployment problem. Now, with this bill, they'll be limiting access to arbitration in the public service. Why, in her opinion, is the government doing this? The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. On the arbitration system in the public service, as I said, that is a charter-recognized right. Unions had the right to opt for arbitration. What we see here is the potential increase in conflicts between workers and employers in the public service. All public services have been cut back by this government. That's the fact. And as members in our offices, we see more and more needs. We see people who want their files dealt with as quickly as possible because the government, because of these cuts, has hindered or delayed significantly their applications for family reunification.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, one of the shortcomings of this government has been a holistic approach at dealing with any form of a national housing strategy. What we have found is that whether it doesn't matter where you are in Canada, from coast to coast to coast, there is a need to be able to deal with housing shortages for a wide spectrum of individuals. You could talk about revitalization type of housing programs. We used to have some great ones, such as the Residential Rehabilitation Assistance Program, to the whole concept of infill homes, to housing co-ops. There just doesn't seem to be any real, genuine, tangible interest by this Conservative government to look at ways in which it can make affordable housing real here in Canada. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide some comment as to why it's so important that the national government put a higher priority at ensuring that Canadians are in a better position to be able to fix their homes and own homes into the future.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, which has to do with affordable housing and government programs. As I said in my speech, the government has set its own priorities, and those priorities are not the same as families in need. The future for our children and grandchildren is such that there are urgent needs, but this government refuses to set up programs to help in the arena of social housing. CMHC is going through hard times right now with this government's position. there should be some discussions, some negotiations to help municipalities and provinces create affordable housing units so that people can live decently and so their children can get full meals.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if my colleague would just comment briefly on her impression of the importance of the $1,000 EI credit that's going to help small and medium-sized employers create more jobs. I know in my area, most of the jobs that are created by small and medium-sized employers who employ, between maybe 10 and 50 people. And this hiring credit in my area is a very important part of the budget, the C4 that we're talking about. I'm wondering if my colleague could comment about the importance of that in her area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hull-Elmer. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I really like that question. That was precisely my point, the desire to divide those parts, separate those parts of C4 that could help people. Because what they've done is lumped 70 acts into one bill, and it's all or nothing. That's what we're dealing with here, Mr. Speaker. And most of the things in C4 we can't support, but there are some things we could support. But it's by discussion, not in-camera committee meetings, not gag orders, not time allocation. That's not how we solve economic problems for Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's indeed a pleasure to be able to rise today and speak on behalf of my constituents from Selkirk-Interlake and talk about how important the Building Canada Fund is to our municipalities, talk about the importance of our Economic Action Plan is to our farmers and our commercial fishers and our small businesses that operate throughout the riding. Mr. Speaker, this fall, and as I do every fall, I go on a town tour. My riding is bigger than Nova Scotia, 56,000 square kilometres. And I went out and drove through September over 6,000 kilometres, visiting over 55 communities on multiple times to see, how things are going, to talk to people on the street, to visit people in the coffee shops, to meet with my municipal leaders, meet with businesses and tour their operations, and just get a good feel on how things are going at this point in time. And I can tell you that one thing that my municipal leaders are telling me is that they're excited about the new Building Canada plan. They really believe that the $53 billion commitment that we've made over the next 10 years will greatly benefit them. The one thing that they're extremely excited about is the Community Improvement Fund, that there is going to be over $32 billion available to them to invest in their public community places, into their roads, making sure that their recreational facilities are brought up to date. And I can tell you that they really appreciate the idea that we've taken the gas tax fund. First of all, they like the idea that we made it a permanent fixture in ongoing transfers from the federal government to municipalities. They appreciated that we doubled that gas tax fund a couple of years ago. And now we have untied it so that they can actually use it for whatever they see as being important to them. And so rather than just being used for green infrastructure or things that help with mass transit, which doesn't really work well in rural municipalities because we don't have buses in most of my communities. We don't have a rapid transit system in any of them. So actually having the gas tax fund being untied so they can use it on roads, on public places like halls and recreational facilities like the skating rink or the curling rink, those are things that are important to small rural communities. It's important because that's where people gather, where they meet, where they have fun, where they get healthy, where they get to see their kids or grandkids participate in sports. And so it is important to have those community focal points invested in through the gas tax fund and now through the Building Canada Fund because of the changes that we made in the Community Improvement Fund. There's over $14 billion as well in the Building Canada Fund to be used on provincial, national, and regional significant investments. And Mr. Speaker, we know that this could be anywhere from investing in port facilities to help with our trade to ensuring that we have expanded highways and artery systems to move our truck transport, our commuter transport, making our roads safer, and I know that's also extremely important to my communities. We've also seen the ongoing investment of $6 billion in the continued existence of the infrastructure programs that we already have in place with the provinces and municipalities and the territories for 2014-15 and beyond. And so these are big, significant improvements for those municipalities or major projects that want to get underway, that want to look at private-public partnerships. And then the P3 fund is also there for them, and we've renewed that at $1.25 billion. Now, of course, the riding of Selkirk Interlake is a large agricultural riding, both with grain farming and ranching and a lot of mixed operations. And I can tell you that the measures that are in this budget really does speak to their ability to continue to grow and prosper, taking advantage of marketplaces just like we just saw with the new comprehensive economic trade agreement with Europe. The European Union is a huge market, especially they're now available to my farmers and ranchers, like grain farmers. My beef and cattle operations are really excited about that trade deal. And one thing that was in this budget that they are talking about, that they are excited about, and one that really helps with that next generation to enter into farming, is to actually double the current restricted farm loss income tax rule. So it has been for the last over 20 years. $8,750 per person who works part-time could claim that amount of their off-farm income as a restricted farm loss. So that actually works to their benefit. Well, we've doubled that to $17,500. So that really helps with those new entrants coming in that still have an off-farm job. And, you know, in reality, Mr. Speaker, if you look at it, about 2/3 of farmers today have off-farm employment. And so this is a real good measure to help those younger farmers out, to help those that rely on off-farm income, to be able to take some of those earnings and allow it to be used against any farm losses that they have. So it is a really positive measure that people in my riding are talking about. The other thing that they appreciate is that we've made changes to the lifetime capital gains exemption. That not only did we increase it to $800,000 per person, but we've indexed it to inflation. So it's not going to erode. We won't have to come back and continually improve or increase the lifetime capital gains exemption for those farmers who are exiting the industry or making sales, but they were going to be able to have that exemption in place against any of their lifetime capital gains. So this is important not just to our farmers, but it's important to our commercial fishers and it's important to our small businesses, and it helps with that intergenerational transfer of those operations, whether it's the mom and pop store, whether it's the family operation, farm operation, or whether it's the family commercial fishing operation. It helps with those transfers into the next generation, and it allows those that have worked so hard, and often we all talk about those farmers, that they never, they live pretty much cash poor and asset rich. You know, they're sitting on a lot of land, they're sitting on a lot of capital assets, but they often don't realize their true economic net worth because they've either had some difficult times in the marketplace, or when they do have good times, like they're having this year in both the cattle industry and the grain industry, what do? They invest back in the farm. They're buying more land, they're buying more equipment, buying more machinery, paying off debt, and so the only time that they really get to cash out is when they do transfer that farm operation to the next generation, and this is where this really comes into play for a farm operation. Whether it's a family operation, whether it's a partnership with a couple of other families together, or they've actually gone and put together a corporation, but still, even corporate farms in my area are still family farms. They just incorporated because that's the best way to go forward from the standpoint of their farm from a tax basis. Now, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the other big announcement is our continued support for Genome Canada at $165 million. We know that the biggest benefits that have been generated in Western Canadian agriculture, in Eastern Canadian agriculture, has been through animal and plant breeding. Those increases in productivity, those abilities to reduce the need for more inputs into our farm operations because of better plant breeding, because of better animal breeding, really do pay off dividends and put money into the pockets of our farmers. So we are really excited about that, both from cattle industry, the hog industry, and of course the grain and oilseeds business. Now, a lot of people often are shocked to learn that in Selkirk Interlake, in Manitoba, out in the prairies, that we have a huge commercial fishery. And they too are benefiting from things that are happening through this budget, as I was talking already with the with the with the lifetime capital gains tax exemption, increasing that and indexing it to inflation. But our fisheries overall, from both a commercial standpoint and from a recreational standpoint, is so important. I got Lake Winnipeg and Lake Manitoba, and in this budget is a $10 million conservation fund to help with enhancing the fishery, to help protect wildlife habitat, to ensure that those, I guess, really highly valued fish species that people want to go out there and catch, whether it's walleye, whether it's northern pike, whether they're out there fishing even mullet. We want to make sure that those fisheries are protected and that it will benefit not just the habitat, but it will enhance tourism, it will enhance opportunity, and it's going to be working towards the overall fishery, both from a commercial side and a recreational standpoint. And the focus really is on the recreational fishery and all the tourism dollars and enjoyment that we get out of the recreational fishery. Up and down my streets in my community, it's completely loaded up with small business enterprises. And this budget really speaks to them in how, they really are the main reason why we're seeing 1 million net new jobs is because it's growing through our small businesses first and foremost. They represent 98% of all businesses in Canada, employ over 2/3 of Canadians, work in small and medium-sized enterprises, and that is what makes up the large portion of my riding from a business standpoint. So again, the lifetime capital gains exemption works to them, the expanding the small business with the hiring credit for small business for 1 year, $225 million, helps them increase that employability, content, and job opportunities in our riding. And we're extending and expanding the hiring credit for small businesses so that the costs associated with creating those jobs are being offset with this budget. So, Mr. Speaker, we are really excited about what's happening and how it's impacting on my riding of Selkirk-Interlake.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I just have one question for my colleague. Since the Conservatives got their majority, which means in 2011, we saw a real degradation, really, in terms of environmental regulations, but particularly some little problems in the area of science, doing away with certain positions for scientists, for example. And the government has prevented some scientists from speaking. So my question is on one part of C4 in particular. Why continue in the same vein? My colleague who represents an agricultural riding, he has daughters, I know he has a lovely family. Why do away with jobs in the most prestigious research center that the National Research Council has? Why do away with science? Why eliminate almost half of those jobs? Why, Mr. Speaker?
Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question as well as her compliment for my family. I appreciate that very much, and we've had a chance to work together on a number of issues, so I do appreciate her comment. On the issue of environmental permitting, what we've done as a government is reduce the redundancy and the duplication of services between different jurisdictions. And, Mr. Speaker, that has really saved dollars for municipalities, for our province, for businesses, including agricultural operations, on having to go through the exact same process at the municipal, provincial, and federal levels to get permits. And so it's not about reducing the need for science, because the science is still the actual determining factor on the environmental permit. We just don't need every level of government rubber stamping the exact same process. Right. And so what we're trying to do is make it simpler and easier and reduce red tape, not just for businesses, but for farmers, for fishers, and for our municipalities and provinces who are trying to do the right thing and ultimately still put the environment first.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I've had an opportunity to go to Selkirk-Interlake and in my friend's riding, and it's a great spot. We had visited there just after the major floods. I think they're about 4 years ago. And I know a lot of the talk around that time was concerns around global warming and, is this what we're going to expect going forward? The concern I have, and it's not dissimilar to the last question, it's around science and the science sector. And we see this outcry from scientists over the last number of months and really the last couple of years saying that science has been devastated. We hear that in the Department of the Environment. We hear that in Fisheries and Oceans. Now, I'm sure the government is sort of taking money from all other sources and shell gaming it around, but what's my colleagues' take on the outcry from the science community? Are we to pay no attention to what it is they've been saying? They're very adamant that this government has turned their back on science, and I'd like his comments on that.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Cape Breton for his comment. And, I used to chair in the last Parliament the Environment Committee, and I'm very proud of the work that we do through Environment Canada. A lot of people don't realize that Environment Canada is the 5th largest research organization in the world. The other 4 bigger ones are actually in the United States, but the biggest in Canada is Environment Canada, and the 5th biggest in the world is Environment Canada. They still are doing significant research. They are still publishing peer-reviewed papers. They're still out there speaking, whether it's from Environment Canada, Agriculture Canada, Health Canada. Those scientists are out there making their presentations and talking to the media. There might be a few sour grapes that you hear from time to time because some scientists haven't been able to get out there and say what they want to say, but it's because they aren't talking about their science. They're talking about other issues. So if they're going to go through the proper steps and processes, that they can actually get out there and speak about their research. We're seeing it all the time. Thousands of documents published annually, hundreds of speeches given by our scientists, and that hasn't changed one iota. The overall science need hasn't been reduced. It has been refocused. And we want to make sure that we are addressing the concerns that are being brought forward by Canadians, and that's where we're focusing our work.
Absolutely. Avant la reprise.
Before resuming debate, I remind honourable members that the period for questions and comments is only 5 minutes. So while other members could be able to participate, it would really require all members keeping their interventions brief and under a minute most of the time, so that other members can participate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haute-Gaspésie, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I thank you for giving me the floor today. It's very important concerning C4, the Budget Implementation Act. So once again, the federal government is using omnibus bill, supposedly a budget bill, in order to advance its retrograde ideology and adopt controversial measures that, in fact, have never been publicly discussed. Before we can even begin the debate, the substance of this, and consult citizens and opinion groups, the government is muzzling us once again, a practice that once again should be exceptional. And so once again, there is going to be limit on the debate of Bill C4. The measures in this bill are far too important for them to be rushed through so that we don't really have a true debate, real impact studies, which inevitably will occur after the fact. So this bill is more than 300 pages long, and it affects some 70 bills, and so it might have been very important and perhaps critical that we have the opportunity to take the time and split the bill and really give it the time that it requires, and also be able to make some proposals to amend it that would have allowed us to work on it very well. So far from dealing only with the economy, as the Conservatives claim, Bill C4 affects a whole gamut of different subjects. Some of the changes that will result from C4 will
badly affect Quebec, the region's businesses and workers. I will give you a few examples, Mr. Speaker. In C4, it provides for the elimination of the federal tax credit for labor-sponsored venture capital corporations, which at home we call the workers' funds. They're very present in Quebec and play a very important role. And as an example, there's the Fonds de Solidarité of the FTQ and Fonds d'Action of the CSN. These funds are mainly present in Quebec, and traditionally speaking, they have been very important tools in community development. They have helped to create and maintain tens of thousands of jobs, of strengthening communities and bringing economic dynamism where other more traditional instruments such as bank loans would not really have been able to play that same role. These workers' funds are so important. You know, in my riding, I have seen concrete examples where those funds have really been so important in developing businesses, and I could talk about a few businesses that have used them, and they've also really been able to benefit from that. Bois BSL, Projexco, Richard Poirier and Brothers, and the Lac Métis, Pourvoirie, and the list is very long. This money has been very useful to those businesses at an important stage of their development to be able to have access to venture capital. Another example in the bill before us, which once again abuses of Quebec's rights, is the area of judges appointed to the Supreme Court. The federal government has created a problem itself with the Quebec government by appointing a Supreme Court justice who not only didn't appear on the list submitted by the government of Quebec, but doesn't even meet the criteria set out in the law. Let's remember that the Supreme Court must have 3 judges from Quebec, and there's a good reason for that. Quebec has civil law, which is very different from Canadian law, and the judges, sitting on the highest court in the land have to be able to count on sufficient expertise in this area to be able to deal with difficult court cases. Even more than this, in the many legal arguments that exist between Ottawa and Quebec, it's normal that Quebec should be able to count on 3 judges that are well aware of the particularities here. In light of the challenge to the appointment, Mr. Justice Nadon decided to retire or to withdraw temporarily. That was the right thing to do, except that the federal government decided to submit its case, the case of Justice Nadon, for an opinion to the Supreme Court. So really, this is the perfect time to say that the Supreme Court will be both judge and party in the same cause. There should have been an independent inquiry into this to shed some light on this situation. We, not wanting to see any lost ground in this conflict, the federal government is attempting through C4, which we're looking at today, to amend the Supreme Court Act to make, after the fact, the appointment of Justice Nadon legal. So for the Bloc Québécois, the changes contained in C4 deal with the period during which the person appointed had to have been a member of the Quebec Bar, and this is nothing less than an admission of how the whole appointment process for Judge Nadon was tainted. And we have to say that this was approved not only by the Conservatives, but also by the Liberals, the NDP as well, who included Mr. Justice Nadon on their list of the 3 best candidates. Rather than changing the legislation to save face, the federal government must come and recognize what the reality here, the choosing judges for the Supreme Court that represent Quebec must come from the list submitted by the government of Quebec. There's no other alternative to that. We could see it's not the first time that Quebec has really been harmed in this kind of a situation, because it affects the whole role of the Supreme Court. And let's remember, for example, the allegations made by the historian Frédéric Bastien when he talked about the way in which the Supreme Court didn't do what it should have done. In C4, we also find that the government is repealing the Canada Employment Insurance Financing Board. We could see that coming. There's nothing surprising about this with this government and the way in which it works, particularly with the reform of employment insurance and all of the things that they're trying to do and they're trying to limit accessibility to these kinds of things for all workers. But any worker that is faced with this situation where they have no more work available in their area, whatever the reason for that might be, whether it's seasonal or because a business is suffering from a slowdown, we can see that the Conservative government has no problem using employment insurance for political ends, and particularly using the surplus that comes from the EI fund for other reasons, or just to pay down the budget at the time if they had. That's what they want to do.
Now, what was the board used for, Mr. Speaker? Well, I think all of us have an interest in looking exactly at what was written when the board was founded, and the definition is particularly clear, so I'm going to read it to you, Mr. Speaker. Further to public debate concerning the importance of improving the transparency and independence of funding EI, the board was created in 2008 as a Crown corporation to ensure that employment insurance premiums be used only for the employment insurance program. So by eliminating this board, there's kind of some sort of compatibility with the government's will to put both of their hands into this fund, to dip into this fund with both hands rather. We understand better when we read this description the Conservatives' will to abolish an organization that was opposed to them dipping into the surpluses heavy-handedly, as they are doing now. $2 billion alone this year have been taken from this fund to pay down the deficit or fund Conservative whims, such as their military purchases, presents for the Queen, or the celebration of conflicts or wars that are 2 centuries old, like the 1812 War. Major amendments to labor law have also been seen. We saw that in the most recent labor conflicts with Air Canada, for example. The Conservatives are allergic to pressure on employees. The simple possibility of using a strike makes them so worried that they adopt special laws to prevent such strikes. Bill C-4 goes even further. The Conservatives are now trying to prevent the possibility for employees to use a means of pressure by changing the definition of essential services. So henceforth, the Conservatives will give the employer the exclusive right to determine whether a service is essential and the number of positions required to provide this service. Before, the designation of essential services was done through an agreement between unions and employers. These changes are major because they change the fundamental balance that should exist between employers and employees. Worse, Bill C-4 politicizes the whole occupational health issue because through C-4 the minister is seizing powers to issue directives to employers and to make certain decisions that used to be up to health and safety officers. So my time is elapsed, Mr. Speaker, so I would like to thank you for the time allotted to me. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will try to remain within my time. I found the speech of my colleague very interesting. The question that interests me particularly with regard to Bill C-4 is our sections 371 and 372 of the bill, because rather 471 and 472 of this bill, because they concern the appointment of Supreme Court judges. I'm just briefly going to rectify something that my colleague said, because the deliberations of the special committee that bring together people from all parties of this House and the way that this committee votes are confidential, in fact, and because we had to sign orders of confidentiality. Now, that being said, we cannot talk about the way the vote was held, and we certainly cannot presume that because that the name of Mr. Nadon came up, that particular parties voted for or against this appointment. So that is just a correction that I wish to make. In addition, and even more a question, is this. How can my colleague explain the fact that the government put in 471 and 472, which are come under point 2 of the reference to the Supreme Court? The honourable member for Gaspésie, Métis Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we could easily avoid any kind of ambiguity, as we have seen to date with the appointment of Justice Nadon, by referring to the Governor of Quebec, which itself establishes a list of candidates that are eligible. And that way we would avoid any kind of problem, any kind of fiasco. That would mean that there would be challenges subsequent to that. Now, unfortunately, I couldn't hear the second part of the question because the mic was already off, so I will be unable to answer. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to pick up on the question in regards to the appointment process. And the other day I had the opportunity to ask a question, Mr. Speaker, related to what the minister responsible was saying in the province of Quebec. And the question I had posed to the Prime Minister is that it was very important that we be consistent with what we say. So if we're talking, saying something to the Francophone media, for example, it should be consistent with what we would be saying in English to the Anglophone media. And there is a responsibility for the government to do just that. And I'm wondering if the member would like to provide some sort of comment in terms of consistency, in terms of what is actually being said in different regions of the country on important issues such as this.
Honourable member for Gaspésie, la Métis Matapédia. I would like to thank my colleague for that question. Indeed, he has put his finger right on it. Currently, the Conservative government is going all over the country and saying things that are contradictory, but in Quebec, we are trying to minimize the impact of the nomination of Justice Nadon, whereas the Quebec government itself and the parties in the National Assembly have raised the difficulty that the judge will have to respect the criteria of the Act, but also to hand down rulings that will be compatible with the understanding required of Quebec and also of the respect that Quebec should have from a Supreme Court justice who will have to make rulings that will be important. Why 3 judges, Mr. Speaker? Well, there will be cases that will have to be made public and that will concern Quebec. For example, the firearms registry, Mr. Speaker, that could eventually be the object of a ruling. So the Conservatives have always spoken out on both sides of their mouths, one for Quebec and one for Canada, and we can see this. And the Conservatives are trying to go through the side door and to use C4 to legitimize this decision, but it is clear that Justice Nadon is not competent to sit and represent Quebec. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today, of course, to speak to Bill C4, the Budget Implementation Act. For the most hopeful among us, Mr. Speaker, promise was in the air for a little while this past summer. There was talk of reset and of change. It seemed clear enough when this place shut down for the summer last June amid the Senate scandal that there was cause for this Conservative government to pause and reflect about the way they conduct themselves as government. I would, however, note that this speech and all speeches on this bill, Mr. Speaker, are delivered under time allocation, the 50th time this government has moved to limit debate in this House. No change, Mr. Speaker. A diagnosis of what's happening to Canadian politics under this government would identify, I think, Mr. Speaker, the same disease infecting all of what these Conservatives do. It's about a lack of transparency, a lack of accountability, and a lack of respect for the process of democratic politics. Canadians elect us, all of us, Mr. Speaker, to come here to give voice to their concerns and to pursue their wishes on their behalf. And when this government won't allow those voices to be heard, Mr. Speaker, what we have at the heart of all of this is a government that doesn't respect the people whose country this actually is. They have become occupiers of the institutions and abusers of the practices, Mr. Speaker, that have been established for the collective benefit of all Canadians. We know that these institutions and practices are not perfect and never have been. I would point to the Senate down the hallway. From time to time, we need to change, Mr. Speaker, so that our institutions and practices keep up with what maturing notions of democracy are and what serves that collective benefit best. We would call it modernization, perhaps. They once called it reform, in a day when we all at least had in common, it seemed, a commitment to the transparency and accountability of the institutions of government and the practices of politics. But reform has not come from the supposed reformers, Mr. Speaker. Hope betrayed by this government again, and more disappointment for any Canadians left whose disposition allows them to remain optimistic about this government. For those who couldn't escape the suspicion, Mr. Speaker, and I'm among them, unfortunately, that this government wouldn't and couldn't change its ways, this bill that we're debating today was so entirely predictable. Omnibus in nature, amending 70 pieces of legislation, and burying deep in its 300-plus pages 2 completely new pieces of legislation. Legislation, I might add, Mr. Speaker, as with all new legislation, worthy in its own right, of course, of fulsome debate in this place. And how predictable, Mr. Speaker, that one of these pieces of legislation has to do with a gas project. Extraction and the fire sale of Canada's natural resources is all this government knows and all it does in the form of an economic plan. And how fitting, Mr. Speaker, especially in light of evidence emerging every day from this Conservative government with an obsessive-compulsive disorder to control and manipulate, that the Mackenzie Gas Project Impacts Fund Act would seek to eliminate the independent arm's-length bodies charged with mitigating the socioeconomic impacts of the Mackenzie Gas Project and bring these matters directly under the control of the Minister and the government. And, Mr. Speaker, we, of course, would not recognize a Conservative budget bill or implementation act without an attack on working people. From the elimination of useful dispute resolution processes to the undermining of health and safety provisions, attacks on workers have become a hallmark of this Conservative budget process. It's attack but never help, Mr. Speaker, destroy but never build. But what I want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, today is the need to build urban economies and the need to help people who work and who look for work in our cities, something C4 fails to do. I'd like to point to a number of recently released studies in the hope of bringing to the attention of the government and Canadians just how far off the mark C4 is. One such study, entitled "It's More Than Poverty," authored by McMaster University and the United Way of Toronto, released in February of this year. Having found that precarious employment has increased by nearly 50% over the last 20 years, so that barely 50% of people in the study are in jobs that are both permanent and full-time, the authors of this study describe precarious work as, quote, the new normal for many in the urban workforce. This new normal is not a good normal, Mr. Speaker. People in precarious work earn 46% less and report household income that is 34% less than those in secure jobs. Just this month, the Institute for Competitiveness and Prosperity and the Martin Prosperity Institute, both at the University of Toronto, released a study entitled "Untapped Potential: Creating a Better Future for Service Workers." In this study, the institutes point to the increasing precarity of work in the Toronto labour market, particularly in what they call the routine service sector of the labour market, jobs that account for almost half of Toronto's workforce. Defining precarious work as work that is both temporary, part-time, and paying below the low-income cutoff, the institutes note that the number of routine service jobs that have become precarious over the last decade has increased by 1/3. The point that the institutes want to make with this study of precarity is not just about the implications of these changes for those working in this sector, but, as the study's title suggests, the untapped potential in this sector from which we can all benefit. That unstable, low-wage and low-skill positions deflate disposable income and overall prosperity. They urge policymakers, and that's us, Mr. Speaker, to assess what policy tools are needed to boost job security and wages within these occupations. Well, Mr. Speaker, there has been no such assessment coming from the other side, and there are no such tools in Bill C-4. I'm thankful, Mr. Speaker, that at least we on this side of the House are on the job, and I would point to my colleague from Toronto Davenport's recently tabled Urban Workers Bill, which I proudly co-sponsor, as a response to these circumstances described in these studies. It's a bill of legislative relevance to Canadians, and particularly to urban Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point to the government to a recent study done by the Wellesley Institute in Toronto called Shadow Economies, Economic Survival Strategies of Toronto Immigrant Communities, also released just this month, which focuses on the economic poverty of newcomers. This study finds that only 1/3 of households were able to fully cover their household expenses on income through formal employment, forcing people as both workers and consumers into the informal economy to make ends meet. And so it is into this context, Mr. Speaker, that the government enters with an economic plan that, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, will be responsible for 67,000 less jobs by 2017 and a GDP reduction of 0.6%. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know that it is possible for anybody to draft a stronger indictment of this government as economic manager than the one that they have penned for themselves with this very Bill C-4. It is not just so irrelevant to the lives of the vast majority of Canadians, proving once again how remote this government is from the population and their cares and concerns, but it is actually harmful and hurtful to the people that I came here to represent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for a very thoughtful and measured speech. I'd like to ask him about where he might see the country going in terms of innovation. Several years ago, in a previous government led by then Minister Alan Rock, now the President of the University of Ottawa, Mr. Speaker, a very, very comprehensive Canadian strategy was put in place to pursue an innovation strategy for the country. 4 or 5 roundtables were struck. I had the privilege of chairing at the time an environmental technologies roundtable to take a closer look at where we were going. You know, back then, in around the year 2000, Mr. Speaker, in this region here, the National Capital Region, we were receiving 60% of all the venture capital monies in Canada. That has been cut now by over 80%. We've also lost half our high-tech firms, Mr. Speaker. What is the member's view with respect to an innovation strategy for the country? How does he see that dovetail with manufacturing and with information technology?
Honourable member for Beaches East York.
I'd like to thank my colleague for that question, and it's a very interesting one and very relevant to my portfolio as urban affairs critic and my comments about the urban workforce and urban economies. Innovation, Mr. Speaker, is a social process. It's a process of sharing knowledge. There is a spatial requirement, or in fact a geography, to the process of innovation. It is a distinctly urban process. And what we have coming from this government is nothing that addresses the issue of urban economies. 80%, maybe 85% of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, live in cities and depend on a government to do something for them about urban economies, to make them strong economies and for innovation. I'd like, Mr. Speaker, I see you getting up to point 2, to the fact that the taxation, the $350 million tax on the labour venture funds will do nothing to enhance innovation in this country. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the innovation ecosystem across Canada, from
the start of product development and research. We've increased research funding to the research councils for basic research and applied research, Mr. Speaker. And we've also had a series of measures, including tax measures, including incentives and different fiscal policy to ensure that products can get to market. We also had the Venture Capital Fund, which was announced in this particular budget. We've also, through our regional development agencies, Mr. Speaker, included targeted funds to see prototypes taken from the bench to market in repayable loans. My question to the member opposite is, which part of the innovation life cycle does he feel is not funded right now? And why has he not voted for all of these measures? And I'm talking about a specific measure in the innovation life cycle, because all I hear is platitudes and generalities in his comments, Mr. Speaker.
For Beaches East York.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I look to what's happening in our cities and what's actually happening to our economy, and I find so curious that this government keeps referring to its programs, its paperwork, and its administration of these matters. I sat on the Health Committee, Mr. Speaker, when we did a study of innovation in health technologies in this country, and time again we had innovators, Mr. Speaker, coming to our Health Committee with grievances about the lack of venture capital in this country and the lack of support from this government for an innovation agenda, Mr. Speaker. Those were the witnesses that this government brought to the committee to talk about these issues. So think about what your programs are doing. Stop wasting Canadian taxpayer money and do something about innovation and urban economies in this country. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member from Broome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, if I understand, that there's a flagrant lack of transparency in this bill. This is another mammoth budget bill that has been time allocated, and that does not augur well at all for veterans, the public service, for workers, or for the environment. But there is one topic that concerns me more deeply, and I would like to ask my colleague, who so staunchly defends his constituents, why is the Conservative government going ahead with its harmful $350 million tax hike on Labour-sponsored venture funds, and what will be the consequences for workers and for the economy in general?
I thank my colleague for the question. I can only assume that the attack on the Labour venture fund, capital venture fund, is because it's associated with Labour. And that is the only explanation. This is a government, Mr. Speaker, that claims to be proponents of innovation and science in this country, and yet they muzzle scientists. They talk about, we had a member talking about sour grapes. There are protests on the streets of this country by scientists, Mr. Speaker, about being muzzled. We have scientists coming to our Health Committee, Mr. Speaker, talking about a lack of support for innovation and capital funding for innovation in this country, Mr. Speaker. Whatever they think they're doing on innovation in this country, they are failing.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. John.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have to tell you it is a real pleasure to be able to rise tonight and to talk about the Bill C-4, the Budget Implementation Act, which of course is part of Economic Action Plan 2013. But before Mr. Speaker, which is very appropriately entitled Jobs Growth and Long-Term Prosperity. But before I get into the details of my comments here, Mr. Speaker, and start expanding on where I want to go here, I want to take this opportunity to once again thank the people of St. John for giving me the honor and the privilege to serve them here in this great house. Mr. Speaker, the reason I bring up the riding of St. John, which I'm so pleased to represent, is a lot of my comments tonight are going to be focused on St. John, and a lot of my comments are going to be focused on the region of southern New Brunswick and New Brunswick as a whole. So, Mr. Speaker, as I talk tonight and as I speak about the Budget Implementation Act and Economic Action Plan 2013, I want to talk about some of the things that are on the horizon for St. John. Because in St. John, we're really excited about some of the prospects that are out there for the future. And a lot of those prospects are centered around resource development and some of the opportunities that lie
for St. John because of what we have to offer. Mr. Speaker, it's no accident that St. John is very well positioned. It's to take advantage of some of these opportunities that are out there, and most specifically, I speak tonight about the Energy East Pipeline project, Mr. Speaker. We're excited about the prospects with the Energy East Pipeline. Why, you ask? Well, quite frankly, we are home to Canada's largest oil refinery. The Irvine Oil Refinery is situated right within the heart of my riding. We are home to Irvine Canaport, which is a deep water terminal for exporting or importing oil, and will soon hopefully be exporting oil through that same terminal. We're home to Canaport LNG, which is an LNG terminal, which is Canada's only liquefied natural gas terminal. And that terminal is set up for import, but at this point in time, they're undergoing a review to seek permission to become an export terminal, Mr. Speaker. So these are some opportunities that we face at St. John, and it's specifically because of our proximity to deep water, Mr. Speaker. Ice-free deep water, and it's given us a huge advantage, if you want, and a huge opportunity with what we're talking about here in this country about responsible resource development. And we're talking about developing a pipeline from Alberta to St. John, New Brunswick. It's going to benefit the entire country, Mr. Speaker. It'll benefit St. John greatly, and we want to be well positioned in St. John to take advantage of those opportunities as they come. Because we know, Mr. Speaker, that with the potential of these developments is going to come, there are going to be great opportunities when it comes to employment. And there's other benefits that will come beyond the pipeline when that comes our way, Mr. Speaker, which we're holding our breath and hoping daily that it's getting closer. There is a lot of optimism, Mr. Speaker, around that. The Premier of the province of New Brunswick was very actively engaged. Myself, I was actively engaged. The Mayor of the City of St. John was actively engaged. The officials from the Port of St. John were actively engaged in trying to impress upon officials in TransCanada and with respect to the business opportunity that was there for this pipeline to be developed to Eastern Canada and to St. John, New Brunswick. So that is a great opportunity that we see sitting out there, Mr. Speaker. And you're probably wondering where I'm going with this. Well, I'll get back to that point in a few minutes, because Economic Action Plan directly speaks to the Economic Action Plan 2013 directly speaks to what we're facing in St. John. And it gives us the tools to be able to be equipped to handle some of those opportunities that are coming our way. But there is more than just the development of this pipeline. There's more than just the changes with Canaport LNG. There are shale gas opportunities in New Brunswick, Mr. Speaker, and the provincial government is working very hard to ensure that we are in a position to develop those resources, and we're looking at the opportunities that are there. And the provincial government is doing the exploration work at this point in time to try to determine what sort of a deposit lays there, Mr. Speaker. So that is another opportunity. Potash is an opportunity that we have in St. John or in New Brunswick, Mr. Speaker, and the port. We are home to the Potash Corp's marine terminal, and that terminal ships potash worldwide, Mr. Speaker, and we have tremendous opportunities there, and they're looking at expansion of that marine terminal because of the expansion of the Potash Corp's mine in Sussex. They've put down a new shaft, Mr. Speaker, and they're looking at taking advantage of the opportunities that are there. So all these opportunities that I talk about have led to discussions within St. John about how do we prepare, how do we best become prepared to take advantage of these opportunities. Well, Economic Action Plan 2013 talks about that very specifically, Mr. Speaker, and it lays out some very important things that we need to be prepared for. There's infrastructure investments in the Economic Action Plan 2013 that are so necessary when a community is trying to develop itself and trying to move forward. The City of St. John has to take advantage of some of these opportunities, and the Port of St. John has to take advantage of some of these opportunities. The province of New Brunswick has to take advantage of some of those opportunities. So we're giving them the tools and the opportunities to do so with this budget.
But not only through community infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, are we talking about infrastructure investments. There's equipping our people for those opportunities that are there. You know, we have the Canada Jobs Grant, which will certainly turn the page on how we train people in this country, and it will give employers, it will give the private sector a voice in determining where those investments should be made. And I think this is so important. I mean, we talk about how we move forward. Well, don't you think it's important that we give the people that make the investments, we give the people that drive the economy, we give the people that drive the prosperity in this country a voice, a chance to say where those investments should be made. They can tell us exactly where the opportunities are going to be, and they can tell us if we need so many tradespeople, we need so many accountants. They can tell us exactly where we should be spending our job training dollars, Mr. Speaker, and I think this is so important. And not only do they get to give us advice on that, but they also get to invest in that opportunity. You know, Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure to visit one of the mills in St. John just recently with Minister Kenny. He was in St. John, and we went and had a tour of one of the Irving mills in St. John. We have two Irving pulp and paper mills, and we visited Irving Paper, and we sat down and had a discussion with the officials from the human resources about their needs, and we talked about some of the things that they are facing as they go forward, and how they only hire people with at least 2 years post-secondary education. This surprised me, Mr. Speaker, because we tend to look at some of these jobs in some of these organizations as not being highly skilled. These people are very highly skilled, and they come in the door with a minimum of 2 years post-secondary education, and they train these people to do the jobs that they need them to do, and they're prepared to make the investment in these people and their futures. So it's so important that we're able to play a role and we're able to work with them, because I think it's more important that the business people, that the people that are actually hiring these jobs make the decisions of where these investment dollars go, not government bureaucrats. I don't think that's how we should be going forward. I think these business people should be having a say in what they're doing. But we're also making huge investments, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to tax breaks. We're making investments in the hiring tax, the extension of the hiring tax credit, Mr. Speaker, and we're extending the accumulated capital cost allowance for investments in new equipment and machinery. This gives these people that are in this business, that are in the industrial side of things, side of the equation, the opportunity to invest dollars here at home and to be able to provide those jobs that we're talking about, those highly skilled jobs, Mr. Speaker. This budget, this Economic Action Plan 2013, gives us the opportunity to be prepared for the future. There's a lot of opportunity on the horizon for St. John. There's a lot of opportunity on the horizon for the province of New Brunswick. And by taking advantage of this program, and by taking advantage of this, what's there in this budget, we're going to be very well equipped to go forward, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Here.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech, which did not cover all of C4, which I understand, because how can anyone possibly do that in 10 minutes? The bill, after all, has over 300 pages. Today, I introduced a motion asking for unanimous support of the House so that Sections 290 and 293 be withdrawn from the bill so that they be studied separately by the Citizen and Immigration Committee, which would be the right place to study those provisions. Can my friend ask me why permanent residency requirements should be included in budget legislation and not studied by the Committee on Citizenship and Immigration?
John.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the honourable member is quite correct. I didn't cover all of the details that are in Bill C4, and I focused on, as I said very clearly at the beginning, I was going to focus on some aspects that are very important to my region, to my riding, and I did that very specifically, Mr. Speaker. I talked about some of the opportunities that are out there, and I talked about how important this budget is and what it gives us, how it gives us the tools to go forward, and how it will better prepare the people of St. John, the people of southern New Brunswick, for what opportunities lie ahead. And I'm very excited about that, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to the opportunity to engage people on that level, to talk more about that. It's exciting times in St. John, New Brunswick, and we look forward to continuing discussing these things.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the member in regards to the amount of advertising dollars that this government over the years has spent in terms of promoting its so-called action plan. You're going into the hundreds of millions of dollars, and there is a sense of frustration when you look at the number of summer jobs that are necessary for students. I can recall last year we would see a commercial during hockey tournament, and it would be the equivalent. 1 30-second commercial would have employed something like 25 youth for summer employment. I'm wondering if he believes that maybe the government might have gone too far in spending the hundreds of millions of dollars just to self-promote its own budget.
Honourable member for St. John.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I understand the honourable member's frustration. There is a lot of frustration over on the opposition benches. But, Mr. Speaker, to be quite frank about it, we're excited about the opportunities that we're putting forward, and we're excited to tell Canadians about it. Canadians are excited to hear about those opportunities. Hear, hear. And we make no apologies for communicating with our constituents, Mr. Speaker. It's important that they understand the work that their government is doing, and we look forward to continuing to work with Canadians and to tell them about the great things this government's doing.
Questions and comments? La députée de Brome-Missisquoi.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like my colleague to comment on a conservative reporter, Andrew Coyne, in the National Post, who said about omnibus bills like C4, this undermines the confidence we have in legislation emanating from the House. It is impossible to know what the intent was for legislators to vote. There's no underlying logic to all of these various provisions. It is like a buffet, and it's alarming to see that the government wants to force the Parliament to adopt all of its legislative provisions at once.
Speaker, to my honourable colleague across the floor, I think it's unfortunate that he feels he's being forced to do something here in this House, because, Mr. Speaker, none of us are forced to do anything. I stand here tonight talking about Economic Action Plan 2013 with great enthusiasm, because I look at the opportunities that are there for St. John, and I will wholeheartedly embrace the opportunity to vote in support of it.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, by listening to the exchanges and the debates, one realizes that Bill C-4 does not respond in any way to the concerns of Canadians. My colleague a little earlier pointed to the fact that employment and security and secure jobs and secure incomes were not taken into consideration in this bill. There's no mention of these things in the bill. However, families and salaried workers are becoming more vulnerable economically. So what does this government intend to do to address those issues? Please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, to the member's point exactly, that's what my comments were centered around, what this bill has in it that will benefit my region, benefit my community, my riding, and certainly look forward to embracing those opportunities. And I suggest that the honourable member might want to look at embracing them as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, it is. The European Union trade deal that was just recently signed. Another issue in which no doubt would have generated a great deal of interest. But you know, Mr. Speaker, we have what many are saying could be the beginning of the end of this particular Prime Minister. That's just taking place over on the other side of this grand building, Mr. Speaker, in the other House. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm getting a better appreciation why it is that he probed the session, why he felt that it was necessary not to sit in September, when we start to hear some of the presentations that are being made. Because when you present a budget, Mr. Speaker, when you bring in legislation, one of the things that's really important for us to recognize is the integrity of the government. And what we're seeing being questioned and being called to task is the performance of the Prime Minister's office. You know, we look in terms of the whole Nigel Wright affair, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Minister of State for the Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, we're all here to debate this bill. Members had more opportunity than anyone in the House to complain and make his points about a different subject known. Will this member use his time to talk about this bill or not?
Thank the Honourable Minister of State for his intervention. Members may know, of course, that there is a responsibility to present their ideas that are relevant to the question that's before the House. Having said that, of course, members have a degree of liberty, a great degree of liberty, in fact, to present ideas and eventually bring them around to their relevance. And perhaps the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North will be in the process of doing that. I'm sure he'll be bringing it back on the topic in short order. The Honourable Member.
Absolutely. Mr. Speaker, I can understand and I can appreciate why some members of the government would be absolutely nervous about what's taking place today. And in fact, it is important because when you talk about a budget, and this is the budget implementation bill, that it is critically important that Canadians have confidence in the people that are presenting the budget. The people that are presenting this budget, Mr. Speaker, is the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister of this country. And if, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, what we're witnessing is calling into question in terms of just what has taken place in the Prime Minister's office. And it's casting a shadow of a doubt whether or not we could believe the Prime Minister, whether it's this budget document or other affairs that are taking place inside the office. One day he says, for example, Nigel Wright was in fact resigned on his own goodwill, when we find out that no, he was actually released or fired, Mr. Speaker. One day it's one individual that knew in the Prime Minister's office, and now it's a few or 13 or whatever it might be. Today we find out that it's more than just one check of $90,000. It's an issue of integrity, Mr. Speaker. And the people that present this budget, the Government of Canada, needs to be more straightforward and honest and truthful in terms of what it is that they're putting forward. And I think that in looking at this particular budget bill, that we have to reflect in terms of what is actually taking place today inside on Parliament Hill, Mr. Speaker. And I think there's a good number of Canadians that are watching, that are interested in finding out the whole truth around a wide variety of issues. This particular budget bill is one of a number of budget bills that this Minister of Finance has brought to the House, where it is a bill that uses other pieces of legislation and attempts to pass those pieces of legislation in one vote. In other words, Mr. Speaker, you have other ministers that approach this particular Minister of Finance and saying, look, we have this bill, can we get it into your budget bill? And this minister, more than any other Minister of Finance in the history of our great nation, has used budget bills as a backdoor to pass government legislation that should have been introduced completely separate, Mr. Speaker. This Minister of Finance has set records, and it is something that one should not be proud of. And what we have witnessed, it's a style of government. It's this reform, conservative style majority government that believes that they can just walk all over, whether it's the House or Commons, or try to intimidate the other side, Mr. Speaker, or the Senate. And we're saying that Canadians are catching on to this behavior, Mr. Speaker, and they deserve better. And the Liberal Party of Canada is going to push the Government of Canada to start producing to start being more honest with the full details, Mr. Speaker, whether it is the Prime Minister's office or it's the type of material that's being provided in the budget. What Canadians want is to see a government that has a vision, a government that's prepared to provide hope. And they have failed to be able to meet those basic standards, Mr. Speaker. One would have thought that if you're going to prorogue the session and then introduce a throne speech, that there'd be something that's relatively visionary in it, something that'll maybe provide a bit of extra hope on some important areas of policy, Mr. Speaker. Why not something nice about our First Nations or the environment or how you're going to deal with poverty in Canada? What about talk about health care and what you're going to do to ensure that health care is going to be there into the future? What about real, tangible job opportunities or programs that are going to make a difference, Mr. Speaker? None of that was incorporated into this quote-unquote throne speech that was brought forward. You know, Mr. Speaker, I believe that Canadians deserve better. And ultimately, Mr. Speaker, when I look at what the government has done over the last number of months, that in most part, even though they spend billions and billions of dollars, they have not and they have failed to be able to really deliver the goods to the average middle-class Canadian in any part of our country, Mr. Speaker. They need to start focusing and providing not only the full truth on a wide range of issues, they also now have to start focusing on what's important to Canadians. On a personal note, and I've raised this issue before, Mr. Speaker, and I'll continue to raise it into the future because I believe health care is of critical importance to each and every Canadian. And this government has totally ignored that file. Paul Martin instituted the Health Care Accord, and it's that Health Care Accord that has enabled this government to crow as often as it does that we give more health care dollars than any other government. It's that health care accord, Mr. Speaker, that made it happen. It was Paul Martin that should be taking the credit for the amount of money that we allocate out to the different provinces, Mr. Speaker. But this government has not sat down with provinces. They haven't attempted to try to renegotiate a health care accord for the future. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that is the single greatest expenditure that a province has today out of general revenues, is health care. Every Canadian is concerned about the future of health care here in Canada and want to have that sense of pride in knowing that the politicians truly care about health care delivery in our great nation. And the government needs to do a whole lot more, Mr. Speaker, in being able to provide that leadership, because there is a great void that is indeed there, Mr. Speaker. I've had the opportunity to talk about a housing strategy. Again, every region of our country needs more attention dealing with housing. You know, what about residential rehabilitation types of programs that can help out in terms of some of our older housing stock? What about enabling housing co-ops to get not re-established, but established, Mr. Speaker? How many housing co-ops can this government take credit in terms of establishing since it's been in office, Mr. Speaker? I can tell you, you could probably count it on one hand, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to some members maybe picking up on that point. Tell me what it is that you've done to improve the quality of housing, our housing stock, in enabling our middle class to be able to become homeowners, Mr. Speaker. These are the type of issues that Canadians are concerned about: the jobs, the homes that they're living in, the poverty situation that's amongst us, how you're trying to improve.
The time allocated for a speech is finished, and we'll go to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to turn that question back to the member who gave that speech. What about housing? What about the $250 1,000 people on the waiting list for affordable housing in Toronto. 1 in 4 Canadians can't afford the place that they're living. The fact that in Toronto, seniors will actually die on the waiting list waiting for affordable housing. And Mr. Speaker, it seems that most experts that I've ever read blame the Liberals for killing affordable housing in this country in the 1990s as part of their massive cuts to spending in this country and the downloading to provinces of their fiscal problems. So what about that to the member?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, my colleague is being very selective in terms of what it is that he's reading. If he really wants to be honest with what he's attempting to tell the viewers, is that he would recognize that housing is something that needs to be done in cooperation with different provinces and different stakeholders. And I come from the province of Manitoba, in which I can tell you that there are some significant shortfalls. When I was a housing critic for a number of years, and more specifically when the NDP took the reins of power in the province of Manitoba, that was a fairly dark day in many different social policy areas, I can tell you that much. But they too could have done a whole lot better in terms of ensuring affordable, better housing. They sat on land banks and did nothing with those, with some of those land banks, not all of them, Mr. Speaker. So they did do some things, but they could have done a whole lot more, as opposed to pointing the finger.
The questions and comments. The honourable order. The Honourable Minister of State for the Southern Ontario Economic Development Agency.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while my colleague across might have been selective was the word that was used, let me not be so selective. Obviously, the member is older than 10 years of age. I'm sure he is. Perhaps he has selectively forgotten the $25 billion that Paul Martin and the Liberals cut from health care. Perhaps he's forgotten that they cut transfer payments for education, cut science and technology by almost 10%. I mean, is this member serious? In fact, perhaps I could ask the member, if he would just give the Canadian people 5 cents for every word he uses in the House of Commons, we could get the whole European continent out of debt, not just here in North America. Perhaps that's all I will ask my member for, is 5 cents for every word he uses.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, the $25 billion that the member makes reference to had more than just, it wasn't just on health, it was social services and so forth. But it's interesting, I believe the Reform Party at the time was saying, not enough. You know, you have to put things in proper perspective of time. What we do know is that the health care transfers and social transfers and the equalization payments, the whole bundle of them, if you take a look at all of them, from the day in which the Liberals took office back in 1993 to the day in which this Conservative Party took the reins, that never have had any of the provinces receive the type of transfer payments that they received at the time in which Paul Martin left the Prime Minister's office. And that is the reality. And when you brag and boast about the health care, that is the truth, Mr. Speaker. Minister of Finance might not like it, but that's the reality of it, and he can stand and correct it.
Clearly, members are enthusiastic about the honourable member for Winnipeg North's response to the last question. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about the fact that, you know, we've just come through, I think, 6 deficits in a row, 6 years in a row of deficits. And, you know, after 2 fantastic years, 2006 and 2007, because of huge Liberal surpluses, since 2008, we've added 160 billion. Now, if you break that down, it's about 30 billion per year. 30 billion per year. Mr. Speaker, that's $1,000 of debt for every man, for every woman, for every child, every year since 2008. I wonder what my honourable colleague thinks about the fact that we are strapping the future of our generations that are going to follow us with such a large debt, and it'll be more than $1,000 per person.
The honourable order. There's There is too much noise in the House. I'm sure that honourable members will want to know the response. We have a short time for the response. The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if only I could have leave in order to be able to explain in details. Suffice to say, Mr. Speaker, what we do need is a reality check here. This particular Minister of Finance, has been pointed out, inherited billions of dollars of surplus. And he was able, at the time before the recession, to make that evaporate and turn it into billions of dollars of annual deficit, Mr.
Order. 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 No, we're not going to be able to carry on with the debate when we can revisit different variations of history, as seems, but. We're carrying on with resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to refer back to my honourable member across the way, he talked about how these things were evaporating, but his party saw more taxpayers' dollars money evaporate into the coffers of Quebec Liberal ad agency firms, with $40 billion still owed to the taxpayers. And I think we have to ask them, where is that $40 billion that the Government Inquirer says that the Liberal Party owes the taxpayers of this country? And on $40 million. And as far as the budget goes, this Budget Implementation Act, I think the Minister of Finance has done a tremendous job of putting together an economic program which is going to lead our country to jobs growth and long-term prosperity. I'm from Atlantic Canada, and our region has struggled over the years with our economy, but we are starting to turn the corner for many reasons, but one of the most important reasons is because of the economic policies put forward by this Finance Minister and this government. And for a young child growing up in Atlantic Canada today, they can look forward to a bright and robust future. We have a $25 billion shipbuilding program which has been awarded to the Irving shipyards. That's going to be equivalent of 11,000 jobs in Nova Scotia, 55,000 jobs across the country. We have a west-east pipeline coming to St. John, which our government is strongly in support of. That's going to bring a whole new industry to Atlantic Canada, oil exports. Oil that's going to be refined, value added in St. John to be exported to countries all around the world. We've invested in a loan guarantee for the Lower Churchill Falls project. That's a $7.2 billion project with a B. That means jobs. That means skilled trades. People will be able to return from out west and take those jobs both at the Irving Shipyard, in St. John, and in Labrador to fill those three large projects. And we are actually taking steps in Economic Action Plan 2013 to make sure we have the measures in place to provide the training so that we will be able to have children from Atlantic Canada fill those jobs and build a future for themselves and their families. So this Finance Minister, this Prime Minister and this government has a visionary approach to the future, unlike what we've seen from the opposition. And our Conservative government continues to get the job done for Canadians through Economic Action Plan 2013. On October 22nd, the Minister of Finance released the annual report of the Government of Canada for 2013, and the report shows the continued downward track of Canada's annual deficit. In 2012-2013, the deficit fell to $18.9 billion. This was down by more than one quarter, $7.4 billion, from the deficit of $26.3 billion in 2011-2012. Down nearly two-thirds from the $55.6 billion deficit recorded in 2009-2010 at the pit of the largest economic recession since the Great Depression of the 30s. And our government's responsible spending of taxpayers' dollars has played an important part in the results we've seen in 2012-2013, with direct program expenses falling by 1.2% from the prior year and by 3.8% from 2010-2011. We are looking at program spending, at government spending, before we look at cutting transfer payments like the Liberal Party did in the 1990s. Now, I'm proud that our government is focused on helping create jobs and growth and opportunities for Canadians, supporting hard-working families. Families and communities will be safer because of the measures we're taking in the area of justice, and always putting Canadians first. And according to the Minister of Finance, our government's continued efforts to ensure that every tax dollar is spent efficiently as possible and wasteful spending is eliminated. And we are keeping Canada on track to balance the budget in 2015 without raising the taxes and without cutting those very, very valued transfer payments to the provinces. As reported by the OECD, Canada's total economic net debt to GDP ratio, which includes net debt of the federal, the provincial governments, the territories, and also includes assets held in the Canada Pension Plan and the Quebec Pension Plan, stands at 34.5% in 2012. This is by far the lowest level among the group of 7 countries, which the OECD expects will average a net debt of 87% in the same year, more than twice as much, Mr. Speaker. And this is a success that all Canadians should be proud of. Yes. And, Mr. Speaker, it's our solid economic and fiscal fundamentals that have ensured Canada remains one of the few countries in the world that continuously receive the highest possible credit ratings from all major credit rating agencies. And having said that, we are not immune to the effects of slow global growth, and we must build on our record by continuing to keep taxes low here in Canada, to work to expand trade as we announced our trade deal with the European Union last week, keeping on Canada a track for a balanced budget in 2015, and growing our relationships not only here in North America, but around the world, so we continue to be a trading nation where people can look at Canada and other countries with great jealousy, because we're one of the few countries in the world and one of the only industrialized countries that has trade deals now with both the European Union and the United States of America. Over 800 million people. We have a free trade deal, the 2 most valuable markets in the world. Canada is that country that has that deal now. This is something that all Canadians should be proud of. Now, much has been said in the past months about the Temporary Foreign Workers Program, and we will ensure that the only purpose of the Temporary Foreign Workers Program is to provide temporary help where clear and acute labour shortages exist and where Canadians are truly not available for those jobs. We believe that that is consistent with the wishes of Canadians. And we have over 1 million net new jobs which have been created since July of 2009. 90% of these new jobs are full-time, over 80% in the private sector. We're getting the job done when it comes to job creation, Mr. Speaker. And our Economic Action Plan 2013 is going to help many people in my riding and all Canadians through a number of key measures that will strengthen our local economies. In a rural area, we rely on seasonal employment in Atlantic Canada, and sometimes that isn't enough. And training will be required to help workers get into the workforce full-time, year-round. As some of these large projects come online, like I mentioned at the first of the speech, we'll need the people that are trained to take those jobs up as we transition from an economy which relies purely on seasonal employment, particularly in the summers, to one where we have full-time, good employment for skilled tradespeople year-round in Atlantic Canada. And to that end, Economic Action Planning 2013 will increase the skills and training to support these workers with a new $15,000 Canada Jobs Grant. This will help retrain workers so they can find high-quality, well-paying jobs, something of direct benefit to my riding and all of Atlantic Canada, as well as all Canadians across the country. And as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Social Development, I can't stress enough the importance of training for workers so that they can get into the workforce. Equally important is the strengthening of the apprenticeship program that we have put into place through Economic Action Plan 2013. It will make it easier for apprentices to get the needed experience they need to get to their journeyman status. With the skilled worker shortage in this country, reallocating $4 million over 3 years to work with the provinces and territories to increase opportunities for apprentices. This will go a long way towards filling this gap. We are also listening to the skilled tradesmen and women and reducing barriers to apprenticeship accreditation. These include examining the use of practical tests as a method of assessment for apprentices. We are also putting these apprentices to work through measures that will support the use of apprentices through federal construction, maintenance contracts, investments in affordable housing, and infrastructure projects which are receiving federal funding.
What a smart idea.
An often forgotten segment of the workforce, Mr. Speaker, are the disabled. Mr. Speaker, we have not forgotten them in this budget. We will introduce a new generation of labour market agreements for persons with disabilities by 2014 to better meet the employment needs of businesses and employment prospects of persons with disabilities. We will do this through the expansion of the Opportunities Fund, there will be an ongoing funding of $40 million per year starting 2015-2016 to provide more demand-driven solutions for people with disabilities. And Nova Scotians and all Canadians will also benefit from our allocation of $19 million over 2 years to promote education in high-demand fields such as trades, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. These are the programs which will lead our young people to jobs in the future. And we are supporting that now so those jobs will be able to be filled by Canadians with proper training. Students and our future workers and our Conservative government recognizes this need, and we are fulfilling that need with steps in this budget. Mr. Speaker, we've recently heard through media reports that First Nations youth have only a 60% high school graduation rate in Canada. Our government recognizes that these young people need the training opportunities so they can join our larger economy. This is the fastest growing segment of our youth, the Aboriginal youth in this country, and we need to take steps now to provide them the education and training they need to fully embrace the greatness that is this country, Canada. Higher education is the pathway to employment, and our government is improving services for students who are applying for loans and grants. The Minister's authority to electronically administer or enforce the Canada Students' Loan Program is consistent with Economic Action Plan 2013's commitment to examine new ways to transform the way Government of Canada does business to improve the service and achieve efficiencies within our programs. This amendment will modernize the delivery of Canada's Student Loans Program.
Questions and comments. Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the last budget, the Conservatives attacked solidarity funds, the Labour-sponsored venture funds, and most chambers of commerce and institutions that look after investment across Canada. They said that this was very serious because this type of attack harms investment and creates instability with regard to investors. And in the 2013-2014 budget, the government is now attacking labor capital funds. So we're seeing a wheel that turns. We're seeing, because creating instability is not going to help investment in our country. So why are the Conservatives attacking solidarity funds, credit unions, saving unions, and labor-sponsored venture funds? And then why are the Conservatives suddenly boasting that there's investment in Canada? There's something that doesn't quite work here, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Well, not true, Mr. Speaker. What our budget is doing is bringing savings and streamlining practices which will bring these in line with other jurisdictions. We're going to reform the system so that we can better support not organized labor, so we can better support our chambers of commerce, so we can better support our credit unions. We need to align our system with those different jurisdictions so that we can better administrate these programs, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I first preface my question by saying that I don't expect the member to be able to answer this particular fine point, although perhaps he could get advice from the members around him. My question is about the National Research Council. This bill will reduce the size of the council from 18 to 10. And my question is, at this time of big changes in the NRC, given the large geographic diversity in this country and also the large diversity of research, in all of the natural sciences and engineering and health sciences and social sciences, given that big diversity, shouldn't we have a larger council advising the President at this time of very ambitious, large-scale changes at NRC?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, just because there's more people, Mr. Speaker, doesn't mean it's a better council.
Exactly.
We believe on this side of the House, any dollar spent should be more targeted towards the actual delivering of programs, not paying for bureaucracies to support those programs. So, Mr. Speaker, whether the council is 18 or 10 or 4 or 4 or 3, doesn't matter. What's important is that council running effectively, and are those program dollars being delivered the way they should be? That's what's important, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the excellent speech on C4. I'd like my colleague to comment. I've been here all day, and I've been here listening to our opposition members, and they would say that we should be spending more and more and more. Then, in the same breath, Mr. Speaker, they would complain about the deficits that this government has had to incur to get us through the financial crisis. To me, it's not even logical that they'd say the same thing on two opposite sides, but it's hypocritical. And I want to know if the member who spoke agrees that it's very hypocritical of them to say spend more and reduce deficits at the same time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Cumberland, Colchester, Musquedoboit Valley. Order.
We know, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition parties in this House really all...
Order. 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 I'm sure members would love to hear what the Parliamentary Secretary for Employment, to the Minister of Employment and Social Development has to say on the question. The honourable member.
Well, we know, Mr. Speaker, that calls from the opposition to spend more and more and more is what we typically hear, and that's what we typically see from NDP governments when they're in place around the country. But what we are doing, in answer to my colleague from Burlington, a tremendous member of Parliament, who's actually completed several long runs in my province, he understands what we are doing, particularly in Atlantic Canada, is investing in the future. So we are making sure we keep taxes low, we're bringing our deficits down, we're returning the balanced budget, we are making key investments in key projects which are going to lead to jobs and growth and employment, like the Irving Shipyard deal, $25 billion deal, like Lower Muskrat Falls, like the West East Pipeline, targeted spending, making sure we also keep our taxes low, our deficits low, and return to balanced budget in 2015, Mr. Speaker.
Alors, à ce moment-ci,
now, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion for adjournment is deemed to have been moved and adopted, and therefore the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I would like to talk about today is health and safety. And the point I want to make is that this Conservative government cannot be trusted with the health and safety of our families and of our children. And I hope that the Parliamentary Secretary will be able to address this issue. Now, it comes up in a survey that was released last week on the subject of the muzzling of federal scientists. And this is a subject that's been discussed for a number of years. And when it's brought up, the government says that there's a lot of money spent on science by the federal government. There are a lot of papers published by federal scientists. And then they dismiss the reports of the muzzling of federal scientists, the fact that federal scientists are not able to speak freely. And then they say, well, you know, a lot of papers are published, so it's not federal scientists are not being muzzled. And however, counter to that, there are some very significant anecdotal evidence of scientists not being able to speak freely or on a timely basis with the media or the public. What came out last week, Mr. Speaker, was a survey performed by Environics, and the survey had roughly 4,000 respondents, so 4,000 federal scientists. So it gives some hard data to back up what we're finding from anecdotal evidence. And one conclusion of this survey is that 90% of the 4,000 respondents said that they could not speak freely about their research. So this is just like the salmon scientist who couldn't speak freely to the journalists or to the public about salmon genetics, which is a very strange thing given the fact that Canadian taxpayers have paid for that research. And the next thing that the government will say is, well, you know, if you push them a little bit with all these anecdotes about the fact that it's kind of silly that scientists can't simply talk about their research about the natural world. The government will say, well, they work for the government, and the Minister of State for Science and Technology has essentially made this point. They work for the government. They have to work according to the rules that this conservative government has set up. Just like if anybody does research in a company, they have to work by the rules for the company that they work for. The problem with that, Mr. Speaker, is really exposed by the results of this survey, which said that half of federal scientists have found that the health and safety of Canadians has been compromised by political interference. So let me just quote this report that came out, and I'll extract the important parts of the quote. Half of federal scientists report being aware of actual cases in which the health and safety of Canadians has been compromised because of political interference with their scientific work, in which their department or agency suppressed information. And so that is the problem, Mr. Speaker. That's why we can't say, well, the scientists, they work for the government, they have to obey this conservative government's rules. It's because the health and safety, so 2,000 federal scientists are saying they know of cases where the health and safety of Canadians is compromised. And so what I would like to say to Canadians tonight, Mr. Speaker, is that you cannot trust the safety of your children, of your family, to this government. And I began my question, Mr. Speaker, last week during question period by saying that middle-class Canadians expect the government to ensure safe and healthy communities in which to raise their children. That came from this throne speech, actually. And what I'm saying is that this government's concern for health and safety is not real, and they cannot be trusted with the safety of our children and our families. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to respond to comments made earlier by my colleague from across the aisle regarding the communication of research and findings of scientists employed by the government. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to science, technology, and innovation, as was clearly stated in the speech from the throne just 2 weeks ago. We know and understand that research and innovation drive job creation, economic growth, long-term prosperity, and an improved quality of life for all Canadians. That's why, since 2006, we've made significant investments in science. In fact, Canadian science and technology is healthy, growing, and recognized around the world for its excellence, attracting world-renowned researchers to Canada and keeping the talent we train right here. Mr. Speaker, our government is extremely proud of the world-class work that our scientists and researchers do. They help us achieve key social goals such as improving public health, ensuring safety of foods and products, building strong and vibrant economies across the nation, and ensuring a clean and healthy environment for future generations in order to improve the quality of life of all Canadians and people around the world, in fact. Our government is committed to ensuring that federally funded scientific research is shared widely with Canadians, and the numbers speak for themselves. Each year, government departments conduct thousands of interviews. Similarly, federal scientists publish thousands of peer-reviewed articles, research reports, and data sets. Their findings are shared at scientific conferences at home and abroad and are made widely available to other scientists, to Canadians, and to scientific communities around the world. But we also recognize that there are different types of information, and there will be times when sharing information is not in the public interest. Examples of this include issues related to national security, or when the disclosure of information creates privacy or legal considerations. Mr. Speaker, in these cases, departments and agencies must carefully balance the issues to ensure that the best interests of Canadians are being served. To support departments and agencies in fulfilling this function, the government provides guidance through its official communications policy. This policy directs departments and agencies to cultivate proactive relations with the media and to promptly address their inquiries. We recognize the importance of sharing scientific research and innovative advancements. Effectively communicating these findings is crucial, Mr. Speaker. That is why, through our action plan on open government, we've committed to engage Canadians through open information, open data, and open dialogue. We've launched the Government of Canada's Open Data Portal. It provides a one-stop shop for federal government data, making thousands of federal data sets freely available to the public. We will continue to act in these areas to ensure that the benefits of federally performed science are fully realized for Canadians. Our government has also made substantial investments, Mr. Speaker, to strengthen Canada's research advantages, and we will continue to do so. These investments have helped to attract and retain talent, support excellence in science, bring discoveries and innovation to the marketplace, and build science and technology infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to build on these successes and to further strengthen Canadian science in an open and transparent manner.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In some sense, it comes down to this for the average Canadian. And I would ask the average Canadian, who do you trust? Do you trust the Conservative government, or do you trust the scientists who work for your government? And the scientists are saying, no, we are not free to speak, and it's affecting your health and safety. And this is I think what is new in this long conversation about the muzzling of scientists, which has lasted several years, certainly even from before I was elected. What's new is that there has been a survey, and 2,000 federal scientists have said, we know of cases where the health and safety of Canadians has been compromised because this Conservative government has politically interfered with the scientific work and suppressed information. So that's what Canadians need to know. They can decide whether or not they trust what the Conservative government says, but they know now what federal scientists say.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, this government does understand the importance of open and transparent communication of federally funded science. We're extremely proud of the work our scientists and researchers do, the amount of interviews they conduct every year, the number of conferences they attend, and the extensive body of work they publish is a testament to this. Canada's federal researchers share their work broadly with the media and with the public through a variety of means. Like other public servants, Canada's federal scientists are guided by the Government of Canada's communications policy. This policy directs federal institutions to cultivate proactive relations with the media to ensure that Canadians are well informed about the government's work and policies. As a government, Mr. Speaker, we understand that the communication of science is extremely important. That is why our government has introduced several new initiatives to open Canada's federally funded research to Canadians and to the broader scientific community. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to invest in these areas to ensure that the benefits of our federal research are fully realized by all Canadians.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.